Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ADB Research Conference on increasing the resilience of education systems in Asia and the Pacific. Today is day 2, and we're going to start very quickly with 3 presentations, which will take us up to lunchtime, Tokyo time. So without any more delays, the first presenter is Lee Crawford. So Lee is a research fellow at the Center for Global Development, and he's done a lot of reviews on education and other topics. And today he will talk about sustaining schooling during shocks. So Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you. Speak of that. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Tokyo. So I'm based in London at the Center for Global Development. And I'm going to have a little bit of change of pace for this presentation. So I don't have any new data or new regressions, at least, to show you, or new microdata, but I'm going to give a bit of a big picture overview of how we've been thinking about shocks and education. And I think there's, and this is with my colleague Radhika Nagesh, also from the Center for Global Development. And so I think there's 2 key points we want to make today, which is first about expanding the set of outcomes we're interested in as a result of shocks, and second about expanding the range of policies we're looking at. So first, just some data here from post-traumatic stress disease symptoms from shocks. And this is not a systematic review, but it's a selection of disasters in Asia, also some refugees from Afghanistan. And these are really, really high levels of PTSD symptoms. And this is the PTSD scale, which includes items around shame, guilt, nightmares, anger, depression. It's just like awful, heartbreaking things for children to be experiencing. And there's a quote here from Dr. Benjapon Panyayong, who dealt with a lot of children who were affected by a big disaster in Thailand. He worked for 2 years with children, and he said that they don't speak about their feelings or express themselves. When they feel sad or angry, they just smile. And so this is anywhere between 20 and 50% of children affected by disasters experiencing these awful symptoms. And I'd argue this matters at least as much as their learning and their cognitive skills, not only for inherent reasons, but also for instrumental reasons. If we think that, as we should, there is good evidence that character skills also matter for learning and for educational attainment, then this is, directly eroding those character skills, those social skills, those perseverance skills. And then secondly, we've tried to think about a broad range of policies besides just remote learning that can be done while schools are closed, to how you might address different types of shocks. And so we put them into these 3 buckets: before, what you can do to prepare, and then during, and then after a shock. And this is what we felt like were perhaps the most promising. There's other policies as well, but just to make a point that there's a range of different instruments that we should be thinking about, as well as all the great research on remote learning. So to start with some context, when we were thinking about this concept of resilience we keep talking about, we just wanted to clarify here, like, is this the right concept that we should be thinking about at all? So in my mind, the idea of a shock and resilience is that you're going along at some reasonable level of education, a shock hits, and then you can very quickly recover back to where you were. And perhaps if you're more resilient, then that dip is going to be smaller, and you're going to get back on track more quickly. But are we in this world, or are we in this world where education levels are really low? And then here, do we want to be thinking about reducing that dip, or do we want to be thinking about increasing the overall level of education? And these are just some lines that I've drawn on a graph. We've totally made up. So what do the data say that the world we live in looks like in Asia? So this is some data from the World Bank on learning adjusted years of school. So this is the expected years of schooling that children will attain, adjusted for the quality of the schooling across all high income countries globally. This is it's just over 10 years. And this is Singapore level quality of education. So Singapore scores best on the scale. So the average child's getting 10. In ADB operations countries, the average child is getting just under 8 years of learning adjusted years of schooling. So this is, and it's pretty stagnant over the last decade. So, you know, it's a kind of glass half full, like it's not absolutely terrible, but equally it's some way from the 12 years that the SDGs call for of schooling. So I think we need to think about resilience, but also about this phrase building back better was used a lot around the COVID pandemic. And we really do need to make big progress across the whole sector. There's just some more data on learning levels in Asia. So on the left, we have the World Bank's learning poverty measure, which is the number of children or the share of children who are unable to read a sentence for meaning by age 10. And you can see this is 90% of children in Laos and Afghanistan and the Philippines. It's hard to believe that this data is really true, but you know, there's huge countries on this list. There's countries having above half of children in learning poverty. There's India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan, really big countries with millions of children who are really failing here. And then on the right, we have one more way of looking at this, which is lower secondary completion, which has really increased over recent decades. It's currently around 80%. So that's 1 in 5 children in ADB operations countries who are not finishing secondary school. So it's a lot of children. So there's still a lot we need to do during normal business as usual operations. Having said all that, what's the impact of shocks in Asia? So we've heard loads of really great micro studies yesterday and some more today, and I hope to get the drafts of all of those so we can include them in our paper reviewing the literature. And so what I'm going to do here instead is just show some of the macro data to think about the scale of some of these shocks. First, I just wanted to say something about how we should think about tying together these different types of shocks. And I really liked this slide from, I think it was Yuji Zhang's presentation yesterday about mechanisms, the direct and indirect mechanisms through which we should expect shocks. And so when we're thinking about the external validity and what we can take away from these very detailed studies on a particular shock in a particular country, we should be trying to unpack these common mechanisms across different types of shocks. So what's the same about a war and a pandemic and a natural disaster? Is it just that schools are closed, or is it the trauma that children are experiencing as well? Is it the economic shock to households or to public finances? Which specific mechanisms are we talking about? And that allows us to, you know, draw lessons across these studies and to gain general knowledge from these specific studies. So the impact of shocks in Asia. First, we go through these 4 categories. So first, natural disasters. We've seen this MDAT data a few times at this conference. Asia clearly stands out as the country with the most number of affected people globally from natural disasters. It's hundreds of millions each year affected by natural disasters, and equally the dollar damages is millions and millions of dollars every year. So it's clearly a big issue, and that includes for schools, where there are large damages to schools in terms of the infrastructure each year. This is data from the World Bank's Global Library of School Infrastructure. Damages to schools and also direct deaths. So it's hundreds of children in Asia dying each year from natural disasters in schools. And then this chart is some data that we've pulled together. This is not yet a systematic search, but we are putting together a systematic global database of natural disasters and the education policy responses to those disasters. So when schools have been closed, when other measures have been put in place by governments. And this just shows over time two things. On the left, the number of schools that were damaged as reported in the press by different disasters. And you can see it's tens of thousands of schools that are damaged on quite a regular basis. And the number of schools that were closed, and again, it's thousands of schools that have been reported in the press as being closed on a pretty regular basis across the region. So that's clearly a big mechanism and an ongoing issue for education. Second, pandemics. So obviously COVID, we've talked a lot about, but also these other major pandemics in Asia and the Pacific, MERS, H1N1, and SARS, all of which led to school closures of a much shorter duration, around a month, but that's still, a big chunk of education time. And these, it's roughly every 5 years over the last 2 decades that there has been a major pandemic. And so we can probably expect there to be another one in the next few years. So we should be thinking about being prepared, depressingly as that is. Then on to conflict. Perhaps, the starkest direct impacts on loss of life and well-being. Thankfully, a somewhat smaller problem than the other two. But there has been this recent spike in the number of attacks on schools in Asia, specifically in 2021 in Myanmar. There was a big spike, and the other countries with large numbers of attacks on schools there are Afghanistan, India, and Pakistan. And again, schools have been directly attacked in each of these conflicts, or occupied, disrupted, closed for a variety of different reasons. And then finally, other environmental shocks. So this increasing frequency of extreme weather events. This is again data from MDAT showing the annual average number of either extreme heat or extreme cold events. And it's over 1 per year in India, and 1 every couple of years in several other countries. So these are really quite frequent events. Second, air pollution. Perhaps a slower moving crisis, like it does, clearly come in waves and is not constant, but it is something of an ever-present issue. And it's a really, really big health issue. The UNICEF Child Climate Risk Index puts air pollution way above all the other natural disasters as a risk. It's a leading global risk factor for death and disease, responsible for around 10% of global deaths or more, and particularly concentrated in South Asia, where, as you all know, it's a huge issue for health and also for education. I also just wanted to touch briefly on lead pollution, which I'm maybe stretching the definition of shocks here. It's more of a chronic crisis, but we've been doing some work on this recently, and this is data from IHME and UNICEF showing the really, really high levels of lead pollution. So these dark red countries have the average blood lead level is higher than the US CDC reference level. So if you have this high blood lead level in the US, you're referred for medical attention and intervention. And this is the average level in India and huge swathes of Africa and Asia. It's really, really high, and it's really, really bad for education and learning. It's long been documented that lead reduces your IQ. And in our recent meta-analysis and review, we tried to model the effects of this on learning outcomes as well as IQ. And it seems to be, it could be up to 20% of the global learning gap between rich countries and poor countries could be due to lead poison alone. So I'm perhaps stretching the definition of shocks, but seeing as we're talking about air pollution, I thought I'd mention that here as well. Seeing as most people who work on education have never really thought about this issue at all. So I just wanted to flag that. Okay, so what works? What can you do to be ready for shocks before a shock? Infrastructure to start with. So this is a photo from Japan where this house has collapsed and the school that was retrofitted with, earthquake proofing supports stands nicely behind it. So it's clearly possible. The same thing happened in Turkey this year. There was an earthquake and all of the schools that had been retrofitted were completely unharmed. There is an interesting literature about how much countries invest in prevention. Is it the most cost-effective use of scarce resources to improve health and safety in a very poor country? There are question marks, but it's not a binary issue. There are lower cost steps you can take to try and improve earthquake resilience of buildings. Other stuff on infrastructure, simply setting up schools, which sounds kind of silly and obvious, but there's a great study from Afghanistan, which was, affected by conflict. They just set up some new schools, and that really helped improve access to education. And there are lots of places where there's no nearby secondary school that girls can attend. And so if it's really, really far and there's insecurity, they're not going to go. Whereas if there's one much closer to home, they're much more likely to be able to go. Other things on making buildings resilient to different shocks. So on heat, obviously air conditioning is wonderful, but expensive. There's some other low cost things you can do, such as painting the roofs of buildings white, reflects the heat and reduces temperatures. Just insulating roofs as well can reduce temperatures. Planting more trees, green infrastructure. All of these topics seem promising, and there's a dearth of research, I think, and more research here would be really valuable. And then on clean air, so clearly we know air filters can be great in a pandemic and maybe also during ongoing air pollution. But again, they're expensive, and more research in this area would be great. On distance learning, so it felt like back in March 2020, the whole world was just scrambling around, had headless chickens. We had no idea what we were doing. Countries were just throwing out whatever content they could get their hands on, which, given that we know that there are going to be these natural disasters happening on a fairly regular basis, we should really be preparing for and practicing for. So I was talking to my father-in-law about this, who used to run a logistics company, and he told me in logistics, we plan for crises by practicing. So if we're running air freight, we will also run one lorry a month just in case we can't fly and we need to take everything by lorry. So we know how to do lorries. We practice it on a regular basis just in case. So perhaps we should be practicing doing distance learning so we know how to do it just in case. And so we're not all scrabbling around planning what content could be available. As a separate research project, just as an aside, we went and tried to download all the textbooks that countries threw online to do some text analysis of these books. But it wasn't that easy to do. And there are lots of books, many of them publicly funded books, donor funded books, which are just not available. They're not online. They're really hard to find when they really should be, because they're publicly funded. So I think there's a lot more that we could do there. And then insurance. So not necessarily a strictly education sector response, but I think there's some really interesting work here around insurance for catastrophes and disasters. There's two examples from the Philippines and Sri Lanka. And it's a really obvious and simple idea that when a disaster strikes, we shouldn't be passing around the begging bowl asking for money. We should have an insurance contract in place. So the money, as soon as the crisis hits, as soon as it passes a certain set threshold, if there is a clear certain level of flooding or certain level of earthquake, the money just comes, and there's no haggling, there's no debating, there's a contract. And so to the extent that we expect regular disasters with damages to schools, we can, again, plan for that. There is an insurance industry that deals with these problems. What works during the shock? So we are going to touch on distance learning, but before that, I think priorities are really keeping schools open, which we've seen from Harry's work that these longer school closures mean more learning loss, even in countries where you'd have thought there was a reasonably good distance learning provision. Rich countries where people have computers and internet, it's still not as good as being in school. And so we should really try to prioritize that where we can. And if there's things we can do like investing in better air filtration technology, then we should really be doing that. Second, temporary learning centers. So perhaps this is something more for natural disasters. This is a photo from Pakistan during the floods. There's this response to set up informal temporary learning centers. And yeah, just seems like it has to be a better option than trying to make distance learning work where the resources are just not there. So yeah, we can perhaps have a debate about distance learning. Hashibal has had a much more successful intervention than we did in Bangladesh, finding really huge effects. We did a COVID era distance learning project in Sierra Leone, which found precise null effects. And there was another study from Kenya, which found null effects. There are other people who made it work in different countries. So to me, my takeaway is that it's kind of a mixed bag. There's mixed impact. Perhaps it's possible to do it well, but it's certainly not reliable. It needs, yeah, more research, more investment, and more practice. But there's some clear barriers here just on access. So this is on the left, a chart we put together at the start of the pandemic, just based on existing data from household surveys on access to the internet, to radio, TV, and mobile phones. And it's really low in low-income countries. You know, hardly anyone has internet or a TV in low-income countries, much less than half. Most households do have a mobile phone, so that's why we went for that as an option, but didn't seem to work for us at least. And then on the right, this is some survey data from Pakistan during and after the pandemic, looking at the share of households who were watching the teleschool, which was the main government response. And amongst the poorest households, it was less than 20% who were actually engaging with this. And then that dropped over time the longer schools were closed. So it's clearly far, far, far from universal access to the existing distance learning technologies. And then finally, after the shock. So what should we be doing? I mean, obviously catch-up learning, which we should perhaps be doing during normal times in any case, given how many children have fallen behind. But even before that, I think there's a big role for well-being programs. If we care about PTSD, if we care about the well-being of children, and think that this matters both for its own sake and as an investment in human capital, we should be doing much more on that. I know when my children went back to school after the pandemic, they didn't say anything about academic learning for a long time. They said, we're going to make sure help make sure they're okay and they're happy and it was all about well-being. They didn't talk to us at all about reading or mathematics. And I think that was right and appropriate. So yeah, much more we can do on helping children to catch up, both on their socio-emotional and psychological well-being and on their learning skills. A ton we can be doing on providing incentives for children to attend again. That can be cash incentives or meals. There's Albert's great paper from India showing that the National School Meals Program helps children recover from a drought in India and catch up with their nutrition. And obviously, parenting is going to play as big a role as ever, and perhaps even bigger role in recovering from shocks. So I'll stop there. I guess this two key points, takeaways I wanted to make, which is just that really enjoyed hearing about all of your research, and a call to kind of try to look at other outcomes as well, besides these core reading and math skills, and to think about this other range of policies. There's a real dearth of high quality, rigorous research on many of these promising policy tools to help recover from shocks. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Lee. So the discussant is Minaj Mahmood, who's a senior economist at the ADB Research Department.
Thank you, Lee, for thanks, Daniel. Thank you, Lee, for very excellent presentation and review on the evidence on the impact of various shocks on educational outcomes, starting learning basic skills and access to schools, and also you focus on policies that works pre-shock, during shock, and after shock. Talk of also your review on how to improve child psychological, providing psychological emotional support for better resilience. Yeah, so it's very important review that tells us about what works and what could work or not. So I would like to just give few remarks that might be useful for your revision. So as we see that you from studies from yesterday and also from your review that if you say that improving this school infrastructure would be a resilient school infrastructure may not translate into a resilient education system. If we define like access to schools, they are being used as a shelter, so that can interrupt with the schools. And also we've seen that early exposure also affect the early exposure to shocks also affect the learning, cognitive ability. We have seen from other studies previously in different countries that affects in utero exposure to shocks affects stunting cognitive ability and also the learning outcomes. So then, and also the effects on, and these probably coming through the effects on income and food security and other issues. So that affects child's well-being. So children are at very much risk of dropping out of schools and to get access to the learning. So when you talk on policies like before shocks, I think before shocks also one thing you can add evidence from the school meal program. So you touch upon and not in the paper that can create in say school meal support after returning to school, but there are evidence that the school meal program works in terms of nutrition and also child educational outcomes. So that can also be considered. And there are a lot of evidence that teaching at the right level was very effective even before in a normal time. So that whether that can also be considered as a supplementary approach to improve cognitive and also focusing on non-cognitive abilities so that students can sustain those abilities during the shocks and probably the recovery can be faster. So that's and yeah, with the temporary shocks, you have included the infrastructure, insurance, practice of distance learning. So that kind of supplementary tuition and also the learning centers in the communities can probably serve that kind of policies. So when there is a shock, see that school closing school was not a good policy because of learning loss and all these things. We have been doing some analysis and ongoing, also looking into the health effects. Right. So when we look into the different stringency measures that government take, like social distancing or mask wearing or vaccination, pharmaceutical intervention, school closure comes with it becomes a less cost effective in terms of cost per disability adjusted life years. So, but there is variation among 5 countries that we have looked in the Asia that shows that the variation within the countries can be attributed to the health system. But in terms of saving, in terms of cost per disability adjusted life year, which takes into account life saved and also the amount spent in disability, that is less effective in terms of much higher than 3 times the per capita income of the country. So from our research, so in that ground also school closing probably not a good thing. So then that we didn't find. So yes. So when it comes to remedial thing, also remedial teaching measures, there are evidence that whether it should be provided as an individual remedial coaching or as a group level coaching, and there also the teachers' involvement, teachers' incentive, and those issues also there are evidence that can affect the expected outcome. Like one study I've seen in Indonesia that group teaching was more effective in remedial. Group remedial was more effective when principals were involved, and also they were trained about the methods and all these things. So as you have also pointed out that the conceptualization, so the shocks can have short-term effect and long-term effect, long-lasting effect. So, and the rate and degree of recovery will also vary between the context. So I think if your study can highlight the issues that the understanding the impact alongside also identifying the vulnerable communities and addressing the issues they face would be also important, because when you speak about climate-induced migration as an adaptation strategy that may not work, we have seen in our research in Bangladesh that people doesn't want to move in other countries also. I think someone mentioned yesterday also. So people facing disaster shocks, they become adaptive and they don't want to fully migrate. So how to even when they are offered the context of improved child welfare and other things. So they have an how to improve the in situ adaptation, how to improve the local resilience that will ultimately affect the children's well-being. So it would be good to have a conceptualization in terms of resilience school system and to begin with. Yeah, I think these are the points that I wanted to make because this is an excellent review already, and many papers we have listened last 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Minaj. So would you like to respond a bit or no? Okay. Questions from the floor? Dina, please, and then.
Also covered what to do after the pandemic, so that's really interesting. And you suggested to have more female employed, right? So I believe like usually teachers are mainly female, but so can you explain this more, this suggestion? Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is there's some studies that in some contexts most teachers are male and girls will therefore be, or parents may be reluctant to send their girls to school as a result.
Dakiko, and then Emily, and then Meg.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really liked all the data and then also the graphs. So my question is, like, we have seen that there is a learning loss, but I think the evidence is quite insufficient how we can recover the learnings. So can you share if you know any policies or intervention that can work to recover the learnings? So I have listened to the presentation yesterday. There seems to be a learning impact heterogeneity, especially for the young learners, those who are early grade or have a more significant negative impacts. Maybe it's related to a lack of foundational skills. So, but when we reopen the school, we just reopen the school. I just wonder if it's better to extend instructional time or doubling it or recovering the time or how we can really recover the learning.
There's some evidence from some European countries that have done quite well in making quite rapid recovery. My sense is that TAL is a really good point. I think my sense is there are these proven methodologies like teaching at right level or TAL that, and the question is just, can you just deliver them at scale, and can you really get whole education systems to be, focusing on individual children and what they can do, and helping them make progress, which I think is a really hard shift for systems that are used to just dealing with the whole class and expecting everyone to be at the level of the grade they're in.
So Emily and then Manny and then.
It's okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, Ben.
They're not. Oh,
Emily.
Emily first. Emily. It's okay.
No, go ahead.
I'm really looking forward to reading this paper. It seems so useful. And I was thinking about this sort of mechanisms, and you mentioned the primary and secondary, the direct and indirect mechanisms. And I just wanted to mention, I've seen other discussions talking about sort of primary and secondary impacts, which are sort of related, but I guess the idea of the secondary impacts is that it's the impact of the adaptation to the disaster rather than the sort of direct impact of the disaster itself. So I think the prime example is something like population displacement, where that in itself may be very disruptive to children, sort of separate from the direct or the primary impact of the disaster itself.
I believe some positive results from displacement in the US from New Orleans, right, where families were displaced to better school districts. But yeah, that's a great point.
Manny next.
Thanks a lot, Lee. I think this table is figures very, very useful. Just keep in mind on what the categories are. I had a couple of questions on whether you had information on the degree of difficulty of doing some of these things, because first of all, some of them go well beyond the education sector. So we talked about health that Minaj talked about already, and some of these interventions, including mental health, that are done in the health sector, social protection, really important for the well-being programs. And what's the experience been on what is the easier and harder things to do in these? And the other related to that is, what are the costs? So some of them seem like they could be extremely costly if there are no systems in place, and some may be more marginal to what's already being done.
Yeah, there we go. We did try to focus on education sector responses, but clearly the categories aren't entirely clear. I think on the well-being programs, I was actually pleasantly surprised by some of the research on distance and digital remote programs and programs with volunteers providing short trainings, short cognitive behavioral therapy sessions, group sessions. There are big question marks about how easy this stuff is to deliver at scale, at the kind of scale it needs to be. But it seems there are some promising avenues out there. And yeah, social protection is clearly massively important, but we didn't want to spend too much time there, given much of it is outside of the education sector. I'm a big fan of school meals programs, though. I think we should, absolutely be extending those everywhere. Costs, yeah. Yeah, it depends on which policy you're thinking about. I think there are higher and lower cost versions of all of these kind of programs. Some of them, I guess, infrastructure is always going to be inherently more expensive than other programs, but it's something that even low state capacity governments are often able to deliver in a way that more complicated programs aren't. So I think it's both about cost and about implementation capacity.
Thank you. Like the others, I also like the way this was organized. Thank you, Lee. At the beginning of your presentation, you said in passing, your statement was you weren't sure that resilience was the right term. And I particularly like resilience because many people think about recovery. And it isn't as though there's a lot to recover in some places, right, in terms of learning. What I like about resilience is that it talks about the capacity of the sector, capacity of the communities, capacity of government to power through the crisis and the consequences of crises. So to me, that just seems to capture, that term seems to capture the things that we would like the education sector or system need to be. Second point, you know, when you say during, it seems like as though it's a, one big thing, right? A volcanic eruption or a flood or something, but sometimes the during is quite a long period. So it could be, for example, especially if it's a political or armed conflict, it could last for months and years, even, as we know, right? Even even earthquakes, because you have aftershocks, you have the during is we need to think more about what during means, I think, right? And therefore, because it's not a flash point in time, it's not a one thing in time, it could, we might have to bring in some of the kind of well-being programs, for example, into the during, because you don't want to wait until, especially in conflict situations, you don't want to wait until after to start addressing mental and physical disabilities, which will keep children not learning. We will prevent them from learning. So that's one aspect. You didn't say very much about the timing, and I think it's a very useful way of thinking about some of the actions that are already in the after, and may have to be considered for the during. Another is that most of this, well, several focus on infrastructure, whereas in fact, I think, again, I go back to the importance of the teachers and school leaders here. And I was wondering if you saw any work that started to think about, for example, other than training, okay, the contracts with teachers. Because, for example, when I was doing some work on Muslim Mindanao in the Philippines, the teachers would, during an armed conflict, they would go to the cities where their families were, and the people in the communities in the rural areas would have to go to a refugee camp because they were told there would be bombings and stuff like that. So the communities were left without teachers. The teachers went back to the urban areas, and the refugee camps did not have any teachers or any schooling. So it would seem to me the concept of possibly reservists or something like that, some other way of thinking about who the educators are in times of crisis might be an important thing too. And I've not heard people actually think about that. And so that starts to get into human resources policies of the education sector. And I would be really interested in knowing whether there's some place somewhere who've thought about that other than parents. So not parents, but rather, some kind of a reservists possibly, and what kind of contracts that would require.
Thanks. Yeah, great comments. On the just one idea that on the distance learning, remote learning piece, I think some of the most effective, promising studies I've seen have been using technology in schools as a supplement to teachers. So there's huge programs broadcasting lessons or showing recorded lessons in remote rural schools where it's hard to find a grade 12 physics teacher. So you can play a recording from an expert in the capital city. So I think that probably works better for secondary school than for primary school, where you still need a caregiver as well as a subject specialist. But yeah, there's great points. Thanks. And just on this point about resilience, the point I forgot to mention is we have this 8 years of expected schooling, and as Harry's work shows us, COVID means we've lost maybe a year of schooling. So from 8 to 7, it's like that's a big drop, and we need to recover that. But we also need to get to 12, right? That's our goal. So it's this. Yeah.
All right, thank you again for a very rich presentation. And this builds on what Manny and Beth mentioned, their comments. So I'm thinking, I come from Nepal, and I grew up when there were lots of strikes, like so many strikes, and then the Maoist had a guerrilla war for 10 years, and I was going to school that time. So I was wondering that, in your research, did you find any good best practices or some evidence on the before part where we could share with policymakers, see this is what has worked in some of these countries, and this is we could do. For example, yesterday's Harry's presentation, he gave examples from Sweden and Denmark. That was after, I think. But I was wondering more from a proactive approach. Are there evidence? Are there best practices? Are there any information that you found in your research that we could take to these policymakers in developing countries like Nepal or India and others, where we could proactively start thinking on something like that? So just curious on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a really difficult question, I think. I think plausibly having more schools closer to people's homes, as I mentioned, so you don't have to travel so far. If you're worried about insecurity and attacks, it is one thing, but yeah, I don't.
Remember, I think in your slide you put some information on Sri Lanka and one more on the insurance parts. Could you kindly say a little bit on that? I'm curious.
So that was just data on the incidence of attacks on schools rather than policy solutions. I think it's clearly a really challenging problem.
All right. Okay, maybe yes, but very quick because we have to move to the next one. Thanks.
Thanks for really nice presentation. I really learned a lot. I have a few comments about kind of taxonomy or conceptual framework, which may be helpful to sort out different evidence based on different country context, different disaster. Because I'm a hard-boiled professor, so I like some conceptual framework. Number one, I think typology of disasters. Of course, you cannot cover all the different type of disasters, but largely speaking, disaster can be categorized into natural ones and economic crisis, technological ones, and then conflict, related disasters. Natural ones. I think you are aware, CRET, Center for Epidemiology of Disasters, based in Belgium, which creates these MDATs. They have a very nice, categories: climatology, hydrological ones, geological ones, biological ones. So I think having this framework will be helpful to sort out different evidence. And secondly, basically, disaster is a product of three items: natural hazard, and vulnerability, and resilience. So this is the basic, framework where whenever people talk about disaster. And natural hazards cannot be changed by humans, like a wind speed or seismic, intensity. We cannot really control beyond the control of humans. But vulnerability and resilience we can change. So I think having this framework again helpful to think about the particular disasters. Location of schools is important. That's a vulnerability, and then building code. Government setting building code and enforcing these, ask resilience. That's a resilience part. So I think having this basic conceptual framework will be helpful to consider. And relatedly, I think a disaster expert intentionally avoid the term natural disasters, because disaster is not really created by nature. Vulnerability and resilience can be changed by humans. So some people intentionally avoid, especially after 2010 celebrated report by World Bank and United Nations titled Natural Hazard and Natural Disasters. So I think actually, I don't know whether you can still use a natural disaster straightforward term. So, but this is and then thirdly, I think different type of mechanism can help building up resilience and mitigate vulnerability. Market mechanism, as you touch upon, insurance mechanism. That's one thing, and also microinsurance may be potentially customized to building up a resilience of education sector. Second mechanism is a public or government mechanism. So, of course, not to mention government play a key role, and then government can also tap market mechanism like macro insurance framework called the CRIF, Caribbean Catastrophic Insurance Facility. That's the parametric index type macro insurance mechanism to help government. And also World Bank, ADB, and MDBs have a contingent credit lines after emergencies. So I think government play a key role. And then finally, but not least, a community or broader civil society can help building up a resilience. After a great East Japan earthquake 2011, I saw many students went to Tohoku area as volunteer tutors. So I think this is really important aspect, how to fill in the learning losses and help disparate students. So I think this typology and framework may be, I believe, quite helpful to sort of different evidence you have. Thank you. But thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So yeah, let's move on to the second presenter. It will be Aru, who will talk about learning losses in Uzbekistan, and the discussant will be Michael. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I am Arup, economist with World Bank. First, I would like to thank the Asian Development Bank Institute to give me this opportunity to present our, I would say, very interesting research that can give us an idea on our thinking around how the governments can best continue the process of learning during these disruptive events like COVID-19. I would also like to thank my co-author, Harry Anthony Petrinos, who is here with us and who actually steered and championed the agenda for learning losses at the bank. I would also like to thank our government counterparts in Uzbekistan who implemented this study. We saw this map earlier too yesterday, and this is data from UNESCO and shows the distribution of the number of weeks of school closures around the world. And we see that on average, schools were closed for around 40 weeks from mid-February 2020 to March 2022. That is, on average, students lost one complete academic year. And in some countries, actually a number of countries, school closures lasted for even more than 18 months. So more than 1.5 academic year. We also see that countries adopted a number of different strategies to provide remote learning opportunities to students and continue learning. The majority of countries adopted a mix of approaches to ensure broad access, but still there were some countries that did not adopt any remote learning modality. We saw this graph earlier too, and here, based on the closure, based on the school closures, as schools started closing in March 2020, we at World Bank too started thinking around learning loss simulations. And I was part of the team that predicted learning losses equivalent to a loss of between 0.3 and 1.1 years of learning. These simulations were based on 4 scenarios based on varying duration of school closures and effectiveness of government's mitigation strategies. So while our optimistic scenario assumed school closures of only 3 months and 3 months out of a 10-month school year and high effectiveness of government mitigation measures, the very pessimistic scenario assumed a school closure for 9 months and low effectiveness of mitigation measures. The direct cause for the expected learning loss losses were the school closures and the expected effectiveness of the mitigation measures. However, there were other effects too that we were expecting. For example, school dropouts, and it was simulated that an expected 11 million students will drop out from primary up to secondary education. We also expected increased exclusion and inequality. And now, as we saw yesterday, we have data coming in from student assessment data sets that can provide us estimates of learning losses. And from 41 robust studies, we see learning losses on average of 0.20 of its standard deviation. Most studies also observed increases in inequality. However, there are also countries that were able to limit learning losses. Now, in 2023, we now have data from some low and middle income countries too, like Nepal, Bangladesh. However, we have very limited data from low and middle income countries that were actually able to continue learning during COVID. So now here I would present the case of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is a low and middle income country that closed schools for a relatively shorter duration, for 14 weeks, 13 weeks fully closed and 1 week partially closed. As soon as the schools closed, the government launched remote teaching modalities, primarily through TV and the ministry's online Telegram channel. They developed 4,492 video lessons and broadcasted those during the first initial months of its school closures. These video lessons, as we discussed, were available on the online Telegram channel too for students to access as they need. There were also 3 other factors that we see very interesting in the approach that Uzbekistan used. So though Uzbekistan is characterized as generally a centralized education system, with this shifted during COVID, and the local district administrations were able to make decisions on learning formats and school openings based on the information that they were receiving from sanitary and epidemiological centers. As a result, different schools were able to implement different strategies, for example, including varying school starting times, break times, creating different groups of students, reducing class sizes, increasing the staff based on what they considered most effective for their school. Secondly, the approach was complemented with very strong support to schools and teachers. So in the last presentation, we were discussing that point on support to schools and teachers. And here we see that Uzbekistan actually ensured strong support to their teachers during this process. And for that, the data that we rely on is the responses to education disruption study that was conducted by IEA. And Uzbekistan was included, participated in this study along with other lower middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries. And 95% of teachers reported feeling supported by national and provincial education authorities, and that share was the highest among all the participating countries. And the participating countries included high-income countries like Denmark, Russian Federation, and Slovenia. Third point that I see when looking at the strategy that Uzbekistan used is also very openness to data and evidence and feedback. So in the first 4 months, the country participated in 4 surveys trying to understand the effectiveness of their mitigation strategies. These surveys were led by UNICEF and in direct partnership too with the State Inspectorate for Education Quality in the country. These surveys reported that around 94% of students showed satisfaction with the distance learning program, and about 70% reported that teachers provided explanation through phone, telegram, and followed up on their homework and studies. Uzbekistan then later in March, April 2021, participated in the responses to education disruption survey. And that also, through showing a series of indicators, showed that Uzbekistan, in providing support to schools and teachers and to students, performed much better than other lower middle income countries like Nepal and Kenya, and in some cases, even better than high income countries like Denmark. So now, the government implemented these strategies to ensure continuity in learning, and we use nationally representative assessment data for grade 5 students in 2019 and 2021 to assess the more objective and concrete impact of those mitigation strategies on learning outcomes, to assess whether those mitigation strategies were actually able to help continue learning during that period. The assessments that were implemented covered mathematics and were based on released items from the International Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, TIMSS. The 2021 assessment also tracked and reassessed the students who were assessed in 2019. However, there was an attrition rate of 13%. In 2021 year, student assessments were also complemented with student and teacher questionnaires. So in the design of the mathematics assessment in 2019 and 2021, the assessment framework of TIMSS was followed, and it was ensured that the number of items and the distribution of items across the content and cognitive domains and international difficulty benchmarks would be comparable across the 2 time periods. So in addition to ensuring that the design of the 2 assessments is comparable, we also empirically tested for equivalence of 2019 and 2021 assessments using a single group design with counterbalancing, which means that 264 students randomly selected from within the country sat for assessments, for both assessments, 2019 and 21, in one sitting. Half of those students were randomly selected to appear for 2019 assessment form first, and the other half appeared for 2021 assessment form first, to ensure that there's no effects of sequencing. We, using the data that we received, we conducted a number of equivalence tests, including both the comparison of raw scores and scaled scores, and observe a high degree of equivalence in overall student performance across the 2 assessment forms. So we have in addition to the cross-sectional data, we also have panel data, as the 2021 assessment surveyed the students who were assessed in 2019. However, there was an attrition of 13%. So we test whether that attrition brings a bias into our sample or not. And we see that the students that the government was able to track in 2021 were statistically similar to students who were not tracked in terms of initial performance in mathematics assessment in 2019. So using that, we also believe that that attrition did not bring in a bias in the results. So now when we compare system level results, meaning comparing the student cohort in grade 5 in 2019 and the student cohort in grade 5 in 2021, we see that the student cohort in grade 5 performed 0.29 standard deviations better, which is a statistically significant difference than the student cohort in grade 5 in 2019. In the graph on the right hand side, those are presented by the 2019 is the blue curve and the 2021 is the red. And we see a shift towards higher performance. This improvement is also substantially significant and falls at the higher end of the percentile distribution of effect sizes we see from educational literature. So these results are based on the cross-section of 2019 and 2021 cohorts. However, we have panel data set 2, and I think this figure gives a good presentation of the concept of learning progression. So assuming that schools were closed in time T1 and remained closed till time T2, and the government mitigation strategies were not effective at all, we can assume that there was no learning. So at time T2, students would expect to be at L2 dash, and their learning losses would be estimated by L2, where they would have been if there had been no disruption to learning, minus L2 dash. So that is no new learning occurred during the time period of T1 to T2. However, if there was some learning that occurred, then the learning loss would be L2 minus L2 asterisk. That is the difference in the learning that occurred as compared to what would have occurred in the absence of the disruption. Conceptually, we also include this L2 dash dash that would show us the forgotten learning, that the disengagement from the education system and an extended disengagement from the education system can also lead to the student forgetting the accumulated learning till T1. And there is an extensive literature on this forgotten learning using summer school breaks in the US. However, we in our estimates would not be able to look at that. So since we do not have Uzbekistan-specific annual learning gains prior to 2019, we rely on international literature on obtaining an estimate of how much learning we should have expected students in Uzbekistan to attain over the 2 years that between the assessments. So we see from the literature that, and we draw on the literature from US2 and also from global assessments like PISA and from low middle income countries like Pakistan, to see that roughly students gain 0.4 standard deviation in test scores over a year. So now I would want you to compare the green chart, sorry. No. We compare this green density graph to the blue line that shows the panel comparison of how much students in grade 7 in 2021 performed as compared to when they were when the same students were in grade 5 in 2019. And we see that the same students performed 0.72 standard deviations better in 2021 as compared to their own performance in 2019. However, we see that the 0.72 is lower than what we would expect from the international literature on annual learning gain, because based on the international literature, it should have been 0.8 standard deviations. We also assess what factors might be correlated with the observed changes or observed growth in learning outcomes from 2019 to 2021. And we see that a student having at least one parent with college education increases the growth in learning outcomes over time. We also see that students who experience challenges in accessing learning materials and engaging with more learning materials during COVID times, they experienced lower growth. We also see that students who reported stronger teachers' pedagogical and classroom management skills improved better from 2019 to 2021. So now it would be good to think around, as we discussed earlier in terms of mitigation strategies that government used, to think around what explains this learning continuity in Uzbekistan. So the first point that we discussed, that it would be important to think more strategically around school closures and try to limit school closures as much as possible. In Uzbekistan, we see that the school closures were relatively for shorter duration, the bottom 25% of the global distribution, and where the local administration authorities were given more responsibility in deciding what would be the best for their districts. Secondly, we see an effective government response, and we have data on that directly from teachers and students too. And more than 80% of students reported receiving individual or group feedback from their teachers on all or almost all of their schoolwork. And that is the highest percentage among countries participating in the survey. Similarly, apart from feedback, the highest percentage of students as compared to other countries participating in the study reported receiving support in form of interest and encouragement, so moral support through this difficult time period. There was a point mentioned on how remote learning or blended activities where video recorded lessons combined with support to teachers can support governments in continuing education, and especially in cases where teachers in rural areas may not have mastered the subject matter and can benefit from the recorded videos. So that can also be a channel through which students in Uzbekistan benefited. Furthermore, there were also simultaneous ongoing education reforms going in the country to improve education quality. For example, the country was planning to participate and preparing for the participation in international assessments. I think this is quite important to look into the lower middle income countries that were able to continue learning during these COVID times because as we see that there has been a sharp decline in reading skills, and for the first time in 20 years of Pearls, 20 years since Pearls has been implemented, we saw this huge decline in reading outcomes. So I would end there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Arup. So, yeah, please, Michael.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the nice presentation, for allowing me to comment on your work. It's quite short, and I really like the paper. Arup was really nice to send me a copy of the paper before all of these updates on the presentation, and I'm commenting on that paper. A summary: the paper employed the nationally representative survey of student assessment collected before in 2019 for grade 5 students and during in 2021 for grade 5 and grade 7 students to evaluate the impact of COVID-19 school closures due to the pandemic on learning outcomes in mathematics in Uzbekistan. The study found that first, that Uzbek students did not face learning losses in mathematics despite more than 4 months of school closures, which is quite short duration compared to others around the world. So they found that 2021 grade 5 cohorts scored 0.29 SD higher than the 2019 grade 5 students, and that grade 7 students who were previously grade 5 scored 0.72 standard deviations higher in 2021. And potentially this is due to the many different government initiatives that were provided to support students and teachers, the strong engagements of parents. They found that the contribution of school closures, duration, and math scores were really not statistically significant when they controlled for student characteristics, including pass score for past scores of those in the panel cohort. And they said that this can indicate effectiveness of government response. And they've listed a lot of government responses that they did. That the learning growth is possibly correlated with parental education and teachers' pedagogical and classroom management skills. They did not detect difference by sex and by use of and access to digital services. That's a quick summary of the paper. And my key takeaway from this paper and the presentation is that school closures did not result in cataclysmic learning losses, and that there's something that we can do, government can do. And they highlight the role of parents, teachers, and policy in strengthening the education system, making it resilient to shocks as devastating as the COVID-19 pandemic. But to me personally, my more important takeaway is that I've seen something like this in the Philippines back in August 2019, back in August this year, where they did something similar. They tested it in 2019 and did it again in 2022. A national test, and they found that actually in some subjects test scores increased in the Philippines, and I didn't really believe that result until I saw this, that it is possible to have a positive effect even during the pandemic. So what I like about the paper, first, is that they had a convincing discussion on equivalence of the 2019 and 2021 assessments. They actually they have a long discussion about this, as long as the main text. And I really like that they provided us an appendix so that it will not go that you could actually read the paper easily, but you still have this technical details as part of the paper. They tested for equivalence using a single group design with counterbalancing in a 3PL model to compare the characteristics curves that Arup showed earlier. And they shown that despite the 13% attrition between grade 5 and grade 7 in 2019 and 2021, they show that there's no significant difference in baseline test distribution among these groups. I also really like it. They situated the results with a larger literature in COVID-19 learning losses, and that this is something, I guess, unique, that there's actually continuity during COVID-19. And they attempted to employ identification strategies to assess the impact of school closures, given the many data limitations, which have been clearly articulated in the paper. I really like that. And here are some questions, well, personal question, but I guess it could also be useful for Ruben and Harry to think about this. So first, how should we interpret the 0.72 standard deviation increase in grade 5 to grade 7 relative to the expected 0.8 standard deviation benchmark increase? It was not clear in the paper and even in the presentation whether this is, if we could really say that this is a loss, or what is it? I mean, if it's based on some sort of a DID framework, of course, there's a need for a parallel trend assumption to hold, and I guess it's not possible given the data limitations. But I guess it's still possible to do some robustness assessments given the techniques that we have right now, of how departure from parallel trend would affect the estimates. And I guess that could be another paper, because I think this is a really wonderful paper, and that could go maybe a robust check or something. Another is that there was also an estimate for a 0.68 standard deviation growth in learning outcomes for grades 5 to 7. And I'm not sure if that's the same 0.72 that you're referring to, or maybe it's a different model. So that's not clear in the paper. Second question is, which of the government interventions worked more effectively? The paper listed a lot of interventions that seems to be quite good. But then there was really no outright estimation of these correlations, or maybe they did, but it's not shown. Even if the context questions were not available in 2019, maybe it's possible to use administrative data from the schools themselves to show how changes in resources across time would have impacted or maybe correlated with change in outcomes in mathematics. And along the same vein, it would be nice to see some heterogeneity analysis of what backgrounds and in what contexts could these interventions work better, or if there are contexts where that have been affected negatively but are masked if you're looking at the national level. So those kinds of analysis might be interesting. And then finally, I have just a question of why did the school closure duration become statistically insignificant with addition of controls? Is it multicollinearity? Is it because these interventions are actually affecting those who are actually getting longer school closures, so it's taking away those impact? Or maybe is it a matter of including irrelevant variables or adding more noise to the model? Or maybe is it a matter of precision? It's like the estimates are the same, it's just that you're now more unsure of the extent, or is it a matter of magnitude that with the addition of controls, the effect is actually smaller? So I'm not sure if it's that. So with that, thank you so much. It's really a wonderful paper.
Would you like to respond quickly before we open for questions?
Thanks a lot, Michael. So how to interpret 0.72 as the increase? I agree. I've been also thinking about how to interpret this increase, and now developing this presentation too, I was thinking around whether we should use, so we have data for the same year, 2021, for grade 5 and grade 7. So either we should use the difference between the grade 7 scores and the grade 5 scores as a measure of what we would expect a 2-year learning gain for students on average in Uzbekistan. The concern with that is that the data is for not the same students. It's grade 5 cohort and grade 7 cohort in 1 year, but not the same students who have progressed from grade 5 to grade 7. So that is something, yeah, that could be done, but that gives us a very that would actually show us that Uzbekistan improved. That would show us that per year increase in Uzbekistan is only around 0.20 SD. So students in Uzbekistan gained considerably more than they would have expected to gain over the 2 years. So that is definitely, I think what we would want to do then would be to compare the grade 5 students' characteristics with grade 7 student characteristics to be able to make the claim that we can use these differences in scores, and then not use the international benchmark, because I agree that is more drawing from US literature, from Pakistan literature, from global PISA literature, but it's not specific to Uzbekistan. So how should 0.68 SD? This is the constant. So when we try to when we run a multivariate regression model to see which factors would be correlated to growth in learning outcomes in Uzbekistan, this is the constant value. So it would be interpreted that if held all the other variables constant, this would be the average increase that we have seen in the sample from 2019 to 2021. Which of the government interventions worked more effectively? So we do not have data on how the government interventions were reached each school. We have data on the general strategies that the government use, but to be able to assess at the student level, we would need information on how those strategies were received in the schools where the different students in our sample are. So we have not been able to do that. And then why did school closure become statistically insignificant? So my understanding is that the other factors were more important. So that is why it became insignificant. Though in the first model, it comes out to be significant. But when we bring in other variables that are more strongly associated with the growth in learning outcomes, then the significance of the school closure duration drops.
Right, thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Albert.
I think about how to interpret this 0.72. I kind of feel the best comparison is actually just the 5th grade test scores in 2021 compared to the 5th grade test scores in 2019, which means that actually learning improved. Because unless there's this very strong cohort effects where the newer cohorts are just always learning more, if there is strong evidence of that from other test scores before, because given the pandemic was such a negative shock, it's almost like it's a pretty I think it's a pretty strong evidence that learning was at least as good. I mean, part of that difference could be some kind of cohort changes, but since we're trying to think about learning loss, I think it's pretty strong. I mean, if you can't really use the grade 7 test scores to infer unless you have I mean, it's nice that you have a kind of a difference for this cohort from the 5th graders in 2019 and the 7th graders in 2021. But unless you have a similar comparison of 5th graders and 7th graders, how much learning occurred before the pandemic, I don't think it really helps you because you have to make so many strong assumptions. And then this 0.68 constant, I think you should be careful. This might be the growth when all of the covariates are equal to 0, not holding them constant. If you wanted to create some average growth, then you should demean all of the variables, and then it would be what I think you're interpreting it to be.
Thanks a lot. No, thanks a lot. Yeah, I think, we would incorporate those responses. I think that is very helpful.
We have time for one more. Lee, please.
Thanks. I was just curious about if you have any sense for why the government response was so effective. It seems like a government just has to kind of really want to try and improve outcomes. And I just saw you mentioned they were preparing for participation in PISA and Pilsen terms. Was that the motivation they needed? Like, was it all hands on deck trying to really boost their score for that international comparison? Or I don't know if you can say anything rigorously about that or just your impression.
So Uzbekistan is a very interesting case. It's seen that there is a lot of push on improving education outcomes right now that is directly coming from the president's office and motivating all the departments, including and beyond the Ministry of Education, to focus on improving education outcomes. So in that way, yeah, there were simultaneous ongoing education reforms too that were focused on improving education quality in the country.
Harry, go ahead.
I don't have an answer, and Lee's right, we have nothing rigorous on this, but I just wanted to relate, since there's no one from the bank here or from Uzbekistan, the minister at the time didn't think that the teachers were very good, especially in rural areas. And this was pretty much his idea, I think, the television broadcasts, and he wanted to bring the best teachers to be recorded so that people could see it. So it was both a strategy to reduce learning loss, mitigate learning loss, but also to demonstrate that there are good teachers. And I remember speaking to him before he changed positions. He went to the rural areas, and he said the reaction he got from parents was that they couldn't believe that there were teachers this good in the country, because they saw the TV broadcasts on a daily basis. So I wish we had data to actually test this, because I would bet that this is what did it there was these broadcasts. And since then, there's been a bunch of studies published, including Arub had a whole chart on this, but telesecundarias in Mexico have been finally rigorously evaluated. There's a really cool program in China called the Dual Teacher, which is sending video lessons to poor performing schools, and it had a tremendous impact on learning outcomes in those schools, and it was very similar to this. I don't know where he got the motivation. I never asked him about where he got this idea, but it was definitely a big part of it. Just that we can't prove it in academic paper. But
Beth, last one.
This discussion is just making me think about, we tend to think that that COVID-19 in any case is sort of just the same across countries, right? But in fact, we don't know if the school closures, so this is not exactly on this paper, okay, sorry, but whether the school closures across countries that we've seen, the extent to which that is actually related to how seriously COVID-19 was hitting a country. Because we may actually find quite a bit of, the diversity in this correlation between the intensity of the hit from COVID-19 and the school closures. And that, I think, would be a useful thing to look at, is are the schools that are the countries that have the longest durations actually hit the worst by COVID-19. So this is for us, Daniel.
Okay. Thanks, Beth. So we're right on time to move to the third presentation. Thanks. Thank you. It will be Professor Yasu Sawada, who's from University of Tokyo, who will talk about, I think, Kumon. And the discussion will be Nias later. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. thanks for ADBI for having me, and I really appreciate. This is a work jointly done by Mihat Mahmood now with the Asian Development Bank and Mai Seki sitting there from Ritsumeikan University, and Kazuma Takakura, who is also here today, PhD student from U Tokyo. So what we are doing, we conducted RCT-based rigorous evaluation of Kumon method of learning. I think many of you may know Kumon method of learning, originally from Japan. I will explain briefly what's Kumon. So year 2015 and 2016, we did the rigorous impact assessment of Kumon method of learning in low-income context of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Then we plan to do a long-term impact assessment. Then unexpectedly, COVID-19 school closure happened. So we ended up at least partly addressing what's the impact of COVID-19 school closure who learned a few years back, Kumon method of learning. And we're going to address not only cognitive ability, but also non-cognitive abilities. So what's the background? So yeah, 2015 and 2015 and 2016, that time globally MDG transformed into SDG. So global learning crisis was one of the desperate issues in global agenda. And so our original plan was to address how Kumon method learning can at least partly address this global issue. Then, of course, school closures negatively impacted student learning and other outcomes. And this time, this is the main theme of this conference. And then learning losses seems to be substantial. Harry has a really comprehensive stock taking, and ADB has been working on this issue. And from academia, teaching at the right level has been really attracted wide attentions. But having seen this background, role of non-cognitive abilities in bridging learning gap is still largely unknown or under-investigated. So we're gonna fill in this potential gap. So we picked this individualized school self-learning intervention, Kumon method of learning, 6 years after the initial intervention, including unexpectedly 18 months of COVID-19 school closure in Bangladesh. And we're going to do a rigorous impact assessment. And today we share our preliminary empirical results. And unfortunately, attrition of original participants and students problem. So we're going to address a different economic method to tackle this attrition problem. And then original RCT was implemented by Black Primary School. And I'm going to share with you some main findings from our original RCT. Mass learning outcomes seems to be enhanced, and self-esteem scale, non-cognitive abilities captured by self-esteem scale seems to be strengthened. So, and then original data, we found non-cognitive ability has been a building block of cognitive abilities of initially disadvantaged children. So Kumon method learning, again, many of you may know Kumon method learning. Personally, I learned at the Kumon classroom when I was, I think, second grade, third grade, and honestly, I had bad memories, and I hate Kumon program. But anyway, looking back, I thought this is a good program to enhance my, at least partly, non-cognitive ability. So Kumon method learning, there are a few important points. It's a self-learning program. No teacher is needed. So teacher's quality doesn't matter. Second important point is that this is a paper and pencil method. So no technology is required. Internet access doesn't matter, okay? And very clever secret behind Kumon method learning is, by the way, Kumon method learning, I checked the current global operation. 61 countries have a Kumon program and covering 3.6 or 3.7 million students learning right now at the Kumon classrooms. Very clever design program is all the students who join Kumon program classroom, all the students should take a diagnosis test. So this is somewhat lengthy test, but through taking this test, each student learning level or ability, cognitive ability is accurately measured. Then each student, of course, my initial level and my brother, by the way, I always go to Kumon classroom with my brother. My brother's level is different. Then Kumon program provide the problem sets, which is slightly lower than identified, cognitive ability level, mathematics level. Then, of course, everyone can get a full mark from the beginning, and you feel good, right? Then this is a secret why students really like to come to Kumon classroom every day or every week. Okay. My case, so I always go to my senior brother to the classroom. I was good to solving, regular Kumon problem set. So I finish, and then, but I have to wait my brother. So that part I hate Kumon program. But anyway, so this, self-learning at right level. So right level and also not teaching, but self-learning at right level with a low tech. So this is a Kumon secret. And these are the Bengali translated version of a Kumon problem sets. So Black Primary School, this is a really celebrated program, and NIAS has a few papers analyzing success of a Black Primary School program. This program is meant to be serving disadvantaged students who never attended official or public primary school, or those who drop out from public primary school. So officially 5 years of elementary schools, Black Primary School has a compressed 4-year curriculum following a national curriculum. Then our experiment, we ask treated the schools, we ask a student to come 30 minutes in advance to the Black Primary School classroom, then ask student like this to solve a Kumon problem set. Okay, so this is our experiment. What's our experiment? We pick 34 schools randomly from all the Black Primary School in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Then 17 randomly selected schools put in Kumon treatment, and another 17 schools put in control. Each school has around 30 students, so 1,000 students total, 500 in treatment, another 500 in control. Kumon program, we ask students to continue 8 months, 2015 August until I think April 2016. And I think it was 5 days a week, every day, 5 days a week. 30 minutes. And although Kumon requires no teacher, but the marking assistant required. So 2 marking assistants sitting in front of each classroom, Black Primary School classroom. Whenever a student finish 10 questions, 1 problem set, then student come to the front and then marking assistant grade. If some answers is wrong, then student do the same problem set again. So this is Kumon program. And each problem set has example like this. So 1 leads to 2, then you're supposed to put 2 leads to 3, and 4, 5, 6. Next number is 7. So in this way, student self-learn, okay, based on this example. And then next problem set saying that 2 next number is 3. This means that 2 plus 1 equals to 3. Okay, so this is an example given in the problem set. It's easy to follow. For next number is 5, so 4 plus 1 is 5. So student just read and read the example, and then step by step proceed to the higher levels. So after finishing answering these questions, marking assess and check, and then student continue. Okay, so of course, BPS teachers and field staff needs preparatory training, so we provided 3 days Kumon training. So this is a punchline. First, RCT. DT score is one set of mathematics test, and PTS2 is another mathematics test. So we see so all shown in standard deviation, and we can see significant gain in terms of math outcome. And then solving questions, we also measure the time. Not only math ability improved, but also solution time really became much faster. So per minute math score gain is more than 2 standard deviations. So enormous impact we found Kumon program. But not only these cognitive abilities, but Rosenberg self-esteem scale and children's perception scale, we found overall a mild and marginal positive impact. But if we confine attention to below median initial cognitive ability, below median initial non-cognitive ability, so most disadvantaged group, we found this much better, that's statistically significant. So especially Kumon method seems to work for initially lagging behind children, and then help building up a cognitive ability first, and this becomes a building block for improving math ability. So that's the storyline we set, and this is forthcoming EDCC. Another paper we published is speed, because this acceleration speed is really striking. And actually, Kumon program, this is self-learning program. Each student is working on a different problem set. You don't know what kind of a problem set your next student sitting next to you working on. But you know, whenever a student finish, then a student come to the front for grading assistance. So you know who finished first, although you don't know the level of that particular student. But you know, oh, this guy is solving very quick. And actually we found, and also this is exogenous, right? So there's no correlation between your own ability and the speed of your peer. So we can use this as exogenous variation to see how speed competition, facilitated by a Kumon program. So actually, fastest student solution time became faster, then other students solving speed became faster. So this is really significant. Also, especially this speed competition works for the faster student. So time of the faster than median students, facilitation impact of faster student time seems to be slightly larger, and even slower student than the median seems to be, gain from this spillover effect. Median time particularly works for urging slower student to solve faster. Okay, so these are the speed competition really promoting students solving speed, enhancing solving speed. Actually, you may wonder, this may sacrifice, cognitive ability, but indeed, there is a positive impact also on the cognitive ability, although I don't show this. So actually, some kind of a nice and healthy peer effect arising from speed competition working in Kumon classroom. And I personal experience, I really agree this, although I don't like the Kumon much. But I think sitting regularly and doing homework regularly, that can, I think it's plausible to consider that can nurture your self-discipline, self-esteem, the feeling you can do, solve problems. And so I think these are the common research projects we are working on. So related to literature, of course, teaching at the right level, attracted wide attention, and people really emphasizing tracking classroom rather than random assignment classroom. And also emerging literature long-term impacts of RCTs, especially this celebrated deworming program. Now we have a long-term impact assessment. So having these existing studies, we believe we fit in still scarce long-term impact assessment RCT education intervention. So that's one potential contribution of our study. Also, we look into not only cognitive abilities, but non-cognitive abilities, and indeed finding continued long-term non-cognitive effects. That is the, we believe this is a contribution to the literature. And in spite of the fact, COVID-19 school closure included in our 6 years impact assessment, 18 months closure, in spite of this COVID closure, school closure, we found persistent non-cognitive abilities. So what's our follow-up surveys? So again, 1,000 students in 34 schools in original study, although working samples 800 due to some missing information on data problem and the RCT implementation problem, 800. The local research group, team led by Mihaz, put a lot of effort to track students. Finally, we could track 243 students out of around 800. So 30% of a tracking rate. That means a 70% attrition. So unfortunately, we have a huge attrition. But out of 243, we also put the extra effort to do a face-to-face survey if possible. So 172 students out of 203, we did a face-to-face resurvey. 57 remaining respondents, they are contacted through a phone survey. Okay. Then we conducted same Rosenberg scale questions and child perception scale questions. For the math exam, because of a time constraint, we couldn't do full same. Sorry, this is a baseline, but follow-up we couldn't do a same diagnostic test or PTS2 Kumon math exam. But instead, we have short questions, 5 questions version of a math test. Anyway, so these are the tracked students and baseline data from our original RCT baseline, largely balanced, although perception survey, scale shows the slightly higher treatment group. Outcomes for up survey, we collected the data on school attendance, grade repetition, dropout, whether having tutoring or self-studying, because Kumon program finished 2016, okay, only 8 months initially, and then after 5 years, since then, there's no Kumon program given to the treatment group, no control group. But we can ask self-study, And then we conducted this rapid mass test. 5 questions, simple question. Like one question is like, okay, so you have a pen, and this was 50. You get this pen at the price of 50 taka. If you sell this 50 taka pen at the price of 60 taka, what's the profit? Okay, so this is very simple. 60 minus 50 is 10 taka. So these kind of questions, we ask 5 questions only, okay, due to time constraint. And then Rosenberg scale and child participation scale, we use the same, exactly the same questions. So we see almost no change or no difference between treatment control in most of the cognitive outcome, including a mass score. But non-cognitive outcome, we see treatment group is better than a control group. Of course, initial baseline is also slightly better. So we need to tackle sample selection correction. We did standard propensity score matching, and then we also do inverse probability weighting together with regression adjustment, doubly robust method, and augmented impulse propensity score weighting, also rebounds. Some somewhat wider bound case and also tighter bound using additional student grade and gender information. So we have both. So the result shows the rapid mass test score, PSM, and lower rebound shows the negative, although upper bound is positive and insignificant. So we see somewhat non-impact or slightly negative impact on mass test score. In contrast, non-cognitive ability outcomes throughout, we can see a reasonably positive impact regardless of a method we employed. And we also try to do a heterogeneity by baseline abilities. So top 50% cognitive score, bottom 50%, and also top 50% versus bottom 50%. So we see non-cognitive ability impact, long-term impact over 6 years seems to be concentrated in the top 50% cognitive, non-cognitive impact view. So let me wrap up. So we found even 6 years after the end of intervention of this initial RCT, in spite of COVID-19 school closure, we found the statistically significant persistent effects on non-cognitive abilities. If we take this result literally, BPS, common in the individualized self-learning program, could improve at least short run, and also original data we track over 8 months and 20 months. So short run or medium term, we can observe persistent cognitive abilities. But over 5 years or 6 years, we don't see this impact. In contrast, we found non-cognitive ability persisted even over 6 years. So what's the implication? So we believe individualized self-learning intervention can play an important role for school closure of COVID-19 pandemic or other upcoming pandemic. Because first, non-cognitive ability seems to be a building block for cognitive abilities. So this is a foundation. And also, no teacher, during the pandemic, government should enforce social distancing and also stay home kind of modality. And under this setting, self-learning can have a potential, and also no teaching or no teacher requirement can be a potentially important teaching method. Of course, this is not meant to replace official public program, but at least partly this can be play as a supplemental or remedial role of education. Indeed, Kumon, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Kumon started providing a digital version of Kumon method of learning in Qatar. Unfortunately, we couldn't partner with them because we approached them. Let us do a RCT, and naturally they don't like this kind of pure academic program. But anyway, Kumon also are now trying to incorporate digital platform so that even class grading assistant are not required in physical classroom. And actually, we are in the process of partnering with Kumon to provide some supplemental program, digital-based supplemental program for public schools in Bangladesh. So that's the upcoming plan. I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Yasu. Our discussant is Niaz. It's already on SharePoint, Sandy. Maybe 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, because it's such an original piece of research, so rigorous and yet so provocative. So I have prepared a longish answer, but I'll cut it short. So let me start with on a congratulatory note that, well, in the literature, there is so much on Turl being one of the best buys, and this for me is a great buy. And I'll explain why, but so very briefly, there are too many positives for me to highlight. It's a long-term evaluation of an RCT individualized self-learning, but in a very dynamic context, meaning that the evaluation period had a big shock in between. And what I also like about the setup is this use of multidimensional evaluation framework, not just for cognitive, but also for non-cognitive. And also it's, they're very serious about identification, even though it's an RCT, so they dealt with attrition problem upfront and all that. And the headline message is also kind of nice. There's Heckman type complementarity story of cognitive and non-cognitive skills, and at least in the long run, sustain effect of non-cognitive skills. And the other really exciting part of this is a marriage of a low-tech innovation, low-tech version of Kumon with the world's low-tech, low-cost education provider. So it's a win-win between a low-cost innovation with a low-cost provider. That I think is something to sell. Now, other specific contributions. So, evidence of nurturing non-cognitive ability, that the building block of cognitive abilities, which I thought was nice. And then a claim about, addressing the COVID-19 shock. And again, lastly, put all together, cost-effective short-run gains in cognitive outcomes and long-run and short-term gains in non-cognitive outcomes. So that's paper in summary. So what's, is there anything that one may not like, or any kind of point of departure from some of the claims made? But the first point is this, that, well, the low-cost, low-tech variant of cell-resilient model. So the papers builds on an earlier paper where, which is labeled as a short term, but that paper makes an opposite claim. The EDC's paper is very clear that they're presenting long term. So I think there is a framing tension going on, and the authors need to sort of figure out which is the right way to sell their results. But if I'm to put that aside, the other promise made in the EDC's paper is this, and I was expecting that that promise will be delivered, and I don't see that. So that's where I'm going to focus on how we can build on the past work and really deliver what has been promised in the author's first round of RCT evaluation. And when I was reading your main paper, I was like, okay, how do you reconcile this difference between attenuated cognitive effect versus sustained non-cognitive effect? So there is this admission in the paper that, we should not expect this because the intervention was limited to 8 months. And I think this is where everyone in the room should think about RCTs. So if this is the claim you're making ex post, what was the claim to begin with? What was your theory of change? What was the right time of intervention? How did you come up with this? I think this is a discussion we all can have, not just this specific paper, right? And again, the other point is that, well, what is the right measure for measuring teaching at the right level? So I say this because, Yosu does point out that the assessment outcome has changed in this round. So not just previously you had multiple measures of maths, so including speed, now you just have one measure and it's really a watered down measure. So we are not really expecting much, and yet you present evidence that even then you have negative impact on math. So I'm not sure what's going on, but certainly one thing is true, that the evaluation is biased towards finding more non-cognitive effect versus cognitive effect, because you have retained all your non-cognitive measures exactly as they are and the full set. And those measures are a lot more intensive in terms of items they have inside versus the cognitive measure. So these are the two substantive conceptual questions. And then the counterfactual. So what you implemented in Bangladesh is a low-cost variant of Kumon. It's not really the original Kumon. So my answer is the original Kumon would have been cost higher, but would that have delivered at least? So we don't actually have that answer. It would be nice to actually know what would have been that counterfactual, the full-blown Kumon version. And again, I would come back to this question: what is the theory of change for the Kumon as it is and the Bangladesh version of Kumon? And I raise this question because this is the partner of Kumon is BRAC, a model that I know inside out. And I will be super provocative here. I'll say, forget about self-learning. Imagine extending BRAC schools by 30 minutes. So that's a really stripped down version of Kumon. Will you have found any effect? Cognitively, perhaps non-cognitively not. Now, so these are substantive questions, but technically, I think you have been as rigorous as possible. I won't go there, but nonetheless, I'm compelled to sort of wonder about this because your attrition rate is differential. So it is, so 72% treatment and then 79% control, and then the original sample has also dropped now by a big amount. And on top of that, in the original RCD, you had a problem of 5 out of 7 schools for which cognitive score was problematic. So you had to do some adjustment. So again, that kind of sets you up for not finding a cognitive effect to begin with. And then there is a literature on when the sample size is small and you've got multiple hypotheses, the literature on increase of type 1 error. So I would perhaps request you to sort of look into that. And I'm sure your team is more than competent to tackle these technical parts. So I don't think I want to push more for that direction, but as a development economist, I want to bring you back to the context, because you really need to think of what does it mean to implement Kumon in a regular school versus a BRAC school? What is a BRAC school? Who comes here? Where do they go? So there is no literature because you focus on primary, but what happens post-primary is a different story. So these schools, graduates, go on to other low-cost schools for secondary education. And I've got a couple of papers showing that a large proportion of BRAC school students go to religious schools. And that immediately has implication for your cognitive and non-cognitive skills. And that is something you can easily verify. Very straightforward by profiling their school choice. And also the bigger story of Bangladesh is that it's a global hotspot for child marriage. And more than 50% of your sample are girls. So they may be simply going into marriage, and I've got papers showing how early marriage changes your norms and non-cognitive outcomes. So those are, I think, exciting prospects for your research, but these are things I think you really need to address beyond statistical rigor. So my position would be that I completely agree with you with the promise and potential of Kumon, but I think that we are still not there based on the evidence to defend this. But the potential is there, the baseline is there. So a bunch of suggestions, and I conclude on this. So I would say that you turn the table around, motivate the paper about null effect. So you just put your hands up saying, sorry, in the short term, in medium term, it works. In the long run, it didn't. Although I have suggestive evidence that it does. But, and they're super rigorous. But hey, let's put my hands up and say, I don't believe them. Or, well, I believe that the null effect is true. So let me explain this. So, and then here, I would really request you to unpack the theory of change, because that was the promise of your previous work, and really to unpack this building block, right? So for example, you're talking about, oh, they had to focus for 30 minutes, self-learning. So what do we know about what do they do actually after school? Do they internalize the norm of self-learning? And by the way, what do we know about implementation? Actually, I could not find much information, meaning a teacher who is in a treatment school giving 30 minutes upfront may adjust time later on. There could be substitution, and their substitution effect can happen at home. Because if I'm forcing a child, these are underprivileged children. They are into employment because the area is urban Bangladesh. So therefore, they will be doing adjustment later on in the production function. So net effect, what is it? So the point is that, for everyone doing RCD, please include program and process data. It's vital when you have got conflicting evidence. And please be inclusive, learners, learning, teaching. So those are things that you can consider. And also, again, it's extremely rigorous, but I'm also in favor of mixed methods. I will say, for null effect, please consider qualitative evidence. This is exactly where you can do the tie breaking. And the paper is statistically super, but it could be a bit more humane. And again, this suggestion I would say is that profile what happened to these kids. You don't have to collect the outcome data, but you can at least collect data on their status. Are they dead? Are they married? Have they migrated? Where do they study for further education and so on? So thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. Would you like to respond a little bit? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the really constructive comments. A few responses. Yes, I think it may be a good idea to contextualize our paper in the neural effect paper. Again, what we found, original paper, we found 8 months to 20 months is after the 8 months intervention, we found a continued positive COG and non-COG for lower achievers. Then 5 to 6. 20 months was no. Yes, public exam. So we use the yeah, that no. What I'm saying, using this public nationwide PSC exam, primary school completion exam, after treatment, 8 months, and also 20 months, based on the grade, we have a different timing of a public exam. We found a continued cognitive impact, right? But this time, 5 years and 6 years later, we found a null result. So I think it's probably we may consider contextualize our paper in a neural effect setting. Having this said, we still have a continued non-COG effects, and as Asad said, this may be driven by marriage among the women participants. So I think we need to, and also related to madrasa education. So I think that these are excellent point. I think we can do as much as we can based on our data set. One additional information, two more quick comments. One additional information, original paper, we asked teachers about the ranking of students in each classroom. This is a self-learning program, so teachers are just watching students solving question. But teacher can observe who solved the question faster or slower. And we have this teacher's self-assessment, subjective assessment of each student. And also we have a objective ranking of students in terms of math ability. This gap, teachers' subjective assessment gap narrow down after Kumon treatment. So we believe there is some impact of unexpected impact of Kumon effects to mitigate teachers' elite bias or some biases in student assessment. I think that's related to what you described, one of your comments. And the other one is extra 30 minutes. So maybe this is not the Kumon effect, but rather than studying intensively extra 30 minutes. So we devoted a lot to address this, but naturally, all the reviewer asked about this. So some plausible learning curve assumption, we still have a substantial Kumon effect, which can be attributed to Kumon effect, not the extended 30 minutes effect. So, but these things I think we can look into again. Thank you. Thank you very much again for really constructive comments.
So we have time for a couple of comments or questions, suggestions. Lee.
Thanks. I was just wondering about the clearly Kumon has passed the market test in the high end of the market. Has it passed the market test at this kind of low cost end? Are BRAC still doing it, or did they stop? Or
so actually, Kumon tuition is not so expensive, and initial Kumon's intention was partner with the BRAC and then targeting low-income communities for as a part of their social responsibility program or social program. But now Kumon is targeting a middle income range, not the really high-end market, but middle income range. And many countries, including Japan, those students studying at the Kumon classroom is not the super elite. Actually, I think in Japan and Singapore and other rather high-income countries, richer people will get into the more sophisticated program rather than Kumon. Yeah. My daughter didn't go to Kumon, but my daughter went to a more expensive cram school. Yeah, so yeah.
So maybe one more question or comment.
And again, original EDCC paper, we have a really careful cost-benefit analysis. Actually, Kumon admin cost is very cheap. There are three costs. One is translation, one-time translation from English into local language. That's one short cost. The other one is a printing. And the third one is having and maintaining a grading assistant. These costs are not really expensive, and we don't need the internet again. We don't need a tablet. So low tech and low cost intervention and high returns. So we have this detailed discussion in our EDC's paper.
Okay, so
I think appendix.
So Amrit, please quickly.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. A quick question and 2 comments. Question is, sorry, I might have missed. When was the pre and post done for the assessment of the math and self esteem? Was it after a couple of years?
So original intervention was started August 2015. So at that time, we did baseline data collection,
right?
Both the math and cognitive, non-cog data collection.
Right.
And then this one wave of a Kumon program finished after 8 months. So I think April 2016, we finished one cycle of Kumon program. So this is a daily, 5 days a week, 30 minutes Kumon classroom among the treated students or treated school in a BRAC primary school. So endline data collection, math and non-cognitive ability done April 2016, 8 months. So we have a DID setting. Then government has PSE exam, primary school completion exam. So depending on grade, we have 2 opportunities to observe government provided math test score, so that we can make assessment after completion of a Kumon program, 8 months after and 20 months after. What's the persistent effect of a Kumon program on cognitive ability? We found that, and so this initial research project, all the results are shown in the EDCC paper. And then we plan to do a long-term impact assessment. So I think 2020 and 2021, because tracking these students takes time, and also COVID, mobility restrictions, we have to split, timing of searching for original respondents. So 2020 and 2021, we did the intensive effort to track. So this is like 5 or 6 years after Kumon program. Then we provided 5 items, quick math questions, and also same non-cog questions, Rosenberg and child competency questions. So these are the timing of observation.
Thank you for that. So I was wondering, because for the long term, it's possible that the treatment units and the control units could have interacted, because it's quite a bit long time. And even on top of that, during the COVID times, people are all they are all there interacting, playing, and all of that. So I was wondering if you give a thought on that, and that is one question / comment. And second is, I was just quickly on the self-esteem. So was there a possibility to add one more, or other than just one self-esteem, non-cognitive abilities? I mean, just, you don't have to answer, but it would be, I think, nicer or more helpful to have more than one outcome on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So quickly, your first question, spillover effects across treatment and control, so that suitable assumption is violated. Indeed, black primary school in these black schools, they usually have one class per school. So, and each black primary school is located slightly distant away each other. So I believe spillover effect is not a big concern. As to your questions, actually we adapted the Rosenzweig scale, as well as child competency scale. So 2 non-cog questions we use. Of course, we can add other psychosocial questions. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. So we're out of time. Please join me in thanking the 3 speakers and the 3 discussants.
Hi. So welcome back. So yeah, okay, people are coming back still. Maybe just give it a few more. Okay. So this afternoon, so next 90 minutes, we will have 2 presentations. The first presentation is from Sundar. So he's a research fellow at the Center for Health Economics, Monash University, Australia. His presentation title is Internet and Tertiary Education During COVID, Evidence from India and Vietnam.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the organizers for hosting this amazing conference. So I'm Sundar Ponnuswamy. My co-author is Anne Trin. We are both from Center for Health Economics, Monash University. So there was this running joke going on between us, like my co-author's wife just gave birth just yesterday. So I think a doctor fixed a due date to be the first week of November. And then Daniel emailed us, the conference will be sometime between mid-October to mid-November. So we were just joking. I was hoping the conference would be in the first week of November so I could be here. But anyway, everything worked out. Today, I'm going to present this paper on internet and tertiary education during COVID, evidence from India and Vietnam. So we all know that tertiary education is a vital determinant of improved labor market outcomes. It results in a higher economic growth. It's good for individual economic growth and also at a country level. Leads to better health and more active political participation. So there has been various studies on the benefits of it. And given these impacts, the value of consistent and accessible tertiary education particularly in developing countries, cannot be overstated. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, to curb the spread of the virus, most governments, we know that implemented a lockdown policy. Both schools and universities were closed down for a prolonged period of time. So this closure affected career trajectories of young adults drastically. For example, an estimated 24 million people, students are at the risk of dropping out globally. Moreover, concerns have also been raised about vulnerable children, especially girls, because because of the school closure, they are being forced into early marriage, and also results in teen pregnancy as well. So there are various negative effects of this closure. Therefore, it is essential to understand what factors can influence a dropout rate during the pandemic, so we can design effective strategies for building resilient systems. And internet technology. So one of the main transformation was that because of the closure, the mode of delivery was converted from in-person to online learning, remote learning. So with online classes becoming the new norm. Among challenges caused by the pandemic, access to internet has become essential. For example, it helped facilitate online education. Students were able to access resources easily, attend virtual classes, and interact with their peers, and so on. But this shift in online learning can also worsen educational inequality, because we think of it, internet is essential for learning, but there are certain segments of the society, some populations may not have access to reliable internet, and in this case, this can exacerbate learning inequalities. So what do we do here? So the studies so far mainly focused on how the access to internet was beneficial for student learning outcomes. But one thing that has been missing in the literature so far is that how the past use of internet might influence education, students' enrollment in tertiary education. Why past use? Why the experience in technology? Because if you think of it, this remote learning is an entirely new concept, right? Maybe for developed countries it has been going on, but for developing countries like India and Vietnam, so remote learning was a new thing. And if you think of it, during that time, households are suffering income losses, and a lot of things were going on. So when parents think about their children's education, they might also think about they might be a bit skeptical, or they might lack confidence in the remote learning. So these things they might look back at and think about what's the experience their children might have in the technological capability, and that might shape the schooling enrollment, or in this case, tertiary enrollment. So that's why we hypothesize that students with a prior experience in using internet, because they already got used to the technology, so they are less likely to drop out of their tertiary education because of this familiarity. So this was our hypothesis. And advantage, what's good thing about using experience in internet use as a treatment variable? It is less likely to be correlated with these potential confounders that are related to the current schooling enrollment during COVID. For example, due to COVID, due to the higher number of cases, it might be difficult to install new technology, for example. So that can affect that. But if you go for the past internet use, these factors, this COVID risk and number of cases are less likely to affect that past experience. So by identifying the prior internet usage of these children, our study tries to see the difference between just having the internet, that is just having access to the internet, and some familiarity in using it. So that's the main scope of our paper. All right, there are several issues, definitely. When I say that this past internet use is less likely to be correlated with potential confounders, but again, there are a few things that can worsen this. For example, experience in internet use is likely to be correlated with this following factors. So this is what I thought of. Maybe you can provide some insights later on. So first thing is, for example, current internet access in the household. So those individuals that were able to use internet in the past, maybe these are the households that also has internet access now, for example. So the results, what do we find that may not be driven by experience in internet use, but maybe because of the availability of internet currently. For example, that's one potential case. Next one is a past or current wealth status of the household. So you can say that those children who are using internet in the past because their houses are much wealthier, right? For example, that's because of it they are able to use it. And the past wealth can also act as a cushion against the current income losses. For example, income. So a huge proportion of the households reported to have experienced an income loss. So in this case, they might rely back on their past wealth, which can act as a buffer and can compensate for the drop in enrollment. Or you can also say that so these households that have been using internet in the past So they're more technologically advanced, maybe that would affect the current wealth as well. So there are several things going on, and we try to address them. And next one is like, you know, the why these people are able to use internet, because they also have better devices in their household. For example, they have laptops or computers rather than just smartphones. So that's another thing. And finally, the speed of internet connectivity. So the households that are using internet because they have better internet connection. So all these things can affect our estimate. So we try to address each of them here. Our data is from a Young Life survey. So it is a longitudinal study that focuses on 4 countries. 12,000 children have been surveyed for like over 15 years. I think it happens like every 3 or 4 years. The data offers rich details on various factors, for example, including a children's schooling attendance, dropout rates, academic performances, as well as family characteristics and economic conditions. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, so this 2020 round of survey, which was supposed to be an in-person survey, but it was later converted to phone survey in all these 4 countries. So it was titled as Listening to Young Lives at Work, COVID-19. So what happened was, you know, during this, between 2020 and 2021, so they conducted 5 phone calls. The first call was done in June or July 2020, and the last call, you know, in October or December 2021. So during this 5 phone calls, you know, they asked a variety of questions. So by 2020, the children surveyed were about 18 to 19 years old. So that is the age cohort we have here. Right, the dependent variable. So what do we have? It's a dummy variable. It equals 1. If a child had dropped out of school, that is tertiary education in this case, for reasons other than completing the education between the 5 survey rounds. So just to be clear, so how do we construct this? So at the initial point, that is, you know, that is June or July 2020, the first round. So a child should have been enrolled at school, and anytime in this, you know, in this 5 survey rounds, if a child had dropped out for a reason other than completing the education, then they are considered as dropout, and 0 otherwise. Just to be clear, even though this Young Life survey is like a panel study, so in our case, we use only this COVID survey round. So there is only 1 observation per individual. So our independent variable of interest is whether a student had experienced an internet use before the pandemic. So this survey round was from 2016. So at that point of time, the question was, have you ever used internet? So there was a question. So that's what we used to construct our independent variable of interest here. So we also, of course, employ other data. For example, we control for child characteristics such as age and gender, household characteristics such as household size, parental education, and wealth index. So COVID risk, because, you know, children might drop out of education considering their COVID risk. So we control for that as well, along with whether the household struggled financially during COVID. Because if a household is struggling for food during COVID, they're less likely to be in education as well. So we control for that, along with whether house has an internet connection available. So some summary statistics. So in the first panel, I'm producing the statistics for both India and Vietnam together. So the first row, we have whether a child has dropped out of university between 2020 and 2021. So around 12.7% of the sample have reported to have dropped out. And in the next row, we have information on whether they used internet previously. So 62%, it's a large figure. 62% have reported to have used internet in the past. But if you look at the next one, you know, there was a question on whether you are able to access internet in the household using smartphone, laptop, or computer. There around 99%, that's a lot. 19% of almost all the individuals in the sample have some way of able to access internet. So that means, you know, we can say that the results are not being just driven by those individuals with the internet connection, but of course, you know, there is by those who have used internet before. So half of the sample are males. Average age is 18. Around 12% of the households have struggled for food during COVID. And but 87% have experienced an income loss, and finally the average wealth index there. But interestingly, if you look at Vietnam and India individually, so for Vietnam, 99% of the household have internet access available, and likewise, if you look at males and females, almost 96% of them have used internet. That's a large number. But if you look at India, the figures are different and drastically different actually. So even though 98% of the households are able to access internet, only 45% of the males and only 24% of the females were able to use internet. So it could be that there is some conservative norms going on. Maybe these children are not being allowed. And especially, in case of females, there is definitely some gender bias. Our empirical specification, so to examine the relationship between past exposure to internet and current tertiary enrollment. So we employ the following method. So our outcome variable is the current tertiary enrollment status of individual I surveyed in month M, residing in province P and country C. And this variable dropout, it takes on 1 if a student aged 18 to 19 has dropped out of university for reasons other than finishing the education, and 0, the student is still enrolled. That is the outcome. And of course, we control for provincial fixed effects, month of the survey fixed effects. And finally, in our baseline specifications, we control for the age and gender of the individual. So to account for the current income status, because one main drawback of this data is that they don't provide information on parental income. So that is one of the main drawbacks. So what we do, we control for whether households suffered a food shortage during the pandemic, because these households are most likely to suffer in continuing the children's education as well. Cost internet use, our explanatory variable is the internet IMPC. I already mentioned a bit about it. So it takes on a value of 1 if a student has ever used internet in the past, and 0 otherwise. So if you look at this one, so this tertiary enrollment is for the year 2020 and 2021, but the internet use is from the year 2016. So what's going on here? So in our sample, even though 62% of the respondents have mentioned about using internet, a limitation is that these people could have used internet between 17 and 19. So we don't know about that. So we don't know what happened in the last 3 years. So that is one of the limitation I want to mention beforehand. Right, as internet use has become mandatory during COVID, so for remote learning, so what we hypothesize is that the experience in internet technology may provide confidence to these individuals and households, so to continue with their children's education. So that is our hypothesis. So in this case, what would happen? The coefficient of interest, that is beta 1, is expected to benefit tertiary enrollment. That is, it is expected to be negative. That is, it is expected to lower the dropout rate. So that is our hypothesis. Right. Baseline results. So first, I provide results for India and Vietnam together. So in the bottom 2 rows, we have information on the mean outcomes. We have a total of around 1,900 students in the sample. In the first column, it is pure correlation, so no fixed effects, no controls. And if you look at the coefficient of internet, it is negative. Let me try to use it. It's not working anyway. So the coefficient of internet is 0.0908. So it's negative and significant at 1%. So what it says is, if you experience using internet in the past, it reduces a lower dropout rate in the current time period. So we sequentially add fixed effects and controls as well. So in the last column, even if you control for all of this, the coefficient doesn't change much. It remains negative and significant. Next, we look at India and Vietnam individually. Again, the coefficients for India is similar to that of baseline. For Vietnam, even though we find a negative estimate, it's insignificant at conventional levels. But one can say that having experience in internet use lower the dropout rate in these 2 regions. Right, to provide a summary of these findings, so experience in internet use can be associated with a 0.0908 percentage points drop in the dropout rate. So compared with the mean outcomes, it is a 72% reduction, both are statistically and economically significant. So also we identify significant set of effect for India as well. So that leads to a 60% drop in the dropout rate. So what we do next, we use an extended set of controls. For example, before we just used age, education, and whether the household experienced, where to struggle for food. But now what we do, we control for the wealth index of the households, that is pre-COVID, and parental education, past test outcomes, because if you think of it, parents might look at their children's past educational achievement, and so those children who are performing poor in the past, so the households might think they may not be able to do well in remote learning. So we control for that as well. Even after we do that, we still obtain a significant and negative effect between these 2 variables. Right, potential issues. Going back to one of the slides I used earlier. So experience in internet use, may be likely to be correlated with the following factors. So first one was that current access current internet access in the household. So this is less likely to be a concern because, as I mentioned before, out of 19 individuals, 19 know to have internet access via smartphone, computer, or laptop. So that is, therefore, our results are not entirely driven by those households with internet access. Rather, the past experience in internet has something to play. Next, we look at the past or the current wealth status might have an effect. So what we did is, just in the previous slide, I mentioned that I control for the households pre-COVID, that is 2016 wealth index. So what is yet to be done is control for the current wealth index. That's I'm planning to do next. And availability of better devices and laptops, computers might be more beneficial. So that is yet to be done. So these are the things that are in our next to-do list. And finally, speed of internet connectivity. Because we don't have exact district name of where these individuals are in, so we plan to control for the quality of the 3G internet access at a provincial level, because that can also act as a proxy for the quality of internet within the household. So these are a few potential issues, and the one I highlighted in red are the ones to be done next. Right, by gender, next one, based on a report by Education at a Glance, 42% of young males and only 30% of young females have completed upper secondary education for India. As COVID has made online learning mandatory in most cases, parents might decide to continue their children's studies based on whether their children have experience in technology, especially if you think of it considering the conservative gender norms in India. So because there is this reluctance to let their female children use the internet. So these parents might pull them off from education. So we would expect that those who used internet the past, the beneficial effects will be higher for females. That's what we expected. And that's what we check next. So in panel A, we have results for India and Vietnam together. So first column just reproduces the results from the baseline table. Column 2, females, and column 3, males. So what do we find is that in panel A, the effects are significant, and the coefficient is almost 6 times in magnitude for females than that of males. Especially the results are primarily driven from India. And the panel B, if you're comparing across the columns, we find that 6-fold difference remains for the case of India. For Vietnam, we also find, the effects to be more beneficial for females, and the coefficient is 2-fold. So in this case, we find that the past internet use has been most beneficial for females, especially in India. Next, by household wealth. So COVID pandemic induced a significant income loss, both at micro and macro level. 87% of the households have faced an income loss, and these households might decide on their children's education, more about the cost and benefit, because if you think of it, if you're already struggling for food, or if you already experience lower income, you might think more about your children's education and the benefits of remote learning. So what do we do here? Another thing is, this university enrollment fee, as I said, can put additional burden. So parents might consider online lessons are less beneficial if their children lack experience accessing technology. So we do 2 analyses here. First, we do a heterogeneity analysis based on whether household experience and income loss during COVID, and next whether household is above or below median in the pre-COVID wealth index. Why pre-COVID wealth index? Because again, this pre-COVID wealth index is unaffected by COVID, and it can act as a buffer against your drop in income. But of course, there is a potential issue of liquid or illiquid assets. But again, we use it as, because considering these are only information available, we rely on that. All right, first, again, we produce the results for both males and females. Column 1 reproduces the baseline effects. Columns 2 and 3 provide heterogeneity based on whether the household experienced an income loss or not. And columns 4 and 5, whether the household is below or above median in terms of wealth index. So what do you find? Columns 2 and 3, we don't find much difference in coefficients, even though it is significant in column 2, but we cannot differentiate much based on the quantitative effects. But columns 4 and 5, we can find that those households which was lower, or you can say poorer in terms of wealth index, so internet use is most beneficial for them, because for these households, they might weigh in more about the cost and benefits. Next, going by the gender. Panel B, females, the results are stark, the differences are stark. So columns 2 and 3, almost 2-fold difference in magnitude. So those households that suffered income loss, internet use is most beneficial for them. Likewise, columns 4 and 5, So those that are poorer in terms of wealth index, internet use is most beneficial for them. But if you look at our males, we don't find consistent set of effects because based on columns 2 and 3, so those households that did not have an income loss, they seem to benefit, even though it's insignificant. But columns 4 and 5, those that are poorer in terms of wealth index seem to benefit. So we don't have consistent set of effects in terms of for males, but for females, we definitely find that those households that are either poorer or like suffering in terms of income loss, so females benefit the most, in terms of experience from internet use. Next, so it is possible that students who are dropping out, maybe those are the ones with the high risk during COVID. Maybe they are the ones that who happen to use more internet, for example. Or you can say that parents being mindful of their children's past educational achievement, they might pull them off from the education if they think they're not doing well. So we do two analyses here. First, we look at experience in first we focus on the COVID risk, and then we look at the past educational performance and see what's going on here. So panel A produces the results by COVID risk, and panel B by past test outcomes. So as you can see, in both columns 2 and 3, irrespective of how you split the sample, the internet use is beneficial for both these subgroups of population. So what we infer from here is that these COVID risk or past test outcomes do not have a major role to play if you perform a heterogeneity by it. Sensitivity exercises. First, we investigate. We perform few robustness tests to ensure that our results remain robust. First, we investigate whether our baseline results are driven by chance. We follow Conley and table. We perform a randomization exercise. We randomly assign treatment to control units, even though it is less likely of a concern to begin with because we have 62% of our sample are treated. But why we do this? Because as I mentioned before, the internet use is from 2016, but the outcomes are from 2020 and 21. So these 3 years, we don't know what happened. So I try to randomly assign treatment to the control, but the results remain robust. That provides some credibility to what we're doing. Next, we control for provincial fixed effects, thereby effectively comparing individuals within the same province. Even though we don't have district names, we have district ID for like 60% of our observations. So we lose 40% of the sample here, but we try that and the results remain fine. Also, we try month of round 5 fixed effect instead of round 1 because the COVID cases might be varying based on that. So we try to do that. Next, as the Anglized survey made available only on the provinces where households are located, we have only 9 clusters. So there's our inference might suffer from small number of clusters. So we are, of course, bootstrap our standard errors to adjust for this, and our results remain robust as well. I don't produce them to preserve time, but there are some limitations. Of course, I would like to hear your thoughts on this as well. First one, majority of the individuals in the sample have access to internet, but the speed of the quality of the internet here might be different. So we definitely plan to control for that. That's one thing. Next one is the geographical data provided by Anglized dataset is limited to provincial data, provincial names. We don't have the district names. And this is definitely a big concern because the COVID-19 cases might vary based on districts. So one thing we thought of is that we control for the COVID risk of individuals, but that COVID risk is from around 1. So COVID risk can be taken as an individual's perception of their health. So if the COVID cases go up or down, so individuals might alter their perception. So instead of COVID risk from survey round 1, I plan to control for round 3 and round 5 as well to see if there is, if it captures some of that. And finally, the source of internet access for household is not detailed. So where we don't know, even though the household says that they're able to access internet, we don't know whether their internet access is available within their household or whether it's a shared facility from the neighbors. No, we don't know that. So we are unable to control for that. But the last concern is the one to talk about. So the data set does not provide comprehensive information on parental income. So that is one of the major drawbacks of this Anglized survey. So even though we try to control for the household wealth index, the current levels of household income might be a better indicator of the household's financial risk constraints. So that is one drawback here. So one thing I thought of is we perform this heterogeneity analysis based on whether they suffered income loss or not. One thing is, I plan to exclude those individuals or the households that struggle for food, because these are the ones who would also struggle to pay for the children's education. That's one thing I'm planning to do next. Conclusion. So COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the challenges faced by education systems, particularly in developing countries, given their limited resources and reliance on traditional learning methods. So by examining the impact of prior internet experience on students' enrollment during these difficult times, we offer insights into how boosting technological readiness can help the enrollment in developing countries. So previous familiarity with the internet appears pivotal in helping students maintain their educational trajectory. Especially the relationship is more pronounced for female students in India, a country that suffers in terms of gender disparities. Governments and policymakers might focus on adding technology to schooling curriculum, so making sure it's consistent even in traditional settings. So like this, so that the familiarity with technology can prepare them for any future unexpected challenges. Thank you, everyone.
Now we invite the discussion panel, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting study. So I have some comment. So the overall comment is a study that provides the important and policy relevant research question, especially in the context of the school closure. The study presents very detailed literature. So most of the literature, especially in the economics, is already discussed. The empirical analysis is also well conducted. It's analysis careful, and I think the author spent a lot of time doing the analysis. Overall, the paper is done. I have so that would be benefit for the authors. The first one is about the data set. I think the authors should make some comment or discussion on the data. So the young lives data only sample the poor district, so it's focused on the poor student. So that means the findings would be more relevant for the poor children. So this should be noted in the paper. Another issue of this data is the attrition rate, because this follow the children for long time periods. So there can be the children in the first of the table, but later it's not. But later it's not available in the sample. So I think the author should mention this. It's about a data set. The method, I think, although the research question is important and relevant, but the method, I think the main concern of the methodology is that it's not able to estimate the causal effect of the internet usage, because the internet experience in using internet is very endogenous. Even the author tries a lot of robotic trick, but I think there's still a problem of the endogeneity here. And if you look at the effect of the model when the extended control variable are added to the model, we see the magnitude and also the significant level is a decrease. So it indicates there can be the selection on the unobservable. So I think it's raised some concern. So for me, I think it's better to control for pre-pandemic test score and other household characteristics. So at the moment, the author, they try to control for the
post-pandemic, like a household welfare and some household variable, but I think they should control for all the variable before the pandemic, including the test score, and use that as a base, as a main specification instead of Roman check. This is important. So the paper focused on the impacts of the internet uses on the education, and it's a frame that the impact is higher because during the pandemic COVID. But I think it's not very convincing for me. I think it's better to focus on the impacts of the pandemic or the school closure on the education, on the dropout rate, and the internet connection or experience is only as a mechanism through which the pandemic affect the education instead of measure the causal effect of the internet uses. So I would like to suggest at least the author, they can try to estimate the effect of lockdown on the school closure duration, on the school dropout rate, so they can identify the number of months, for example, in the India and in the Vietnam. There are the data on the number of the months with the lockdown or the months that's the school closure in that province, and they try to start estimate the impact of the school closure or the lockdown at the provincial level on the school dropout or school enrollment rate first. That's why first to see whether the pandemic they cause the higher dropout, and then use the causal mediation analysis to examine whether internet experience either a channel through which the pandemic they affect the school enrollment. And finally, they can do the analysis. They can use only the effect. They can use only the data before the pandemic to examine whether internet uses they can affect the education school. Because at the moment, you frame as the effect of the internet connection during the pandemic, and you explain why the internet connection, the experience, they can cause a higher, they can reduce the dropping out because of pandemic. But in this model, I don't see the variable indicating the pandemic here. So it's only the effect during this time. But maybe before pandemic, we still see the strong correlation between the internet using and the school dropout. Yeah, so that's my main comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwon. So actually, we have a similar question about the endogeneity of the internet use on the chat box.
Yes,
I just want to mention. You want to respond to?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll just use this one. Yeah. So just talk about the couple of points. Yes, I agree that these post-internet use are likely to be correlated with many factors. So that's what I mentioned the limitations. I talk about that. So again, several studies have relied on post-internet because something that happened in the past are less likely to be correlated with the current ones. So that's one advantage we rely on. But of course, as I mentioned, few things we would try to check and see how the results work. And also we try to address the limitations clearly in the paper. And second thing is about the lockdown. So here, for example, take India, like the country was in lockdown for the entire 2020 and 2021. So the duration is similar for this one. But as you mentioned before, you mentioned about, so the northern and southern part of Vietnam had different lockdown periods. So I would try to address it as well next. Yeah. Thank you for your useful comments. They're very helpful.
Okay, so now we'd like to collect questions from the floor. Do you have any questions? Okay, Mani.
Yeah, thanks very much. Your dropout rate, this is at the tertiary level. How do we know that this dropout rate, kids come and go out of university, and sometimes they drop out and then they come back. Do you have any sense in which this is a permanent dropout rate or a temporary one?
So, this COVID round start from June 2020 till December 2021. I think that's the time period. So what we did was, like, we looked at whether they were enrolled at the beginning of the survey and whether they were not enrolled, whether they dropped out or not after that. But I haven't looked at whether they come back or not. But I think I'll check that. But I think that should also account for that. I don't think these children come back much, but I'll check that again.
Quick clarifying question on the past internet use. So is it all on the, does it include on the device, smartphone, or it has to do with using in other platforms? Because a lot of people, even in rural places, use the internet in their smartphones, right?
So there are two sources of information. So one of them is whether an individual has experienced internet use just overall, and one just based on smartphone. So there are two types of measures available. So in this one, what I shown is the overall use. It could be with laptop, computer, smartphone, anything. But I also do an analysis just based on smartphone, and I still find significant effects as well for that. But I don't present those findings here, if that's what you ask.
Right. And another quick question is, you mentioned that the past use is only for 1 year, right?
It could be from it was surveyed in 2016. So from 2016 until previous, it could be like 5 years, last 6 years. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think like related to the comments from the Kwong on the like the representativeness of the sample of the young lives. I think like it's also happened in India because they survey also in one province, right? So just like wondering like whether you can check like the dropout rates or like the main dependent variables comparing with other survey in Vietnam or India to see like whether the dropout rate that you have from this survey and from other survey will be fairly similar. I think that also. Yeah, thank you.
Do you have other questions? Okay, Sawada Sensei.
I have one quick comment. In each country, there are some cross-sectional differences in timing and intensity of lockdowns and mobility restrictions. If you can identify which province or which district or which community within each country, this variation, you can exploit this variation as a source of mobility restrictions and additional cost arising from COVID-19, and then how access to internet can mitigate this extra cost. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Do you have okay, yeah. Yes.
We're just wondering, how do you situate your finding in the larger literature? Because the entire COVID time literature conclusion is that digital access, providing laptops, free internet data, these things did not make a difference when it came to learning. So of course, here you're not focused on learning, but you're focused on the decision to continue. But, I just wonder, how do you place your finding in the larger literature? And the other part is just to connect back with what Yasu said. In many countries, I can see a connection in the sense that during disruption, schools did not implement online education, universities did, and I can understand that, that's where probably there is a case for disruption. It's through the channel of participation that for me to continue education, I have to stay online. Otherwise, so again, that brings up the point that what are the competing pathways for dropout? So what are the paths through which, not having internet access as an accumulation or as something one-off at that time leads to the dropout? So thinking of the potential vulnerable groups that would be affected to similar disruption in the future. So yeah, so one is, how do you situate this in the larger literature on returns to digitization, internet access, blah, blah, in the context of school context, and yours is kind of school to university transition, right? So secondary to post-secondary transition. Because then again, I was thinking of our memory of decisions to go to university, how our parents talked about obstacles, what are the things that we thought of hurdles. So with our memory from Southeast Asia and South Asia, this is not something we would kind of resonate with. This is not something we'll really worry about, right? When it comes to, I mean, so like primary school continuation challenge factor is one set, secondary not set. So this is different hurdle. So if you could kind of put this in the larger context, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So, like just going back to your first point, yes, like this one is slightly different. Like we, as you mentioned, instead of looking at the current internet use, we look at whether the experience in internet use has been beneficial or not. Like for example, if you look at the data set, almost all the individuals are able to access internet. But like again, this remote learning has put some psychological cost on families, definitely, because it was completely new, and also tertiary education is not as simple as, like for example, they were not able to relay these videos on TV or like put it on YouTube. It's completely different. So in that case, higher psychological cost, and also like the complexity of the nature of the education. So what happens here is that if you have some familiarity with it, so that was beneficial. So that's what we find here. And sorry, your second question was like about the closer, like the COVID cases are like lockdown by province. You mentioned that, is it? Like what was the second question? Sorry.
So I'm trying to remember what's the other. So one was to kind of put it in the larger literature. Another one was to kind of frame it as, so universities that were making it mandatory for you to continue online versus those that said, hey, we are just suspending schools, education. So it doesn't really matter whether you're offline, online, you can come back when we reopen. So this is kind of like a two-track option for me to continue in education. So that's kind of like the suspension part of it. It's not kind of a permanent dropout that Manny was hinting at. But now listening to your response, I just realized that Young Lives has a very rich battery of psychosocial indicators. So you can actually document that. And why, have you thought of it? Because anxiety, well-being loss, distress, and all of that. And again, when you talk about this past accumulation of internet use, so would you not be able to then show that these are also people with higher digital skills? Because I mean, where is the intermediate evidence? So that's again where I'm hinting at, that it would be helpful if you could provide those intermediate effects on other factors that would lead up to this. Thank you.
So yes, we haven't thought about it actually yet, like Natalie mentioned. So these psychological channels, I mean, showing these mechanisms, but we have to check that whether it is available during the COVID survey round or not. So it might be available pre-COVID. So we look into that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you have a question? Okay, yeah, thank you so much for your presentation, Sundar.
Thank you.
And also for Kwan for the discussion. Okay, now next we are moving to the next presentation. So the next presentation is from Hasibul, Parenting Style and Cognitive Development, the context of distance learning intervention during COVID-19 school closure.
Hello. Fine. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks ADBI and ADB for like selecting my paper for this conference, as well as for the funding. And I'm very happy to be here, and first time to meet Lee Crawford, who is during my early days of like PhD, I was stuck because of COVID. Then I saw a blog post by him the differences of access in different countries, like TV, internet, smartphone, and normal phones. And from that, actually, I motivate myself. Okay, let's do something with feature phone. And it's very, very nice to see him in person for the first time. So this paper is actually is in the table for like a long time. Like when we started to providing distance education through feature phone via volunteer university students. So though I was controlling the I was keep communicating the students who were volunteer students who are actually giving the mentoring support to the mothers and the children, tutoring support to the children. So one thing, like they were reporting lots of differences among the parents regarding our intervention. Some parents were like taking it very seriously. Some parents are taking it lightly. Some parents are reacting like in differently. So when it comes to the endline survey, so I was like thinking it was not in our pre-registration plan to measure or to check the parenting style. But during the intervention, we were thinking, okay, let's. There are some parenting style differences among the parents, among those like a control group and treatment group parents. So why not also include some modules to check their parenting style? So when it comes to parenting style, it's really challenging because conduct a large scale survey, more than 2,500 parents. So we need something that is validated, some scale that is validated and used and also validated in Bengali because it's from Bangladesh and we speak in Bengali. So sometimes, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, sometimes like we have lots of scales, but those are in different languages, especially in English. So we hadn't any choice. Like there was only one scale that was like validated in Bengali. So we had to use that thing. And this paper is based on that specific module, which I will gonna explain in a bit of time. The main motivation is, as I said before, parents are different, not similar. And also children spend lots of their time with parents. They only spend 10 to 20% of their time in the school, and rest of the times probably friends or parents in the family settings, right? Those settings actually come under sharp focus during the COVID as the school were closed. So everyone is like thinking about what they are doing in the household settings, what they are learning there, are they playing, are they doing any other things. So that's why like it's very important to see at least like during the COVID as well as beyond the COVID. So the parenting style of the parents or the children. So context, I think in this setting, I don't have to explain this. We all know Bangladeshi context for cognitive learning outcomes, and also the lack of infrastructures. The school closure was one of the largest, if it is not the longest in the world. So one of the longest in the world, 18 months. So in this setting, we actually wanted to see two educational interventions, they are delivered through parent, both of them delivered through parent. And we already know from our already published or drafts that both of these interventions affect the cognitive development. In this project, we want to see whether it is is there any mediation effect, or whether these interventions affect the parenting style as well. So let me define parenting style first. Otherwise it will be confusing what we are trying to say by parenting style. So it's not a very new topic in psychology literature. So we class in psychology literature, there are mainly three categories of parents: authoritative, which is the most desired one, at least as long as it is concerned about the good parents. The authoritative parenting, which is they try to do or try to achieve all the parenting goals by motivating their children, by regulating their children, not by forcing, not by any coercive power. And authoritarian, probably the bad one,
like bad parents. So though who like very much rigid about their rules and everything. And another is permissive, probably like me, so who can control like kids and easygoing, like okay, like do whatever you want. So these things will be more clarified. So if we just like sorry for the mess, like I will come back to these. I think I put it a little bit yeah. So this thing will be more clarified if we see some questions. These are the questions like, okay, authoritative parent authoritative domain. There are 20 questions in the module. So like this is the question, self-reported, mother reported the question, 5 Likert point scale. I am responsive to my child's feelings and needs. This type of question they're answering. Whether in the authoritarian domain, they're saying I punish my child by taking privilege away from him or her, right? So this and permissive things, I find it difficult to discipline my child. So I ignore my child's bad behavior. I'm just like, okay, I spoil my child, this kind of questions. There are total 35 questions. In the first authoritative domain, 20, then 9 in the authoritarian domain, and permissive dimensions, there are like 6. And in the main original survey, there was 65 question. It was done by Robinson in 1995. Then in Bangladesh, a team of psychologists, they validated it and shortened it a little bit. They kept only 35 questions, and it's a cross validation, Bengali, English, and again English, Bengali. This type of cross validation have done. So based on these questions, just a minute. So based on this, this is how we define these 3 parenting style, right? So our main contribution, we are trying to do something which is first, and also parents can be in the focal point of various educational intervention, right? This type of small scale parenting program can be done, right? So as I said before, there were 2 interventions. I briefly explain these 2 interventions first, then I will go to the the other things of this project. So the first intervention was telementoring. We name it telementoring because it was through basic feature phone, and it was not actually tutoring. There are 2 segments of the tutoring. The call, because our target children was small kids, 3 to grade 1 to 3, and age is around 6 to 8, something like that. So that's why they are not the person who can call, right? So our volunteers are calling to the mother first, and they give some guidance, and these are all pre-specified guidance. It's not by their own. So we had a schedule of 13 weeks, what to do in each week. We trained the volunteers first before the program, and they follow the same sequence. And we had 10 themes during this 13 week. The themes means not beating the child, or taking care of how to take care. And based on these themes, we sent out 4 SMS every week, the theme-based SMS to the parents. Okay. So and also our volunteers discuss regarding the themes, and also some child to the child, if they have any problem, direct a question related problem, they were solve these things. So and all these books are available to every volunteers, and also our guidelines were available to every parents. So we send a brief guideline to the parents as well as to our volunteers. And there was 219 volunteers, each volunteering on an average 2 children, somewhere less. And also 200 villages we cover. It was an individual level randomization. And the next program was we see some problems in our tele-mentoring program. That is, it is not very scalable because we need lots of manpower. So we are thinking, okay, let's try to do something. Let's record these lessons, not these actually, made some new lessons and record these and put it into the telecom server. and give the parents the number. So you can call there toll free, and from the server, one like IVR, interactive voice response based system, will pick up the phone and will direct the mother. So if you want to listen literacy lessons, press 1. If you want to listen numeracy lessons, press 2. And after landing to the literacy platform, if you want to listen lesson number 1 to 10, press 1, 11 to 30, 20, press 2, this kind of like sequencing, and they can land up to the particular desired lessons. And every lesson, after every lessons, we had one quiz, so that it's kind of motivation. And the quiz is not for like checking their knowledge, it's only for like we randomly select 30 mothers, 30 households every week, to give around $3 gift, lottery gift. This was basically to nudge them to finish the program, not for actually the getting. And these pre-recorded lessons were interactive instructions. This is a very half a century old technique that is called interactive instruction, audio instructions. That means in the lesson, there were 2 teacher figure, like in the voice, and there are 2 student figure. So these teachers figures were giving some exercise to the studio students. So, okay, so what is come after such an example? What is come after 2? So, and then give a pause for like 2 seconds. And one of the students will say, okay, 3. So this is how like a sort of interaction going on. And this is actually, this method was developed for radio, but we used it in audio lessons through IVR. So this one first used in Africa back in 1950s. So after child were also like this kind of settings you can see. So after calling to that number, mothers put the phone to the speaker, right, and listening the thing by together. And this is one of the picture. We request one of our parents to send a picture, to take a picture, and we collect it later. It's a real a sample and real settings. So again, 3 modules like numeracy, literacy, and leadership skills. There are three modules, and all these modules are designed and developed with the help of Rising on Air, one NGO working in Africa, mostly Africa, and also Lead Africa Education. So we take support from them, and also we recruited a team of local education expert. So those who converted these things to translated as well as contextualized. So this is a separate project, and this one is like a village level randomization. There were 90 village, 30 each in all arm. So then, as I was saying, mentioning before, so these RCTs are not explicitly aimed to modify parenting style. It was not our goal, parenting style, to change the parenting style. But the thing is, when we see in our parents after 3 months or 4 months, and when we go back to them and talk various issues, we see some sort of changes. Probably they are more serious in some parents, and some are more curious about the program, okay, compared to the other children, other parents in the control group. So we are thinking, okay, let's behavioral patterns might be changed by interacting with the university students, and also having participated in some program, and also social cognitive theory, behavior can often acquired by observing others in social surroundings, right? So when we asked to our parents, what do you want to do with your child education, how long what is your expected level of your child's study? So 64% of them said, I want my child to complete university education. And in university in Bangladesh, public university is at the highest level of because it's free, at least very low cost, and it's very challenging to tough to get into there. And our mentors are from the universities. So yeah, it's very and a rare chance to see some university students from very close point of time. So we are thinking like these intervention can change the mothers, and also like different methods, new methods, and there might be there might be a change in parenting style. So our key outcome variable, as I said before, the parenting styles. One quick clarifications here. We are not like saying that parenting style will be changed, because parenting style is completely different, maybe different, some different things. There are 3 parenting style. We are not claiming parent X is an authoritative parent. We are not saying that. Or parent Y is an authoritarian parent. We are not saying that, because it's quite risky to say that. This classification is very tough. And we need a more close observation with highly skilled like professionals probably for that. But what we are doing, there are 20 questions in authoritative parenting, 9 questions in like authoritarian parenting, and 6 questions in permissive parenting. And we are using the mean of each domain. So we are ultimately getting with 3 mean, one for authoritative parenting, one for authoritarian parenting, and one for permissive parenting. So if someone gets high score in authoritative parenting, that is more, they are more close to authoritative parenting. But it's like terming them completely authoritative, it's kind of risky, and we are avoiding this type of like strict definition. So we had like 3 means, and we mostly focus on the authoritative parenting. As we said before, throughout the literature, it is very conclusive that authoritative parents are the most successful parents. It's pretty much like there is a consensus in this strand of literature. So sample question, I already said that I will move to little bit like in front in future presentation. This is the first time we are publicly speaking about that project. So estimation strategy is pretty like straightforward. I am not giving those fixed effect and other things in the model. So this is the first equation, and we also run a mediation analysis. That is very famous mediation. It doesn't need, I think, any explanation. So it's a 2-stage equation, and we will like interested to see the direct effect as well as the indirect effect, both, and also the total effect. So let's move like to the result. So as I said before, telementoring was human interaction based. University students were talking with the mothers, and also have very specific like a theme-based discussion on parenting and motivating them. We found like this like a telementoring program causes a larger effect, and like IVR is recorded, though our teachers in the recordings use lots of parenting messages, lots of parenting guidance, how to interact with the children and this type of content, but it has a lower effect. And also the sample size is much larger in IVR program. Both interventions positively influence the authoritative parenting style, which is our desired style, and also little bit negatively affect the other 2 parenting style. And another thing we are interested, we are not putting lots of numbers here. The authoritative parenting style shows positive association with the children test score for both intervention. And this thing also mediated, like there is positive mediation like for like in the, but mediation effect in IVR is a little bit higher than the telementoring. So what is our takeaway from these? That is like as IVR is pretty much light touch, even compared to the other light touch telementoring program, IVR is even further light touch because it's only recorded lessons. So like our assumption is that probably in this program, mother's role even larger, like in terms of like cognitive outcome. So here's the summary of our results. So like telementoring mediates around 6.3% of the cognitive outcome of the children, and IVR mediates around 6.4% of the like a total effect. But even though these like percentage indirect effect is very low, but in terms of SD, these are not very like it's still like 0.3 SD. So our main like conclusion is that even low-cost program, if it is targeted to the parents, they get some like they get some things to do with their children and get some like idea and better interaction with the children. So even the smaller type of like interventions may have special focus to the towards the parents that can affect the parenting style and that can mediates at least the effect to the like children cognitive outcome. And yeah, like it will be our main implication, that is so direct benefit if we include parents in the distance learning education, it actually helps to improve the cognitive outcome even more. So I think I will stop early so that we get more time to take questions. I hope there will be some questions and suggestions that we can address in the next like versions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, Yuzi.
Hello, I'm Yuji from University of Houston. So I will discuss this interesting paper, and I want to thank Hasib for this great presentation and sending me the materials very early so that I can read through it. So let me start with an overview on what this paper does. So this paper evaluates the impact of distance educational interventions on parenting styles and children's cognitive outcomes. And they also use mediation analysis and study this effect of interventions on cognitive outcomes mediated through authoritative parenting. So if we break down the components in this paper, for those interventions, they have two RCTs. The first one is mentoring program over phone, as the second one is audio lessons. And then for parenting styles, they consider three categories. The first one is authoritative, the second one is authoritarian, and the third one is permissive. And then as a cognitive outcome, they test the children with different components, including English, Bangla, numeracy, and general knowledge. Now, what do they find in this interesting project? So they find that those interventions, both interventions enhance mothers' authoritative parenting styles, which lead to improved children's standardized test scores. And then they found the first intervention has higher, like stronger positive effect on children's cognitive development. So the first for the first intervention, they find there is 0.52 standard deviation increase in this authoritative parenting score, which contributes to 3.6% of total effect on this test score. And then for the second intervention, they find smaller but still positive significant effect through that. Now, let me talk about what I like about this paper. I think it's well written. And then also I like how they document the motivation and contribution part. So first, like what Lee presented earlier, we want to know how we can keep the learning going, even if the schools are closed. And I think this intervention gives us confidence in that situation. And then secondly, they fill this gap in the literature on determinants of parenting styles in developing countries. So now I have several questions. The first one is, you have this total test score and you have different components. Is it possible to separate the effect on different components? I know you have 100 score on that. So maybe it's not feasible to separate them. Maybe the score will be too small. But then I may be wrong, but I'm curious if parental involvement have different effects on different subjects. Like maybe it has higher effect on language instead of compared to math. Yeah, this is first question. And my second question is, is there any difference in parenting styles towards boys and girls? And the third question is about external validity. So you, the first intervention you have is on the children in grade 1 to 3, right? And then the second one is for children in grade 1 to 4. Is it possible, like, should we expect the same results if we extend this intervention to older children? And then the next question is, do you have any plans to conduct long-term follow-ups to assess the persistence of changes in parenting styles? I noticed in your other paper described in the first intervention, you mentioned you go back to those children 1 year later and you find the effect on test score still remains. So maybe you have already followed up with parenting styles as well. I wonder how that goes. And then the last one is, you mentioned in the paper that female labor force participation in Bangladesh is only 38% in general. Then how about that in your sample? Do like mothers stay home a lot or they also go to work? And then do you consider to use the time spent by parents with children to address that part if they actually don't like stay at home? So yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Like to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Yuji, for your time and effort to read the paper and give some constructive comment. So yes, it's possible we can split the cognitive score by subjects. There are 4 subjects. You already mentioned that. And based on the gender, like we haven't done this because these children are not the only children of the parents. Some have other probably boys have other siblings like sister siblings, or girls may have other boys siblings. So when you ask this question, as you saw, these questions are more generic type, like general type. So it will be very difficult for mother or I think no one will say at least whether like you do this with your boys or whether you do this with your girls. Probably they will give only one answer. So that's why we haven't done this like with this, because claiming such thing will be maybe bring more questions rather than giving the answer. And long-term follow-up, yes, like we have planned to long-term follow-up at least a subset of the sample. Even if we couldn't do for the whole sample, we will try to do a subset of the sample. And it's true that external validity, as we are like focusing on a particular group of children. And also another thing to note that most of these kids are like first kids, like around 65% of them are like first child. Then the mothers like they give birth of like later child as well, but these child are mostly the first child. And we are saying again and again mother, because our around 75 to 80% caregivers or mother. But in some cases there are some other caregivers too, such as like elder sibling or cousin sister or cousin brother, or some probably aunts and uncles from the other like joint family. We will check and also like see how it goes. Regarding the labor force participation, yeah, it's true. Like we checked like in one of our like project regarding this same area, from the same area, labor force participation is low. Like in Bangladesh it's like 38%, but for our sample it's even lower, because those are rural mothers, and they are staying back to the rural areas as they are not doing any like formal jobs. And also in our like labor forces survey and like time use survey, nationally representative time use survey, not our like sample survey, we found that like because Bangladesh is now growing in terms of like electric appliances and on these kind of things, so women are now like they are shifting their time, because we said it like labor saving appliances, like fridges, like microwave ovens, cooking stuffs. So we see there is a trend of like a shifting burden, like a labor burden towards the children from cooking burden or from house cleaning, this kind of things. So there are some findings related to these in our other project, nationally representative project. Probably we will refer this type of, even if we don't do this for this sample, probably we can refer to those papers. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let's collect questions and comments from the floor. Robert.
So I had a question about what is your theory of change here? Why would we expect these specific interventions to affect parenting style in any direct way? Like if you were talking to parenting experts about how to affect parenting style, they probably wouldn't say, oh, let's do a remote learning intervention that requires their participation. Or to put it another way, I mean, how can you rule out a different story where maybe when kids do better in school, parents treat them better and become less authoritarian? And so it's the causality is actually not going through parenting style, because these are just partial correlations after all. It's not going through parenting style to test scores, but actually test scores to parenting style.
Yep. Thank you, Albert. It's a very really good question. So like for our first intervention, like this telementoring, we had a separate part for kind of like parenting programming, parenting training. Like there was like a specific 10 minutes during the call. Each call was like 30 minutes call. And there was a section where they will discuss and give some like information regarding good parenting behavior or expected parenting behavior, right? Not to use like coercive punishment and not to this kind of like materials in the program, like in the telementoring program. There was a direct intervention. So that was easy for our like to understand for the first project. But in the second project, in the recording lessons, in the recorded lessons, our the contents like regularly uses almost in around 80% of the content lessons, they regularly use how to like at least some message related to parenting. And above all, so what we see like during the baseline, these parents were like some of these parents don't have like high level of education. They have on an average approximately 5 years of education, 5 or 6 years of education, these mothers and the fathers. So they were actually during the early age of like school closure, they don't know what to do with their kids, how to teach them in the back in like in the household. Probably they just say, okay, go to and study. This is small kids, but they are not showing them like how to do it and what to do. But when they participated to the program, they find a way to like how to better use the time, you know, like how to interact with the children clearly. The way of interaction. So we expect that this type of like interaction between children, parents, and along with the program may have raised their perception and seriousness about the like parenting. And the last point you said, obviously it's like a good students may have like better like authoritative parents. It's obviously a serious like issue. And I think both of this program where during the COVID there was no school that time, and there was no like even if they know my child is good in education, but there was no updating of these like results and like academic outcome. So and also it's a we'll think more about that dynamics as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have actually several questions, but probably. So, so this telementoring parenting is about like telling parents about how to stimulate child for education only, or general issue? That's one question. And then are these female-headed household all, or how? Because if it is a general parenting thing, so why only mentoring female was chosen? Are these female-headed households? Is it in a particular district or is it nationally representative data?
No, it's only just 2 districts.
2 districts. So then the question of external validity, I think, remains. And what you can do probably for these districts, you can look into mixed data. Mixed data has parenting style data, whether they beat child or anything, that kind of thing. So I think that area's context or norm or culture of parenting, whether that goes consistent with whether this you will find it in Chittagong, for example, or in Dhaka, rather than it's in South Korea, right?
Yeah.
So I think those issues probably are important, and of course the theory of change need to be much clearly discussed. Why IVR or telementoring, we change parenting behavior. How many sessions?
There was like 75 session in audio lessons, and there were 13 sessions in telementoring.
In
13 weeks.
in a period of 13
Yeah,
weeks.
like 30 weeks.
13
13
weeks,
weeks.
changing
Yeah.
everything. So yeah, and it's good to go back.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, should I answer? Yeah. So about the parenting advices, whether those are like general advice or any specific advice, these advices were like not general, because each mentor had like only two mentees to mentor over the 13 weeks, so they know by names, and they were like the discussion was given from our side. So this is the topic you can say, and these are the statistics. Like say there are lots of statistics regarding like child beating and other abusive behavior. There are like a sequence of 10 themes, and we provide some information, statistics, like existing, like from the literature. We collect some literature. There are lots of surveys and things, so we provide the statistics. So it is normally it is normally found that if you beat your child, there is a chance of like 13% or 50% chance of this kind of information. And also there were tips regarding how you can interact better at the home during this pandemic period. So probably you don't know how to pass time, so we teach not teach, we sometimes we share. You can play some role play, like you can make a like shop and sell and this kind of. There are 10 different tips like in every weeks what to do in this more time. And about the miss, yeah, obviously we do that. Thanks for the recommendation. So we actually had we actually matched the sample with the nationally representative data regarding the socioeconomic factors with the BIHS data, but that doesn't include parenting style data. So as mix have parenting style, we will do that as well. Thank you very much.
Do you have other questions? So there is one. Okay, sorry. Yeah, go on.
So I have the question about the intervention. So I'm not very clear, or maybe I missed some the presentation. So is the intervention target at only mothers, or it also target at the children?
Yeah. So it also, both of the intervention were targeted to the children cognitive ability. Yeah. But as these children were very like a small kids, only 6 to 8 years old, so we had to do all the communications with the mother, because they don't use phone, some mothers. And this actually remind me another part of like a question of Aniyaz bhai, that is your like mothers, why we are giving the information. Yeah. That's the thing. Sorry for miss that. So the thing is, like, we use the term caregiver. So who spend the time regarding education and like with the child, we actually targeted the caregiver. But we are using the terms mother to make it more clearer, as our sample, like 80%, 82% of the case, primary caregiver were the mothers. So that's why we are using this thing as mother more frequently, but we targeted the caregiver. In some cases, like fathers were the primary caregivers, so we give all the information to the fathers. And there are like few cases where aunts were the caregivers. We give the like this information to the like aunts in that case, but those are very few, like only few percentage, or not even percentage, only few cases. And both of the intervention were targeted to children, but both of the intervention were implemented and delivered via mothers, completely via mothers, because they don't have kids don't have any phone numbers and something like that. Yeah.
That means it's more difficult to how to say, to separate the effect of the mother targeted intervention and the children targeted intervention. So because the intervention is basically two interventions, and they together target both mothers and the children. So yeah. So it's difficult to separate the effect on mother and the effects on the children.
So
yeah.
So like in the end line, we have two separate survey round, like one survey for mothers and one survey for children. This is not the same survey. So these questionnaires come from the like children's mothers or the guardian survey, right?
Yeah.
And the other surveys, those like cognitive outcomes test, those are like exams that is done with the like like with the children, right? And that's why we also run a mediation analysis, which where we put our like dependent variable, like our cognitive outcome as dependent variable, and these like parenting style, authoritative parenting style as our mediator, like how it mediates, yeah, to see that.
Yeah,
yeah.
And you can also use disaster analysis to estimate the causal effect of the parenting style on the.
Sorry, I didn't.
I mean that you can estimate the effect, the causal effect of the parenting style, the score on the children cognitive, and you can use the experiment as an instrument for that. So it's not really like a mediation analysis, but you can use the intervention as an instrument. And estimate the causal effect of the parenting style. And another comment, because you don't present the result very detailed. So, but I think there are several problems with the experimental study. So every experiment study, they will always have the problem like attrition problem or the observer effects. So maybe in the paper you already test that.
Yeah. So like there is no differential attrition like in the none of these project, there is no separate attrition. And about what about the other test you said, those both of them are randomized studies. So we just estimate the ITT, not the other things.
Yeah, I mean that's in experiment, because the parents, some people they feel very trained, very real, that they receive that intervention, so they can change the behavior, not because of intervention, but because they think they are being watched, they are observed by someone.
So sorry for the misunderstanding. You said I understand it correctly now. Sorry for that. Experimenter demand effect, or Hawthorne effect, sometimes they called it. So yes, we have measure for that. So we used there is a like a social desirability bias survey of 13 questions. So whether the parents whether the parent are more socially desirable, they have any bias. So if they have any bias, they may say like good things about I never beat my child, I never like this kind of things. So we had a separate measure for that, and we split the sample in two parts, like below median and above median. So our impact sustained in like even the below median, those parents who doesn't have experimental demand effect or Hawthorne effect, there it's still relevant for them as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Any other questions? So actually, I have one online question, so I can read it. So this is a one-to-one lesson delivery, right? Is the effect of telementoring as an intervention or effect of one-to-one teaching delivery? My argument is latter one. It is not the effect of telementoring as an intervention. Can you?
Yeah, like telemetry is one-to-one lesson delivery. That is correct. So like yes, as this both of them are like from our city, and it's very it comes with very specific design. So we are not saying that these effect can be replicated using a different kind of like program. So it is very specific to this program. It may not persist if it is other sort of like one-to-one program, like a tutoring or like a private tutoring, which is very common in Bangladesh. So yeah, we are claiming this only for this intervention, not for one-to-one teaching. Other forms of one-to-one teaching may not have this kind of like effect, because this program is only focused towards the like parents, but other one-to-one teaching, sometimes they don't focus to the parents, they directly teach to the students. So this may not true for other type of one-to-one programs. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we are just in time. Thank you very much for wonderful presentation and also discussion, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the fourth session of today. So today, this session we will have like two presentations. The first one from Niraj Katewa. So he is like a PhD scholar in the economics department at the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. And the title of the presentation, like this one, is about drought. Do public-private sector support learning continuity and recovery? And the presentation would be Wataru Kodama. So I think you can start the presentation. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank ADB for giving me this opportunity to present my work, which is in collaboration with Professor Somdeep Chatterjee. So in this work, we try to explore the relationship between drought, academic performance, and its effectiveness of preventive measures. So drought is something which is characterized as a prolonged extreme weather condition, and the main reason for its occurrence is climate change. These droughts are claimed to be most hazardous to affect agricultural productivity. So in developing countries where majority of its population is dependent on agriculture, there these drought events are a serious concern. And this is because the adverse impact of drought on agriculture output can further lead to reduction in the household income. And with reduced household income, the consumption expenditures changes, which affects various aspects of societal well-being, which includes investment into human capital, such as education. But the other viewpoint through which rainfall affects rainfall levels affect a region's children is through opportunity cost. So this viewpoint says that when monsoon is good, when rainfall is higher than the normal, that time households experience an increased opportunity cost of keeping their children enrolled in the school. This is because if children were not in the school, they could have supported their household's earning. So because of this increased opportunity cost, it forces children to drop out of the education system, and they increase their engagement in external labor or domestic household production. So as per this argument, higher rainfall affects their academic performance negatively. So because of these two contrasting viewpoints, there is no consensus on the magnitude and direction of the impact of rainfall level on education in the existing literature. Therefore, it is important to study this linkage between climate conditions and its impact on education. Therefore, in our paper, we try to measure the magnitude of impact of persistent drought conditions or learning losses. We also explore the recovery period for these learning losses. Then we check whether the preventive measures for such drought events are effective in controlling its negative impact or not. So to assess the learning losses, we obviously need to measure the educational level of children. And in order to measure the educational level of children, we are going to utilize test scores as our outcome variable. The reason why we have chosen test scores as outcome variable, it's because in the literature, it is evident that these test scores are good predictors of long-term economic outcomes. For our study, the test scores that we have used come from Annual Status of Educational Report. In short, we call it ASER. So this ASER data is based on survey, which is focusing on the educational achievement of primary school children in India. So this ASER is a nationwide annual survey where children from age 5 to 16 are assessed on their maths and reading skills. From this annual survey, we could get access to the data from 2008 till 2018, excluding the years 2015 and 17, because for these years, the data was not publicly available. We complemented this ASER data with district-wise rainfall data in order to create a primary data set for our study. So this is the summary statistics for our primary data. Now, for the purpose of our study, we will focus on a developing country, which happens to be the world's most populous country, where majority of its population is employed in the agricultural sector, a sector which is most vulnerable to drought. So I'm talking about my home country, India. So within India, we will focus on the regions of Deccan Plateau. So on the map of India, we can see the geographical location of Deccan Plateau. So this Deccan Plateau region has been identified as the region experiencing highest frequency of severe droughts in all of India. And the main reason for this is that it is under the rain shadow of Western Ghats. Moreover, this region comes under the arid and semi-arid zone of the country. So basically, we will be focusing on the two neighboring states, which form the majority portion of this Deccan Plateau, the region which is coming under the rain shadow of Western Ghats. So the two states that I'm talking about are the state of Maharashtra and state of Karnataka. Now, because these two are adjacent to each other, these two are neighboring states, therefore their geographical proximity provides a fair comparison between them. So in these two states, to estimate the impact of persistent drought, we have two options. The first option is that we focus on the blocks that have been declared as drought affected by the government. Now, to give you a context, India has 29 states, and each state is divided into various districts. Then each district is divided into blocks, and block is something which contains a few villages. But the issue with this approach is that government declares drought at the block level, whereas in our data set, the lowest level of geographical identifier is district. Therefore, because of this data restriction, we cannot go ahead with this approach. So the second option that we have is to consider the regions that are prone to drought in these states. Obviously, in this approach, we need to demonstrate that drought-prone regions actually faced huge shortage of rainfall during the time period that we have considered for our study. So we will go ahead with the second option. So over here, to identify such drought-prone regions, we considered the meteorological subdivision which are made for each state. We did not go ahead with the administrative divisions because unlike an RCT or unlike policy intervention, drought occurrence is independent of administrative boundaries. The impact of drought is not limited to a defined territory with defined administrative borders. So that is the reason that we focused on meteorological division that are based on similar climatic patterns. These meteorological divisions are made by Indian Meteorological Department for each state. So based on various news articles, reports, research papers, and government commentary, we found out that Marathwada subdivision of Maharashtra state is the most drought-prone subdivision for this state, for Maharashtra state. Likewise, for Karnataka state, the North Interior Karnataka subdivision, in short, we will call it NIK, that NIK subdivision is most drought-prone. So in this in this map of India, the Marathwada region is highlighted with dark blue color, and that region is most prone to droughts in Maharashtra state, and rest of the Maharashtra is highlighted in light blue color. Likewise, for Karnataka, we have highlighted the NIK region, which is most drought prone in Karnataka state, with dark green color, and rest all other regions of Karnataka is in light green color. Interestingly, the most drought prone regions of these two neighboring states are also adjacent to each other. They are also neighboring to each other. I believe this is good for our analysis because it makes these two subdivisions interesting for a comparative study. The reason why I'm saying this, it's because these two subdivisions are under different state administration. Therefore, they are exposed to different programs and the policies. But because of their geographical proximity, they have similar rainfall patterns and they have similar drought incidents. So this is a figure which depicts the raw mean value of rainfall from our primary data, and it depicts for Maharashtra state. So the blue colored line is for Marathwada region, and the red colored line is for rest of the Maharashtra. Likewise, this is the rainfall data for Karnataka state, and over here the blue colored one is for NIK, which is most drought prone for Karnataka, and the red color one is for remaining Karnataka state. So the first thing that we can see in these two graphs is that both these subdivisions, Marathwada in Maharashtra and NIK in Karnataka, they both receive significantly lower rainfall than the rest of divisions of their respective states. Now, if we specifically look in the year 2011, then both these subdivisions saw a steep decline in their rainfall as compared to rest of the divisions in their respective state. And this drop in the rainfall continued even in the next year. So that made the year 2011 and the year 2012 as consecutive drought years. So when there is shortage of rainfall for, let's say, 2 or more years, that is when we call it a persistent drought. So this is the case for our study. Along with the year 2011 and 2012, the year 2015 and 16 were also consecutive drought years. Although over here we have just visually displayed the raw mean values of rainfall from our primary data, but we will test this primary data, this rainfall data, through main empirical model as well. So in the main empirical model, we will compare the drought affected regions with non-drought affected regions. A simple comparison of these two regions, drought affected and non-drought affected, using OLS would obviously lead to potential endogeneity concerns, maybe due to unobservable factors that lead to omitted variable bias. Therefore, we rely on dynamic difference in difference model to compare these two regions over time while considering 2008 as the base year. The reason why we have chosen 2008 as the base year, it's because our data starts from 2008, and 2008 was a normal year. It was not a drought year. So this dynamic model helps us to address the recurrence nature of the drought, because in a dynamic model, when we compare outcome variables, we are comparing each year's outcome variable with respect to the reference year. And that is how we are making it an event study. So using this event study, we can see the impact and the drought impact and the impact of this drought on learning losses and their recovery for multiple such events for a given time frame. So, in our study, using dynamic difference in differences model, we would compare Marathwada with rest of the Maharashtra over multiple years with 2008 as the reference period. And this would provide us the baseline scenario, that is the impact of drought on the learning losses and their recovery in the absence of any large-scale public sector preventive measures. Because during the time frame that we have considered for our analysis, during that time, there was no public sector preventive measures in Maharashtra for drought. But on the other hand, unlike Maharashtra, Karnataka government had a few drought preventive measures in place for its drought-prone areas before the start of these consecutive drought years that I talked about, the year 2011 and 2012. So, namely, the project Sujala and project Bhuchetna are two such examples where government has claimed that these two projects could reduce the distance to the source of drinking water, and the crop productivity went up by 25 to 30% due to efficient water management practices in these drought-prone areas of Karnataka state. Now, the work under this project were completed before the start of these consecutive drought years, that is before the year 2011. So the comparison of NIK subdivision with rest of the Karnataka in this dynamic model, in this dynamic DID, will give us the aggregate effectiveness of these public sector measures when we compare this with respect to the baseline scenario where there was no public sector preventive measures. That was the case for Maharashtra. So we will use this regression equation for our empirical framework. Over here, alpha D represents the district fixed effect, which will control for time invariant district specific characteristics. Then Xi is a set of demographic controls. Then time T is a dummy, which is important. That introduces the dynamic aspect in our model. It has 8 versions, and across all the versions, it assumes a value 0 for the base year 2008. And subsequently, it takes value 1 for each year from 2009 till 2018. Obviously, we are excluding 2015 and 17 because of unavailability of data. Now we are running this regression equation separately for both the states, Maharashtra and Karnataka. So when we are running it for Maharashtra state, that time the district dummy would take value 1 for Maharashtra and it would take value 0 for rest of the Maharashtra. That way we are comparing Marathwada with the rest of the Maharashtra. And when we are running this analysis for Karnataka state, that time NIK region would take value 1, otherwise rest of the Karnataka will take value 0. So that way we are comparing NIK with rest of the Karnataka. So now using this regression equation, we will look at the main findings. But before coming to the main finding, as promised, we will first analyze the rainfall data using this empirical framework. So these are the results from the these are the results for rainfall data using dynamic DID for both the states. So over here, we can see that in both the states, the identified drought-prone areas, that is Marathwada for Maharashtra and NIK for Karnataka, were actually drought affected in the year 2011. So this empirical analysis, along with the visual demonstration of mean values of rainfall that I showed in previous slides, and the commentary presented in government reports and news articles that provide evidence for relevance assumption, which I believe is necessary before presenting the main findings. So with relevance assumption in place, now we can discuss the main findings where we run the empirical framework using test scores as the outcome variable. So first, let's see the results for baseline scenario where there was no public sector preventive measures. So basically, we are talking about Maharashtra state. So over here, before 2011, which were normal years, over there we can see that there was no difference in the test score of Marathwada region and the rest of Maharashtra when compared to the reference year. So this in a way provides evidence for the parallel trends assumption. Now, if we look at the result after 2011, then we see that there was a significant dip in the test score of children in Marathwada region due to consecutive drought years of 2011 and the year 2012. When we compared this Marathwada region with the rest of the Maharashtra with respect to the baseline year, that is 2008. So basically in simple DID setup. Moreover, we observe that these learning losses slowly begin to recover in the normal years. So after 2012, there was no drought for next 2 years, that is 2013 and 2014. So in those times, we see a slight recovery in the scores. But again, in 2015 and 16, there were consecutive droughts, and that is again being reflected in the academic performance of children in Maharashtra. So this was these were the results for our baseline scenario for Maharashtra state. Now we will look at the results from the neighboring state Karnataka, where government had implemented preventive measures. So over here, the results indicate that the impact of these consecutive drought events of 2011 and 2012, and then again in 2015 and 16, the impact on drought affected regions in Karnataka was not large. Although we did see a small dip in the reading scores and even smaller dip in the math score, but these dips are neither large nor significant. Moreover, in the following years, the Karnataka government took even more initiatives in these drought affected regions. For example, I talked about Sujala project. So now after 2014, government launched second phase of Sujala. Apart from that, government also launched Krishi Bhagya program in these drought-prone regions after 2014. So I mentioned this in earlier slides as well, that these programs are focused on efficient water management practices, and they are focused on safeguarding the agricultural sector from rainfall shock. So because of this, we could see government is claiming that there was an increase in the average annual household income from $222 to $373. And therefore, because of this increase, we are seeing its positive spillover effects on learning outcomes in the later half of the decade, where we are seeing growth in their outcome variables, which is test scores. So this was our main paper, where by analyzing the results from the baseline scenario and the case of Karnataka state, we see that droughts have a negative impact on academic performance, and the recovery happens slowly when there is no public sector preventive measures, given that the following years are normal years, like we saw in 2013 and 14. Moreover, we provide evidence that public sector drought initiatives do work in making academic performance resilient to drought events and situations like water scarcity. So it talks about the effectiveness of public sector preventive measures, but what about the private sector initiatives for addressing the issue of drought? So that is what something which we'll discuss in the extension part of our study. So although for this extension part of our study, we won't be able to make a causal claim because of data limitation that I'm going to talk about in coming slides, but we'll try to give some indication about the effectiveness of these private sector preventive measures. And the reason why we made an attempt to analyze the effectiveness of private sector initiatives, it's because after noticing that a lot of corporates have collaborated with NGOs in Maharashtra to address the issue of water scarcity. So one such prominent NGO was Dilasa, and it is quite big in size as compared to other NGOs working in Maharashtra. And it is very active in Aurangabad district of Maharashtra. And the main reason why corporates are collaborating, so they have to complete the corporate social CSR, basically corporate social responsibility. So these big corporations like Mahindra and Mahindra, then DHFL, then United Breweries, they have collaborated with Dilasa in order to make an impact to address the issue of water scarcity. So in our extension part of the study, we evaluate the aggregate impact of these cooperative initiatives that came up after 2015's consecutive drought year in Aurangabad district of Maharashtra. So if I have to tell you about this Aurangabad district, then we can have a look at the map of Maharashtra. So over here, we see that Aurangabad district is a district which again belongs to Marathwada subdivision only, the subdivision which is most drought prone in whole of Maharashtra state. So over here, the green color is for Aurangabad district, and rest remaining Marathwada is in a lighter shade. So again, using the same empirical model that we discussed in the main paper, we'll use the same dynamic DID in order to compare Aurangabad with rest of the Marathwada over time. This time in this analysis, Aurangabad will be a treated district because there are in Aurangabad there is majority of corporate initiatives, and rest of the Marathwada will be considered as control group. However, we do acknowledge that there are various roadblocks in this analysis because of the data limitation. So the first challenge is that we are focusing only on the impact of corporate initiatives implemented in Aurangabad districts. It can very well be the case that other organizations are also working towards water crisis in other districts of Marathwada. So that can that might contaminate the comparison group, and which makes it challenging to make a causal claim about the results that we are going to present for this particular section, not the previous one. The another challenge is that these private sector initiatives are not very large scale. So these initiatives just focus on a few villages and not even on the whole district. And as I mentioned that our data set, primary data set, has the lowest geographical identifier as district. Therefore, this is a challenge that maybe the average effectiveness of these initiatives at district level might not come out to be significant. And this issue will get even severe if we consider test scores as the outcome variable, because we know that test scores take time to manifest. So because of this reason, in this particular section of the study, we shifted our focus from test scores to expenditure patterns of education-related activities. So for that purpose, the data set that we have used is a household level data coming from Consumer Pyramid Household Survey, which is largest household survey panel globally. And using this data, the results indicate that there was an overall increase in the educational related household spendings in Aurangabad district as compared to rest of Marathwada. And even the borrowing of education related activities went up for Aurangabad region. So these findings on average indicate that households in the Aurangabad district are now able to prioritize more on education as compared to rest of the Marathwada subdivision. Although we know that these findings are just indicative of the effectiveness of private sector measures because of the potential concerns that we discussed in the previous slide. And most of those concerns were raised because of the data limitation. So maybe to make the claim more robust for effectiveness of these private sector measures, we need to conduct a primary study where data is at more granular level, maybe at villages and block level. So this is our work, and now maybe we can hear from our discussant.
So thank you for your presentation. So I would like to start with the brief summary, but given the time, I try to make it short. So this paper investigates the relationship between drought and academic performance using a unique dataset from India. And the main findings are first, 2011 drought has led to learning loss in drought-prone area in Maharashtra, and then the same 2011 drought had no impact on learning loss in drought-prone area in Karnataka, where drought prevention program was there before the 2011. And this study investigates policy relevant questions with new rich dataset. So my major comments, I want to start with the econometric specification. So when I read this paper, I was a bit confused with the interpretation of the beta 1, which is I think the interest of this study. So here you have this district D, dummy variable. It's basically you compare whether the household is in this Marathwada, sorry for my pronunciation, or otherwise. So it seems like this is like just a mere difference in test score between this area and then the rest of this area in each year. So I'm not sure if this really reflects the drought effect. So maybe you could consider trying to have a drought dummy variable or some sort of drought indicator for the district level, because you mentioned that you know if there was a drought or not in the block level. So, and I'm sure each which district each block belongs to. So, or maybe not, but yeah. So that's my main comment. And then maybe, and also parallel trend assumption. I didn't really see much discussion about this parallel trend assumption. So you could maybe be more careful about this assumption. And for the mechanism, in the beginning of the paper, you first say that there are two different potential mechanisms, the negative effect and positive effect. The negative effect says that with the drought, you have a lower agriculture output, lower income, therefore lower investment in human capital. But at the same time, you also talk about this higher opportunity cost for the education, which leads to the positive effects of the drought on the education outcome. So I'm just wondering if it is possible to investigate like what kind of mechanism was there behind this linkage between the drought and then the educational test score. And in the end, you also discuss the effectiveness of prevention measures by looking at these other state, which is the Karnataka. And there, you said like there was a drought prevention measure, drought prevention program before the 2011 drought. And again, here you compare this NIK and then the rest of the area. But I also here wonder like if you have any subjective indicator for this prevention measure, so that maybe you can make it more convincing. But overall, I think you have you combine the two rich data set, and then I think there are lots of things that you can investigate. And overall, I'm really looking forward how these papers develop. But so that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kodama-san. So we open floor to the question. You want to answer first? Okay.
So the first question that you raised is if we can identify the blocks which were drought affected and then can include them in the analysis and then compare those blocks which were drought affected actually with the blocks which are non-drought affected. But in the presentation itself, I talked that there are two approaches. This is the first one which you mentioned. But the reason why we could not go ahead with this approach is that the limitation of the data set. So the data set, in the data set, the lowest geographical identifier is district only. So in a particular district, there are some blocks which are drought affected, and then some of the blocks are not drought affected. So in a way, we cannot assign a particular value, dummy value, let's say 1 or 0 to a particular district. So that was the first concern, and therefore we went ahead with the second approach, that is to identify the drought prone areas, and then we obviously need to we need to give the evidence for relevance assumption that actually these drought prone areas were actually affected by drought in the time period that we have considered for our study. So that we did. The second question. Yes. So you discussed that in the intro of the paper, or the motivation of the paper, I mentioned about two kinds of literature that talk about the impact of rainfall on academic performance. So this is the motivation which compels us to take up this study. That what is the mechanism that is there for case of India. So these two are two different mechanisms. One is saying that because of drought, the agricultural output will go down, and that will bring the income down, and that will have impact on the investment in human capital and examples like education. Whereas the second strand of literature says that because of good rainfall, the opportunity cost increases, and therefore parents, or let's say household, take away their children from schools, and there is dropout, and that affects negatively this academic performance. So we find that in the context of India, the first mechanism is working, where the impact of drought is negative. So and one of the main reason is that India is predominantly agricultural based economy. So maybe that is the reason the first mechanism is working over there. the third question. Over here, you raised a concern that why not to include a dummy variable again to indicate the areas where these drought preventive measures were there. But if from the beginning itself we are comparing these two regions where we have identified that these are the drought prone regions in a particular state and these are the drought prone regions in other state, then I think we have to continue with that analysis in order to provide the results that see these preventive measures were actually working for drought prone areas of this state. And since there was absence of preventive measures in this state, so therefore we could see the negative impact of drought, and in this state we could not see any negative impact, or maybe the impact was lower and recovery was faster. So I hope I answered your question.
Is there any question from the floor? Please.
No, thank you. Niraj, I just had a question about your Karnataka results, and you're interpreting this to be as a result the lower impact on the learning on the test scores is due to the drought prevention programs in Karnataka state. But as far as I understand it, Karnataka itself is a high-performing state overall in all its human development indicators, including its test scores, probably relative to Maharashtra. So my question is, how do you know it's these programs as opposed to something else that the government has done to affect all of human development outcomes in the state? And is there any way for you to maybe have more variables that directly measure where those drought prevention programs are being implemented in various districts to make this finding more robust?
Yes, definitely we'll consider that and we'll explore that part.
Please, Dr. Nazar.
Hi. So for your second analysis, you use CMI data, but there are two documented biases with CMI data. One, that it has urban bias, and two, that its estimates of expenditure is consumption expenditure is slightly off the mark. It's higher than what you have from sample surveys or even like other representative surveys. So how do you address that? Because I think consumption expenditure is your outcome variable there, right?
In that extension part of the study.
Right. So how would you address these concerns?
For CMI dataset, first of all, this particular CMI dataset we are using for just the extension of the study, not for the main analysis. In the main analysis, we are providing what is the impact of drought without any preventive measures, and then whether the public sector preventive measures, whether they work or not. So this is the main study. Then in the extension part, we are just trying to check whether private sector measures can also work or not. So this data set is a concern, but before data set, even the identification strategy in that case itself is a bit problematic, where we are not making a causal claim. We are showing those results just as an indicative fact that maybe these private sector interventions can also be of some use to address the water scarcity. Thank you.
Doctor.
Okay. Thank you. So this is a follow-up on the question about the preventive measures that Nani raised. So it seems to me that that part needs a little bit more explanation or modeling from you. The preventive measures can work in the two ways. One is drought prevention, which would be in the presumably in the agricultural sector or the public works sector. But there's also the preventative measures on the effect of a drought, given whatever that drought is, on education. So that is the other channel that I don't think I heard anything about, which could possibly be the schools Presumably, the drought affects the schools maybe by they don't have water in schools or drinking supply. So that mechanism I did not hear about because that could be another preventative measure. Even in places actually where there's no drought, just the inability of the government or the community to provide schools with water is already a constraint already in school opening.
Yes, ma'am, I do agree with your point that there can be several preventive measures because drought is a scenario which does not affect only one aspect. Rather, it affects several sectors. So let's say if we are addressing one sector and we provide preventive measures for that sector, so the results that we are showing are for this preventive measures. Obviously, there can be other preventive measures. Although for the case of India, we could not find a state where those kind of preventive measures are implemented. We could find this Karnataka state where government had implemented preventive measures in order to ensure that drought does not have negative impact on agricultural sector. So that is why these results are using that preventive measure. Obviously, there can be other preventive measures and they can have their own positive impacts. And in aggregate, those can have even larger positive impacts on the education. But this is one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? We still have few minutes. Okay, if not, I have one question also with the mechanism. So I'm not sure in India, but whether the drought in India also come along with like high temperature or like heat wave, like maybe something that could affect like the condition that the student take the test or something like that. Oh, you want to show the
So it depends on the region that you are considering. So if you are considering, let's say the Western India, which is the part of Rajasthan and all, over there drought comes with high temperature. But the second region, which is kind of drought prone in India, and it has been identified as most severe drought prone area in India by UN's report. So that region is something where it is not accompanied with higher temperatures. So over there, the reason for drought is mostly because of the presence of Western Ghats. So these regions are under the rain shadow of this Western Ghats. So therefore, the monsoon wind cannot directly pass these, and therefore these regions are something where they lack rainfall significantly as compared to other regions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any question? Last question? Yeah, please.
Sorry. So if the question is really about how to make the education sector more resilient, and right now we were talking about the drought, but what would a resilient education system look like in this situation?
Maybe a system where, like you mentioned, that if there is a situation of water scarcity, students going to school should not face consequences of that. They should have access to water and all those things. Maybe a system like that.
Professor Sawada.
Yeah, related to the, I just come up with one idea. From a daytime satellite imagery, you can identify where is water, where is green and drought. So I think using this water availability variation within a district and across the district, you can further deepen analysis how water availability soften impact of a negative drought impact.
Sir, you are talking about GIS data, geographical.
Yes, satellite
data.
Daytime.
Yes. Yes, sir. Good point. I'll work on it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any question? Last question, maybe? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Raj. Yeah. So we come to the second presentation. So this is also from India, but this one, that one, it's on drought. This one is on floods. So it's like different type of disaster. So this one will be presented by Professor Emily. Professor Emily is like a professor in the social science at University of Pennsylvania. Now, I believe like will be presented with Nazar Khalid, PhD candidate, also from University of Pennsylvania.
Thanks so much for the chance to be here today. My colleagues and I really appreciate this opportunity to learn so much from all of this great work that's been going on at the conference, and particularly to get some feedback on this paper. This paper is part of a National Science Foundation project on climate, environment, and childhood inequality in low and middle income countries. The larger project is focused on questions of how social stratification and inequality intersect with climatic and environmental hazards to condition effects on children. And we're interested in effects that occur, effect differences that occur via exposure differences, impact differences, and resiliency differences. The paper that we're talking about today is a collaborative effort with Nazar Khalid, Jerry Behrman, and Amrit Thapa. Amrit and Nazar are both here today, and I think Jerry might be participating virtually if he's awake right now. So I'll present a little bit on the background and research questions of the project, and then Nazar is going to take over to share our analysis and results. So let me just start with a little bit of motivation for studying flooding in India. A 2023 disaster report from UN ESCAP indicated that climate change-induced disasters pose an increasingly serious threat to Asia and the Pacific. The region remains the most disaster-prone region in the world. In 2022, this report indicated that there were over 140 disaster events occurring in the Asia-Pacific region. The two deadliest flooding events in 2022 occurred in India and Pakistan, and these reportedly accounted for almost 80% of the total yearly mortality related to disasters. In 2022, in India, heavy rainfall triggered multiple landslides, river overflows, and floods, which resulted in casualties and damage, and heavy monsoon rains affected especially the northeastern parts of India. This map shows in yellow flood-affected regions of India, which correspond to roughly about 40% of the population's residential area. And I wanted to mention that importantly and unfortunately, the issue of rural flooding appears to be rising in importance. A 2023 report by the India National Disaster Management Authority indicated that floods in India are starting to occur now in areas which had previously not been considered to be flood prone, and that flood-related damages show an increasing trend. This development has pernicious implications for rural children's educational opportunities and for educational inequality. We know from some prior work that we've been doing, a companion paper using the Indian Human Development Survey data, that flood effects are born more frequently among children from certain historically marginalized groups. So, for example, here in the red, in the figure in blue, the red hatched bars in the figure indicate that the poorest children from disadvantaged caste backgrounds, and children from Muslim backgrounds are more likely to be exposed to flooding in rural areas. Moreover, in that paper, we also found, perhaps unsurprisingly, that flood exposure is associated with poorer math and language scores. So a question, sort of another motivating question is, why do we want to study community resilience? We think that attributes of communities could support school system and children's own resilience, or they may compensate when schools experience disasters. So perhaps communities with local educational facilities that are widely viewed as functioning well, with well-regarded teachers who live locally, with strong school-family relationships, may more easily restart schools and draw children back in after disasters strike. It's also possible that communities that have more resources to address flooding after effects, strong physical and transportation infrastructures, histories of collective response to crisis, and norms of public safety may enhance capacities to operate. In this paper, we're interested in asking a couple of basic research questions. We're interested in whether rural communities that possess sort of economic, social, and educational resources that are thought to be supportive to children's learning are effect modifiers when floods strike. So we're interested in whether sort of at the community level, we can identify a series of what we might call resiliency indicators that that are effect modifiers for floods on children's educational outcomes. And then we are also very interested in understanding whether different groups of children, including historically marginalized groups of children, experience the same degree of protection, effect modification when floods strike. So we're asking specifically, do resilient communities protect children's learning when floods strike? And we call this a resilient community buffer hypothesis. And second, we ask, do community features confer different degrees of protection on children from marginalized groups? And we call this the heterogeneous protection hypothesis. And now I'm going to turn over to Nazar for a discussion of our data, methods, and some initial findings.
Thank you, Emily, for laying out the research context and questions so well. I'm going to start talking briefly about data and our analytical approach. So we use data from the Indian Human Development Survey, which is a very unique and a rich longitudinal survey in India, one of the rare longitudinal surveys in India. It covers almost like roughly 41,000 households in 971 urban blocks and about 1,503 villages. So the first wave was conducted in 2004-05, and the wave 2 was conducted in 11-12, and it has a recontact rate of almost 83%. It is multi-topic, so it had separate individual, household, and village modules, and it also had in both rounds a learning test, which it implemented in each sort of surveyed village to children who were like 8 to 11 years old at the time of the survey. For our analysis, because we have two different research questions, we are going to use two different different analytical samples. Our first sample is that of villages, which and we have 834 villages, and this sample allows us to answer the first question, which is the community resilience. Sorry, I have to go back and check. Resilient community buffer hypothesis. So this sample of villages, we chose villages which satisfy two conditions. The first is that the village was surveyed in both waves, and in each wave we had at least 3 children who got tested in the learning outcome tests. And second, that we have a non-missing village flood exposure data from these villages. For our second research hypothesis, we use sample of children, total of 7,247 children, and these are children who are 8 to 11 years old in wave 2, that is 11-12, and they got tested in wave 2, and these are children whose households were present in both waves. Right. So in terms of measurement, we use flood exposure data is basically, so this variable is a binary variable, which we constructed using this detailed flood history that is available in wave 2 of the IHDS. And we code villages as not having received any flood between 2006 and 2011, and those villages which were exposed to at least one instance of floods between this time. And we also have a second measure of flood exposure, which is basically the fraction of villages that were exposed to floods during this period. Our learning outcomes, we use math skills and reading skills. ISDS ranks children in terms of their performance in these tests. And children were ranked from low skills to high skills based on these 4 categories. For maths, which is could not recognize numbers, could recognize numbers, was able to do basic subtraction, and could do division. Similarly, reading skills children were ranked between from like low skill of not being able to recognize letters to more advanced reading skills of being able to read a story. For community resilience indicators, we have a set of 18 measures which we based on our reading of the literature, we organize these 18 measures along 3 important dimensions, which are infrastructure, social factors, and educational environment, which we believe are priority that would have important would play an important role in terms of mitigating the effects of flood disaster. Because 18 measures are too many for a slide, so I'm going to talk about only 4 different measures which are going to feature in our subsequent discussions. So the first is social organization, which is we sort of is the cumulative is the total of all different groups or citizen collectives that were active in a village. And these may include social, cultural, political, financial, cooperatives. We also have this measure of school prejudice, which is based on households report on the school discriminatory environment. So whether the children faced some sort of bias and whether teachers were unfair to them. This is a measure sort of capturing that prejudice. We have crime risk, which is again based on occurrences of different types of local crimes, which includes theft, forced break-in, violence, robberies. And the 4th measure is family school engagement, which is basically capturing how common it was in a given village for parents to engage with teachers regarding their children's schoolwork. Along with that, in our micro models, the model that we estimate at the individual level, we also include age, caste and religious group affiliation, gender, income, and parental education. So for the community level analysis, which is our first hypothesis, resilient community buffer hypothesis, we estimate a model of this form, which is the value added model, where E is the education outcome in community T, in community C during wave T. We have the lagged effect. F is the flood exposure. C is community resilience measures, and X is community controls. Value added specification in a situation where we know that our observed outcome of interest is going to be affected by historical inputs, but at the same time, we don't have enough information on those historical inputs. A value added model is has been proven to be the lagged version of the outcome measure sort of is a sufficient statistic for all the historical inputs that we can observe, including flood effects, which might affect education outcomes. Using this specification, we test 3 different outcome variables. We test means, standardized means at the community level, which sort of allows us to look at the average effects of these community resilience measures. Then we look at standard deviations, which sort of captures inequality effects. And the 3rd measure is the fraction of children in a village who scored less than 25th percentile of the national distribution, which we call test score poverty. The individual analysis, we estimate a model like this, where the letters stand for the same variables, except that now we have IHM, which is for individual H in household, individual I in household H, with marginality status, which is our group these different demographic characteristics. In this specification, because there is this concern of bias due to outmigration, if floods hit a village, it is like you would expect that some families move out of those areas. In order to address concerns of bias due to selective outmigration, we adjust our estimates using propensity score weights, which is essentially adjust for like propensity of a child to take the learning outcome test in wave 2. So now results, we are going to, in the interest of time and space, we are going to present results only. We are going to present tables which have coefficient estimates of flood with community resilience indicators. And even among the community resilience indicators, we are only going to show those indicators which have significant in these specifications. So this table shows interaction coefficients for math skills by different outcome measures, so mean, standard deviation, test score, poverty. So if you look at social organizations, a positive coefficient value for means and negative for test score poverty is sort of is basically telling us that villages which have more active social organizations tend to be more protective, or affect modifiers which are protective in nature in situations when floods hit villages. And there is some literature, community studies, which kind of talk about how social organizations, because these are citizens collectives and these are volunteer groups, in situations of disasters, the organizations can call upon their volunteers to start relief work or like be proactive in helping people out. And so that sort of the direction is expected based on theory also. The second measure, school prejudice risk, again, is negative for means, which is good, and positive for test score poverty, which essentially tells us that villages, communities where schools are less discriminatory towards the towards the children, they tend to be more resilient, more protective in the face of disasters like floods. Teacher perceived as good. This is basically household reports of whether they think that teachers in their communities are generally good. The coefficient estimate is positive for standard deviation, which is kind of counterintuitive because, and we need to explore it further. This table is for reading skills. And if you look at, again, the social organizations measure and school prejudice risk measure, again, they are more protective towards reading skills. They're more protective when floods hit villages for reading skills outcomes. Social organization also, in this case, has a negative coefficient for standard deviation, which means that villages where you have more active social organizations have lower inequality in reading skills in relation to flood exposure. The last variable, nearest town, is the distance to the nearest town from the community that we're looking at. And this is also a sort of plausible direction because, I mean, we know that towns are places where local administration is situated. And to the extent that they help people with relief and resources during times of disasters, a village which is like situated farther away is only going to be more vulnerable. So that was community level results, and then we move on to individual child analysis. Again, here also we are going to only show. So before that, so these are in these tables we are going to show interaction effects between floods and these community resilient measures by different marginality. So we look at So we have this overall effect of socializations with floods, and then we look at how that effect sort of varies by different groups, some sort of triple interaction model. So so the first row here is overall effects of socialization on floods. And we see that this is positive for both math skills and reading skills, and which basically means that for again, the communities which are like which have more socializations tend to be more resilient. And if you look at this by different social groups, we see that communities with more socializations, Hindu marginalized castes, which are like lower caste Hindus, which have traditionally faced marginalization in India. For them, we see that for both their math skills and reading skills, socialization significantly modifies their effect. Similarly, for female also, we observe the same direction, that having living in communities where there are more active socializations is generally protective for them. This table, we continue with socializations, but here we display effects by different children belonging to different household income groups. So poorest is basically first two poorest quintiles, others is last three richest quintiles. And we see that for math skill, children, irrespective of how rich, irrespective of whether they belong to richer households or poorer households, socializations have generally protective effect. Similarly, we observe that even for parental schooling, does not matter whether the parents are have been to school or not. Being residents of a village where the community is more vibrant in terms of socializations is helpful. We also observe reading protective effect of socialization for reading skills for all groups except for the poorest children belonging to poorest households. Now we move on to the crime risk. Again, the overall effects are negative, which is ought to be expected. Villages, communities where there is crime is more, children in those villages tend to have villages where we have more crime risk. Flood interaction coefficient estimates are negative, which basically means that less crime is good for math and reading skills. And if we look at these estimates by different social groups, again, Hindu upper caste children, sort of surprisingly, we will have to look more into it, they have positive coefficient, which means that they do well in villages where crime risk is higher. But for Hindu marginalized caste and Muslims, the coefficient estimates are negative, again suggesting that generally communities where crime risk is low is good for them in terms of their learning outcomes. Same for girls, they benefit from staying in villages where crime risks are generally less prevalent. Now, this is again crime risk, but for children belonging to richer and poorer households and children by the parental schooling. And we see that for reading skills, it matters if for reading skills, children who stay in villages where crime risk is low is generally good, more resilient. For math skills, the effect is only protective effects is significant only for the others, richer children from richer households. Then we move on to prejudice risk. And prejudice risk is more, it seems like it is more important for reading skills. It is in the overall interaction model, the coefficients are negative, which means that communities where schools are non-discriminatory are more resilient, provide better protection to children's learning outcomes in the face of flood disasters. But it is more pronounced for reading skills. Hindu marginalized caste children and children and girls benefit from low non-discriminatory school environment. And those of us who sort of understand the Indian context, India has a history of caste oppressions, and gender discrimination also is very high. So it is only it makes sense that these are significant results for these two groups. Again, looking at prejudice risk for household income categories and parental schooling, children from richer households benefit more from staying in villages, in communities where the prejudice risk is less, and it has no effect on children from poorest households. And in terms of children's parental schooling, children whose parents have never gone to any school, they tend to their math skill sort of benefits from staying in villages where prejudice risk is less, and for children whose parents have some schooling, their reading skills benefit. The last resilient indicator we consider is family school engagement. So this is, as I said before, this is an indicator of how common it is for the children's households to engage with school for their schoolwork, and we see that the effects are more pronounced for math. Family villages where it is very common for families to engage with the school, the effect modification impact is significant for math skills, and it is significant for Hindu upper caste and for girls. Girls also, reading skills of girls also sort of benefit from from more family engagement with the school. Lastly, we look at these categories, the household income categories and parental schooling categories, and we see that the effects are only present for math for others, and math for children whose parents had some schooling. So to conclude, in terms of our the first hypothesis, which is the resilient community buffer hypothesis, we find that communities with more social organizations and those that perceive those where families perceive schools to be non-discriminatory, provide significantly greater protection to the children's learning outcomes in the face of disruptions caused by flood exposures. In terms of our second hypothesis, we find that there are effect modifier impacts for flood on learning across different. We find that effect modifiers for flood impacts on learning differ across groups. For instance, in the tables that we just saw, we found that girls benefit from effect modifications and modifications of social organizations, crime and prejudice risks, and family school engagement, whereas boys benefit only from prejudice risk. Social organizations modify flood effects for Hindu marginalized groups, but not for Hindu upper caste and Muslim children, whereas crime risk modifies effects in the case of math and or reading skills for all groups except for boys and those from poorest households. This is our current status. We are planning to extend our analysis to include these in our next steps. So we want to we also want to estimate enrollment status and school progression as our outcome variables. We want to consider whether household economic status could be a mechanism through which floods have impacts on children's education. We also want to, so for the micro level models, we also want to test cross-group differences in flood effect modifiers with attention to concerns associated with multiple hypothesis testing. And lastly, we also want to conduct some robustness checks and investigate anomalous findings in our paper. I think that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Before Daniel making comments, just one quick clarification. So the coefficient that you show in the table, is that the interaction or the total effect of?
So the first row is the total, and after that we show interaction by different.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much.
Could I say something just quickly about that last question?
Okay.
That total means the pooled interaction effect, not a total effect.
Ah, yeah, okay.
All right. So yep. Thanks for the opportunity to make some suggestions on the paper. To summarize, the paper has two research questions. First one, when a flood hits, are learning outcomes in resilient communities higher or not? And the second one is, when a flood hits, are learning outcomes for children from marginalized groups in resilient communities higher or not? So the way I think about the question is that the treatment in this study is a resilient community. So you're comparing outcomes in resilient, more resilient, and basically less resilient communities. The data is the India Human Development Survey. The first wave is in 2004, 2005, second wave about 7 years later. 83% household recontact rate and 0% children recontact rate because of the survey design. So in both waves, they only survey kids from 8 to 11, if I understand correctly, reading the early draft and this slide. So in terms of the model, to answer the first research question, the researchers use community level value added model with a sample size of 834. Second research question, child level model, not value added. Sample size is about 7,200. So the headline results are, when a flood hits, more resilient communities have higher learning outcomes, which means there's this what they refer to as the buffer. And the second one, learning outcomes for girls, Hindu marginalized groups, and children whose parents have some schooling compared to no schooling are higher in more resilient communities when a flood hits. So that's the paper in a nutshell. I like the paper very much for these reasons. One, we know that floods disrupt education and results in learning losses. We all know that now. But the study goes into examining resilience, which is exactly what we want to do more research on in the future, and actually also now. The second one is that the paper examines the role of what I think about as deep-rooted characteristics, rather than what happens when. So in terms, rather than reactions of a particular disruption, this is more like a disruption happens to communities that are more prepared or more resilient, and comparing that to when a flood hits a community that's less resilient. So not focusing so much on what they actually did, but these deep-rooted characteristics. And the third reason is that the second research question explicitly addresses the inequality dimension, which policymakers should be concerned about. So, there's a lot to like about this study. I have 3 comments that I hope can help strengthen the paper. The first one, I wonder if there's actually any benefit of including communities that did not experience any flood in the data. The reason why maybe including these communities, no flooding, may not be good for the paper is that they are very different along income and social dimensions. So it's almost like communities that experience flooding are very different, both observable and even in observable characteristics with those that never experienced or did not experience flooding. And then when you look at, for example, heterogeneity in terms of caste inside communities that experience flooding, for example, the upper caste Hindu in communities that experience flooding will be different from upper caste Hindu in communities that do not experience flooding, right? So it's hard to think about the comparison groups. At the extreme, super resilient communities, so I use this loose term of super resilient communities do not experience floods. So exposure to flood is endogenous, and if you include this sample in the model, you have to think about this endogeneity of exposure to flood. If you don't include these communities, so just look at communities that experience flood, and then look at whether variation in resilience affect learning outcomes, conditional on experiencing flood, then you don't need to deal with this aspect of indigeneity, and you can still answer the research question. And another bonus is that the empirical model can be simplified, because right now you're relying on these interaction terms. And in the second part of the child data, you have like triple interactions, which to me is a bit hard to think about. So the model will be simplified if you just use a different sample. So second comment on the model data and effect sizes. The community level model I find a bit puzzling, because you said you look at villages where at least 3 children in that village were tested. There is no information on how many kids actually are there in the villages, but to me, 3 per community, or on average 9 to 10 children, if you divide the number of kids to the number of villages, seems very small, and I'm sure if that's representative of the village itself. So you may want to consider maybe not using this model, and you can still answer both research questions with the child level model actually. On sample selection, you limited the children one to household in both waves, but we know that kids are different, right? So you're actually selecting on a particular type of household where they have 8 to 11-year-old kids in both times, 7 years apart. So I'm not sure how to think about this and what it means to the estimation. So the question is there any particular need to keep 2 panel households or not when you're trying to answer your research question? Dependent variable, your learning outcomes are categorical, like 4 categories of reading and math. So I'm not sure how you created the mean, the standard deviation, and the learning poverty, and whether you just use OLS or you use some kind of ordered logit or ordered probit. Would be good to discuss further community resilience in the previous period. Some are subjective responses, some are objective. The subjective ones, are prone to measurement error, and you need to discuss this. And a natural extension is to create a kind of index from the 18 measures. So maybe you can try that. And finally, you can discuss if the effects are large or small, because in the presentation and in the paper, you only talk about positive, negative, and protective or not. But it's also important to look at the effect sizes. My final one is, what's the policy takeaway? Because the finding is that resilient communities have resilient education that protect marginalized groups. But then the policy question is then how can governments build resilient communities in the first place? So for that, we need to understand the factors that lead to resilient communities. But here is that maybe the factors that build community resilience and factors that build education resilience could just be the same thing, so maybe in the paper you may want to talk about these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel, for very helpful comments. Do you want to respond first, or co-author to respond?
Okay. So let's just look at the question. So, this is a question that we have been thinking about. Initially, we sort of decided to limit our analysis to only those regions which we know are flood prone, and where the variation in terms of how villages are is not. So one thing that we're doing is we're just focusing on rural areas, right? So that kind of brings some sort of homogeneity maybe, but also we're thinking of limiting our analysis to only flood prone areas. But I think we need to think through this question. Do you have a response to this question?
I agree that I think we should, it's an interesting suggestion, which I appreciate and might help us really simplify the very unmanageable models that we've got right now. So I think it's a great idea for us to consider.
Yeah, so again, this 3 child per community, we looked at the distribution of number of children in each village. We used 3 because that allows us to. So let me first answer that question, how we got our means and standard deviations. So it's basically so because these are rankings, we sort of just took a normal mean of the skills, the ranks. So these are like not, maybe these are the ranks, this is the mean ranking of the learning skills in each community. And maybe like we should rephrase it to reflect that idea. And because we restricted our sample, I mean, we start with at least three children, so that we are able to calculate standard deviation, which we usually calculate at the national level, and we standardize our scores. Panel household, one reason why we want to focus on panel households is because we are using exposure variables from wave 1. We don't want to use, so we have the same information is also available per child, for each child in wave 2. But we also, there are concerns about if we use those measures, did those measures sort of, did they get modified in response to what was happening in terms of floods? So that's why we want to have resilience measures from wave 1. And that's why we want to keep households which are panel. And so we are still working on these community resilience measures. We are not happy with 18. We did try to do principal component analysis, clustering, and I mean, it didn't give us any sort of very clear patterns. So we are kind of in the process of working and modifying these variables or creating some sort of index out of it. So that is going on. In terms of whether the effects are large or small, that's one of our next steps that we want to. One idea is to sort of do this cross group testing of these cross group effects to see like the reason I'm sort of only talking about this, the direction or protective effects broadly, is because we haven't tested these coefficients for how strong these are and whether like it makes sense to sort of talk about cross group variation. Policy takeaway, answer that question.
I just wanted to say one thing. I think that it was mentioned. Is it okay? I wanted to clarify one thing about the panel. It's not people who had 8 to 11-year-olds in both years. It's just in wave 2, there are 8 to 11-year-olds, and then we track back to the information from those same households before. So it's not so restrictive. They didn't have to have kids in that age range in both years, which I think would be really, really, really problematic. I guess, I mean, I think we still want to work through the full set of results, but I think one of the things that seemed very interesting to us is that we have a lot of measures that are sort of more, infrastructure measures and other kinds of measures, but a lot of the really interesting results we thought were coming from these sort of social dimensions of communities, including this measures that really map onto kind of ideas of social capital. And so, I think particularly, if as we move forward, those continue to be sort of the more prominent results, I think that we could think a little bit. I think Nazir, you had some thoughts about particularly the social organizations result, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, so like, this community collective, citizens collectives, groups such as like, you have these cooperatives, you may have like parent teacher groups, which can help. One of the tasks of these groups could be help children. We know that floods are progressively getting more intense and more frequent. So having such groups which are specifically, so one of their objectives is to help children during such times, sort of helps. So one of the some measures about, like, for instance, school prejudice risk, which is how non-discriminatory schools are, I think is like a measure, something that has policy relevance. Government of India has sort of tried to address these concerns with like whether, children from marginalized groups facing discrimination in schools, because of which they don't want to come to schools. So so intervention in order to correct these deep-rooted sort of prejudices can help mitigate some of these effects. I also think like communities where these deep-rooted prejudices exist also have implications for, say, when a flood hits and there are resources and you have to ration those resources. If there's a teacher who has to teach or do remedial classes, and could it be that because of these deep-rooted prejudices, certain groups or certain castes are neglected because they face a lot of prejudice? So sort of explicitly recognizing this fact that these things matter in general for your educational outcomes, but it matter even more when you have disasters like floods, might be one of the ways through which public action or government action sort of creates more resilience in the education system. Family engagement, which seems very important, could be another sort of policy intervention that builds more resilient education system even in the face of disasters. And we have like other things. We have measures which capture conflict resolution, which we have not included because obviously those were not consistently significant across these different groups. But those are like important measures which we need to talk more about in the paper. Yeah.
Nazar, can I quickly add something there? So I think just to address the first question about the including only flood affected places. I think in the initial stage we were interested even if there is any effect of floods on the achievement. So that was the main intention of opening up to the larger sample. Interestingly, there were some places where we found that the flood, there were no effects of the flood, only at 10% significance level, and that's why we were curious to interact with some of these important variables and to see if the interactions would make results different. And so we were interested in a deeper analysis. So that's how I would address the first question. The second on the policy relevance, it's a great question, and I mean to be honest, we have many variables there. The tables that we showed are very abbreviated, so a lot of variables, and it's overwhelming. But at the same time, I think among many models, what we found was that having social groups and family engagement and then prejudice, these three aspects were consistently being significant, statistically significant in the interactions in most of the models, and that kind of leads us to this kind of policy implication that in Indian case, like rich people will, if floods hit, they'll resort to private tutoring. They'll put their kids to private tutoring, but poor kids from poor families, they cannot do anything. So that's where the government will need to come and help out these families from poor households, at least to knowing that these kind of things happen, and then family engagement is also something that we learned quite a bit, that those families were engaged, their kids are able to do well in these maths and reading, but other families who are totally disengaged, we are consistently finding that their kids are not doing well. So we're still learning a lot in this, but those are very valuable comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Please. First, and then Professor Nias. And also Professor Pak.
Really interesting. Just had an observation, a question on this issue of the policy implications. I guess it's a question we've discussed in the past couple of days. What is the mechanism through which the outcomes are realized? Is it through directly resilient communities put up their own programs and do things like private interactions, or do they put pressure on the local government to act accordingly? And if it's the latter, wouldn't it be helpful to have a variable that takes into account the governance, an indicator of the governance level of these different local governments? It's like the degree of difficulty, if you like, to do that. The other question that I had is whether resilient communities can actually affect government and vote them in. And so it's endogenous.
Please, Professor. Yes.
So I'll actually answer Manny's question because so for India, there's a large literature on local level governance, and I was thinking of village panchayat, and why have you not considered that? So the beauty of this is it solves many of your problems, because there is this policy reform going back in 1990s where randomly a proportion of the panchayat leaders would be assigned to women. So therefore, when Mani is thinking of, well, whether it is like villagers mobilizing, I would like to say, well, is it bottom up or top down? So if you have a good leader, maybe you don't have to worry much. Is it that? Or so when you talk about resilient community, is it like resilient leader? Or is it kind of like an egalitarian leader? Because the moment I'm thinking of female leadership, there is a big literature. And Esther Duflo has a paper in Econometrica where she has a fascinating finding, which kind of connects with what you find. So I remember one of your child level analysis, it says that girls are better off. So that's interesting, because Esther's one headline message is that panchayat leaders invest in public infrastructure that is more aligned to the needs of their own gender group. So therefore, it will be fascinating to see whether this is actually correlating with the gender of the local level leaders. And again, there is another literature, by the way, so deliberative democracy, where women are there, they're not allowed to talk, right? So they're going to village meetings, but they're not allowed to talk. So those are, I think, like very nice measures you can bring in to make it more nuanced. And I think that's will solve most of your problems, like what Daniel is asking and Manny is asking. So I'm sympathetic for you to look for answers into the social structure, but I think knowing India, given India's long legacy of how villages are governed, how local level public goods are delivered, so I think you really want to bring in that component. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park.
So I wanted to echo one of Daniel's recommendations, is to not do the village level regressions. And one way to think about it is that if it's all village outcomes based on village resilience measures, then there's kind of an aggregation problem here, because if the test scores tend to be good and resilient communities using those measures without controlling for the individual household characteristics, it could just be on average. Obviously, the places with higher test scores have households with various characteristics that are correlated with resilient communities. And so it's much cleaner, because what we like to think about community resilience is that these are characteristics that are in addition to the household characteristics, right? So we'd like to do them both at the same time, where you can say, oh, well, poor households are less resilient, but even controlling from all of the household characteristics, if they're in a community, like a poor household in a resilient community does better than a poor house in a non-resilient community. And so you really need to be looking at both at the same time to make it that story and not have these difficulties of interpretation with aggregation. And I want to encourage you to keep thinking about kind of the mechanisms, because I mean, you can think of like what happens in a flood typically. I mean, it would be good to be more narrative to motivate the whole question. Like, why do test scores go down in a flood? Is it a supply problem? Is it like schools are closing, education, or is it really just about household level income shocks? And when the households are, if households are literally being destroyed or losing their income, then kids are like living in temporary shelters, or they're not eating enough. And so how are they, it would be good to get a better sense of what we think are the stories, because that really directly affects how we should think about how resilience, community resilience would matter. So your kind of hypotheses were interesting, that, the groups can get organized and help the marginalized groups. I think you were thinking more of access to education services, and so I think that's really important to think about how to interpret or how to hypothesize, and maybe think of more things that you could test to either confirm or negate those hypotheses.
Last question, Dr. Mahmud, and after that, Farouk.
Thank you. So there are some research showing that disaster makes people more pro-social. Or people become more cohesive, helping each other, trusting each other more. From Bangladesh also, you have seen that people form risk-sharing group facing disaster. So I think in that context, that's what Manny was referring. So the policy implication could be like how to build trust in the society or educate people, through education, improve the social capital. So, and I'm just wondering whether if you can link any way to World Value Survey data see some of the data coming from that part, how those variables look like. World Value Survey.
Thank you. Just a clarification question, I think. So how are we defining resilience? Like, there were a number of indicators that the measures that you were using. So those measures are coming from literature, or how we are saying that these measures are important for resilience?
Yeah, so most of these sort of is informed by literature. So there's this literature in trauma psychology which talks about, for instance, the organization aspect comes from that literature. There's some community studies in India which talk about how in the times of natural disasters, it really matters whether volunteer groups come together. Prejudice risk and crime risk, because we have, there is this documented literature on like how schools which tend to be more discriminatory sort of also disincentivize students from lower social groups to come. So it comes from there. Crime risk, I can't think of a literature that I've read on crime risk, but it generally seemed like one of the important resilient measures, like how protective, how much protection can a society sort of, how safe a community is, perhaps, like, is important in terms of like the outcomes. Yeah, so for most of these, family engagement obviously comes from the literature of like how family engagement with schools comes from the literature of how like family engagement is generally better in terms of child outcomes. Yeah, so Amrit has a response.
So within this setup too, we can check whether those resilient measures or measures for resilience helped the communities to avoid the harmful effects of the flood too, like the other effects too, apart from the learning losses. So that would establish that those measures were actually important for community resilience, and then testing whether those measures also supported reduction in learning losses.
Right.
If that makes.
No, it does make sense. I mean, so Emily and I were having this conversation about using the term resilience a priori, because we feel like one of the arguments could be like, whether something is resilient, provides resilience or not, is established only after you see an effect of that on your outcome. So
Yes.
We're sort of still in the process of thinking through these measures, but yeah. Amrit has a response to.
Yeah, I know we're running out of time. Quickly wanted to respond to two questions. First, yours. I think basically we are using the social capital theory, and then remember that this is like the negative effect. The floods have negative effect on student achievement. So just to clarify, what we are looking is like with these better and stronger communities, would the negative effect be much smaller? That's what we're trying to look at from when we say resilient community. So, and quickly on, I think on Manny's and Albert's comments are extremely valuable comments, and I think we know the mechanisms. So mostly they relate to three things. One is due to floods, transportations are disrupted, and then school closures happen. So when school closures, due to school closures, learning do not happen. That is one mechanism. And then second mechanism is the income. The most of these, actually, we did talk with many people out there also. Some people, not many people. We did talk. We got an opportunity to talk to some village leaders and teachers and head teachers, and they did mention that a lot of people who live in that area rely on the agricultural income, and when these floods happen, their whole income is disrupted, and then children will go and then try to help their parents, and they'll not bother with going to schools and all of that. So income shock on the supply side is also another mechanism. So in the paper, I think we have tried to explain a little bit, but we'll be thinking actually more on that lines, and we'll incorporate those suggestions.
Thank you very much, Professor. So would you mind make it quick? 1 minute.
Very, very quick. Somewhat related with Mihaj's comment and also Daniel's one of the comments. I think those communities repeatedly exposed to the flood naturally build up adaptation capacity. So, but here you use only 1-0 variable. Of course, 5 years horizon is a bit short, but if there are variations, numbers of frequencies and floods, you can exploit that variation to make a more precise estimates. So that's my
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we give big applause to Nazar, Professor Emily, and also like Dr. Tafar for that? I'm sure we still have like many questions, but now we are like in.
Welcome to this last session. I'm Manny Jimenez. I'm at the Asian Development Bank. Thank you to Dean Sonobe and Daniel for inviting me. It's been a fascinating couple of days. No research conference ever ends without a call for more research. Daniel wanted to make sure of that and put together a very distinguished panel to think about after the past couple of days, what is a future research agenda? We have a panel here that is very interesting because they're characterized by two things. One is that all of them are distinguished researchers, like all of you here, and have a long track record and CVs that would take as long to read as one of their papers. The other is all of them have not just done research and know the supply side, but all of them also know the demand side, because all of them have experience with policy and the use of research to make a difference. So you all know them. We have, of course, two. We have Yasu and Albert, who are not only distinguished academics, but also former and current chief economists of the Asian Development Bank. We have Beth King, who is also a distinguished researcher and a former director of education at the World Bank. And we have Lee Crawford from the Center of Global Development, whose budding research is complemented by the fact that the CGD is one of the leading think tanks that informs policies all around the world. So I'm sure they have more than enough ideas to fill up the next 45 minutes or so that we have on research. But we also know that we have a budget constraint, or maybe we don't. Maybe Dean Sonobe and Daniel have their say. But let's assume that we do. And I'd like to start the conversation, and that's what we're going to have. There'll be no presentation. There'll be a conversation among the five of us, on first, what do you think are the top two priorities for what you'd like to see in research in the resilience of education systems. Let me start with our chief economist friends. First, Albert, then Yasu, and go with the song.
Okay, I think I have more than two priorities, but let me pick two. Yes, I am pick two. One is it struck me when Harry in the really first remarks of our event said, "I'm really not sure why Singapore did so well." And you're going to hear why Uzbekistan did so well. And those were also really interesting cases for me. And I kind of made me feel that we should do a better job documenting kind of the policy history of what countries in the region have done during the pandemic in terms of supporting remote learning, and then also after the pandemic ended, the remediation efforts, so we can start to have a better understanding of the variety of responses and how it correlates to what we know about the extent of learning losses in different countries as the evidence comes in. I think that's would be really helpful. So it's hard to measure in a lot of ways. In some countries, it's very decentralized in terms of the responses, but I still think it's probably a good exercise. So one thing I'd be eager to do, maybe working with Harry, maybe work with Lee, other people who are trying to ask questions about government responses. And the second priority, I think I mentioned earlier, is that we should keep, especially for the pandemic, but I think also for large natural disasters, we should keep following kids, not just after 1 year, but to see, because resilience is kind of a longer term concept in a way. So we should really understand the paths of recovery, or whether disadvantages magnify over time in certain environments, et cetera, related to this last presentation about resilience.
So, I wonder, this is question specific to COVID-19 or broader disaster resilience. Resilience of the education system. So first, I agree with Albert. Stock taking of existing, different type of intervention is quite important. And I would imagine, what if I were in a position to guide certain academic research for country or some institution, I would make this nice chart by Michael Kramer, published in Science. He has a stock taking of different interventions categorized into 4 parts. Number 1 was access to education, conditional cash transfer or unconditional cash transfers. Secondly, business as usual inputs like class size and other type of usual inputs. And third one is more innovative interventions, such as digital e-learning program. And then finally, I think school-based management type of intervention. And actually, I forgot that teacher management. So these are 5 different categories. I think we have a different type of evidence popping up after a certain disaster and different type of disasters. So I would make a comparative chart, which is more effective in terms of facilitating learning or attendance, as well as cost effectiveness. So that's the number 1. Number 2 is actually data availability is critical. Real time, close to real time data availability is really critical. So I would spend some resources to identify what's the new type of data which is extremely useful for addressing effectiveness of education interventions and resilience of building up a resilience of education system. Big data, satellite imagery or admin data from a different type of institutions, mobile phone data. Many people started using call detail record just after the outbreak of pandemic. And so I think these innovative data searching and identifying, I would devote some resources.
Thanks, and very clever to mention subtopics among the first one, so that you could get more more in. Beth, you're the one among this group that really has had the most deepest interventions, deepest interactions on education as a sector. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
So my first point would be similar. It would be probably the second priority that Albert mentioned, which is what other than what causes the disasters, or what makes us need resilience policies, would be, can we find out how the different policies differ from each other, really, and in that, so taking stock and then looking into the impact of each type of policy. One of the policies that I think needs more attention, which has not been mentioned today, I think is really about on the human resources side of the education sector. I really think that if we just focus on infrastructure, let's say, as one of the things that we need to do more about when you're talking about various disasters, is human resources, and by that I mean basically teachers. I think we have to get out of the education sector, think about civil service reforms, about who should really be the education workforce, especially in countries that are prone to disasters. We already know what kind of other skills are needed, what kind of other support students need in places that are prone to disasters. We need to go back to not just schools kind of as though it's schools writ large, but rather breaking into component parts. And one of the most important part would be teachers. And what do we mean by the workforce?
Thank you. Wow, teachers, who would have thought? No, excellent point. Lee, you've already, in a way, this morning carved out your research agenda, but pick two of those in that list of topics that you'd want to see this group address.
Yeah, so I guess I had my two key main points, which were studies looking at other outcomes besides just learning, especially child well-being, mental health, and secondly, looking at a wider range of policies. I think probably my ideal study, and I think these are really hard to do, would be you want some kind of exogenous variation in policy and in the shock, and for it to be some policy which is clearly scalable and feasible and implementable by a government. Whereas I think there's so much great research on great interventions implemented by an NGO that is really high skilled and really high capacity, and there's just no way that most governments are going to replicate that. So things that are realistic. But then in my experience speaking to with ministers, they don't want to hear about research. They want to hear a story about which country has had this problem the same as us and fixed it, and what's that narrative of how the problem can be solved. And one of CGD's most successful publications has been this book Millions Saved, which is this series of case studies from global health around exactly this. Like, here's a specific story of how this intervention really worked. So I think those kind of case studies may not come naturally to most of us quantitative focused economists, but those can be really, really useful, I think, for policy.
No, thanks. And let me go with that now. And by the way, after about another couple of rounds here, I'm going to turn to the audience. So I'm sure you have a lot of questions for my colleagues here. So think about them, and we'll turn to you in a second. But just going with what Lee just mentioned on this point on case studies, let me ask a question about the how. We've had a lot of conversations the past couple of days on RCTs, DIDs, so on and so forth. Any reflections on how we, and we're all economists here, we should be thinking about how we do research. There's been have some side conversations here, for example, on the need to be a bit more inclusive in our multidisciplinary approach to this. Do you think that's necessary, or do you think that we just need to have economists who think more broadly? Who'd like to start on this?
Were you asking me?
No.
Okay. No, it's, in fact, I do think that's absolutely right. Because, for example, we know that we have in fact labeled some communities as drought prone, flood prone, disaster prone, earthquake prone, et cetera, right? Which means to say disasters or catastrophes or even epidemics and political conflict tend to happen in the same place over and over again. So I think the political aspect of why don't communities then in fact already have resilient education systems? I think it's, and why do, so understanding that even, I think is a very important question. Why aren't all countries that experience these things over and over again already have good, we already have really good examples and many good examples. We tend to go to the same countries, the countries that have high education outcomes seem to be the countries that also have the higher capacity to come up with approaches to deal with catastrophes. What about the others? That needs political science, and it needs an understanding of the sociology and the social trust, the importance of a social contract in the community.
Maybe I can turn to Yasu and Albert on this. I mean, you've headed departments that were stocked with, I think, all economists, and also you've been in economics departments. What do you think about this more multidisciplinary approach?
On one hand, I'd like to join Bess to emphasize learning from the past policy implementation, and also handling a different type of unexpected and foreseen disasters. A notable example is the early warning system, flood early warning system in Bangladesh, and also early warning system of typhoon in Japan and earthquakes warning system. These are a result of huge human losses in the past, and then somewhat gradually different type of piloting and exploration, and then converge to somewhat the second best mix of intervention. So I think, and then as a result, we observe both Bangladesh and Japan human calamity, really dramatically reduced. So I think these learning from the past experience and experimentation, and also cross learning across the country border, that's very important. And UN has global events, disaster risk, every decade. 2015, we had a Sendai conference, and then before that, Yokohama. So these, large-scale coordination, like SDGs and Paris Declaration, I think Sendai Framework is another kind of how to say, glue together different knowledge and different experience, so that we can make this disaster resilience framework as international public goods. I think this is very important. So in that respect, inevitably we should work with non-economists, and also as Lee said, broader well-being measure. Many economists started looking into child psychosocial situation and mental health, and actually personally, I joined a program in Tohoku area affected by tsunami in 2011, led by epidemiologist Ichiro Kawachi, Harvard School of Public Health, and he's a guru of a social capital in social determinant health. And I learned a lot. And also they said, because I bringing in laboratory experiment, using a laboratory experiment to elicit the social capital and trust and altruism and these kind of standard experimental economics measure. And they also said that they gain. So I think this interdisciplinary, especially in the context of disaster, I think epidemiologists and also hard, civil engineering science. I think these are very, very fruitful, and there are lots of experience. Through this interdisciplinary approach, we can identify a right early warning system or broader policy programs.
Albert, what do you think?
So I think if you think about policy relevant research, is some frustration sometimes where we think we know a lot of what should be done, but it doesn't seem to happen. So how do you make research really influence policy? We know learning loss is learning poverty is really still very extreme. It's hard to almost believe how many kids can't read, and even for climate, now the leading climate scientists say we know what to do, we just have to do it, but then somehow governance fails us. So I think governance is important as a topic for researchers in areas of education reform and trying to understand where governance is failing. I met Kartik Muralidharan recently. He's publishing a big book on governance, so maybe he'll have all of the answers. But I think that broadly speaking, people, I have no problem with the way the research community is, directing its efforts. There's a little bit of difference between policy advocacy and policy research, right? So on the advocacy side, as Lee said, people want to hear narratives, and country leaders want to hear. It's really good to have lists about how countries are doing relative to each other. The name and shame thing seems to motivate country leaders. And the other thing that motivates like ministers of finance, who we tend to interact with a lot at ADB, is, what is the economic cost of these things? So you have to make it a very simple kind of calculation that learning loss is going to cost 2% of GDP or something. So they have a sense, oh, well, maybe I should think about that. Or, another area where Lee and I have been both working on the lead poisoning problem. And again, the harm is so obvious and the cost seems relatively low to act, but yet it seems like it's hard to really mobilize action. And then we're doing the same thing. We're trying to point out the economic cost versus benefit. And that's kind of the level of communication for policy. But that's not necessarily what the research community should do. The two things, yeah. So the two things for researchers, I'm broadly happy with how research goes. I think people are asking really interesting and important questions, but of course we'd like to see it to be very policy relevant. So always be thinking about that. Although I know when I was the head of an economics department, so I know that the incentive is really to publish in good journals, and they don't really necessarily reward policy relevance that much. But I think if you want to be impactful, especially people in this room, I think should be responsive to this kind of way to think about what's meaningful research. But I would say, in addition to thinking about governance issues more, I think sometimes I feel like the research community is a little bit behind where the current policy debates are, and especially things that are more forward-looking, like technology solutions, how new technology is going to really affect things. Those are really important because the world is changing so fast, right? And so I think Yasu made this point, but I would just say that, try to be more forward-looking.
I just wanted to follow up on that. I mean, you mentioned as an example, bringing in non-economics. Kartik wrote this book on governance, but Kartik's an economist, okay? So my question is, in the parlance of the daycare center, are we going to engage in parallel play or joint play? And there are costs to joint play because we have different jargons. I've tried to work with some of my friends in other disciplines, and it takes us a few weeks just to find out we're talking about the same thing. So question is, do you think we should have teams? Should we, in this conference next year, should we have to make sure that we have more non-economists and form teams? Or do you think that we could just, in fact, agree on coordinate as opposed to collaborate? Any views? Any examples that you might want to, CGD perhaps has examples of where true.
We have a sociologist here. Emily, please stand up. I've worked with Emily for a long time on surveys together in China, but Emily is kind of a quantitative sociologist, so it's not a big.
Well, no. Is that do we have to find common ground or like that, or do we want to stretch ourselves and?
I think it's easy to. I've been involved as a person who's always been in both Emily and in like the world of China studies, where we interact with other disciplines. You know, we make lots of efforts. I think coordination works much better than collaboration, to be honest, because, you know, you have a way of methodological and theoretical frameworks that you bring, and they have advantages, and you should be aware of the advantages and limitations, but it's hard for you to then look at a question and try to do something joint with someone who has completely different theoretical and methodological.
Thanks. Lee, I'd like your views on this because the CGD, in fact, is known for more multidisciplinary teams, I think. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
I think we're mostly economists at CGD. We do have a couple of projects which are somewhat multidisciplinary, and it's really hard to publish for papers because it's fit neatly into an economics journal or neatly into a different disciplinary journal. So I think those papers are super interesting and challenging, rather than writing a more formulaic RCT, which is much more straightforward. But yeah, it's challenging if you're those your incentives.
Okay, I want to get back to this, and I hope some of you will comment on this. But I want to get back to one last topic, and then I'll turn it over to the audience for question. And the impact evaluation literature has often been criticized for doing a really good job on the impact side and not such a good job on what we economists should really be focused on or be better at is on costs. Do you agree with that? Why do you think that is? And what is it that we should be doing to make sure that whenever we have studies that look at the benefits of interventions that improve resilience, that we're costing them properly? Yasu.
Yeah, admittedly, large-scale RCT is very costly, and then you may publish one paper in top 5 or top field journal. That's it, admittedly. So I think what's the problem? One fundamental issue is many maybe first generation RCTs impact evaluation rely on reduced form approach. In other words, a black box approach. You don't know. Of course, people put the theory of change, but you don't really know how a particular intervention ultimately leading to improvement of outcome. So I think inside black box should be we should put more resources and efforts to uncover inside black box. In that respect, I think already there is a rich literature how to combine structural estimation and reduce form, and even small scale RCT. I think that can give a variety of counterfactual policy simulation. So I think this is one way already happening. And the other one is, of course, we are here to look into the disasters. So instead of putting a huge amount of money to set up a random assignment of a treatment control group, we can look into a particular exogenous variation, which can give us a very useful exogenous variation to uncover particular important causal relationship. So flat discontinuity or tsunami coastal line or seismic actually earthquake is really localized, right? And also particular movement of active fault generates earthquake wave perpendicular to the active fault that can give you a very clean exogenous variation. So I think utilizing wisely different type of exogenous shock to uncover uncover causal relationship, and in other words, adapting a natural experiment combined with the structural expansion, I think that is one way to wisely utilize and also maximize or improve a cost benefit ratio of standard RCT-based experiment.
Yeah, and I think your question was great in a sense of having done some literature reviews where you're trying to look at the cost benefits of policies, and so many studies they have pages and pages about the benefits of this intervention and not a single line on the costs of either the research or the intervention. And how are you supposed to then present that to a policymaker and say, you should do this policy? I have no idea what it costs or whether it's affordable. Like, it's just maddening. And policymakers aren't always the main audience for research. That's fine. But if you do want policymakers to pay attention to your research, or if you want it to be included in systematic reviews, then put some detail about the program in your paper.
I can say a word about the demand side for this, because I think increasingly development organizations are trying to bring evidence to justify project designs, and part of that is cost benefit. And so DFID used to publish, or continues to publish, memos of best buys in development where they actually they look at cost benefit. And there's now an effort by Dean Carlin and working with people at the World Bank and a couple of other places to create a public database of impact evaluation studies that include not just the benefit estimates, but a costing estimate. And sometimes, because this, as you said, the studies don't report the costs, they just look at the intervention, they try to understand what are the wages in this country at that time, and they can kind of estimate what they think is a ballpark figure for the cost, just so they can add it into the database. The other thing I wanted to say is that I think there's now also a new way of thinking about impact evaluations where they're more rapid, and they're trying to learn they're trying to feed into better design. So you have a basic maybe model of intervention that works, but then you think, oh, maybe we could save money by doing this. Let's try it that way, and try to a bunch of different ways so that you get to a more and more efficient model. Now, that may not always be as easy to publish if the cost choices are kind of boring ones, but they're really important, I think, for increasing the return to investments of projects. But sometimes even thinking about why something works better can be interesting, like how should you hire tutors? Maybe there's expensive and cheap ways, and maybe there are ways to do it where you can actually get motivated students to do it, which is much cheaper. And there's also some interesting intellectual content. So I think it is this idea to replicate and to keep learning, using evaluations as part of a learning algorithm. The DIME department in the bank now is trying to adopt this and adopt in the projects where they work to incorporate impact evaluation designs into the project from the beginning, and incorporate early evaluations that are nimble evaluations that feed back into the design of the project, so the project actually performs better in the end.
So if I might just add something to that, which is that I would propose, in fact, that from this conference, those who are involved in education policy and working with education ministers or sectors to see if they couldn't come up with a resilience plan, education resilience plan, and to cost that out. What would it take for a country that experiences a disaster or catastrophe almost every year? What would it mean for the education ministry to actually design a resilience plan, learning or schooling continuity plan, and cost that, and have also a monitoring and evaluation design connected with it? I think the World Bank and ADB should actually challenge a task, one of the project tasks it has to do this. Maybe it's just for one region of a country or another region, but what would it mean for the education ministry, but also for the health ministry, if there are mental and physical disabilities associated with the consequences of the disaster. And I go back to the civil service authorities who have to deal with, maybe they have to incentivize teachers so that the teachers will feel that they will be compensated for extra work during very difficult times, or a reservist army of teachers who may not be the regular teachers, but who can be called on to help during crises.
No, thanks. Great insights. I do want to note Albert's issue of publication bias because it is hard to publish a study of costs of various interventions. That's why in the Journal of Development Effectiveness, which I used to edit, in one of the last year I edited, we had a special issue on just costs of interventions. And we had to have a call for proposals because there is this bias to look at what works. Did you have something to add to this?
Actually, I think publication bias is so serious. You know, RCT, what's our target? Something we can randomize, right? But if you compare the portfolio of RCT in terms of sector and theme, and also ADB portfolio, so much different. You know, ADB's portfolio, lending portfolio, one quarter is devoted into transport, another quarter into energy. So how many RCT in infrastructure? I mean, transport infrastructure. I know there is one Aristat paper, road pavement RCT, but only one paper I can remember. So I think there is a fundamental bias because academia really emphasize a clean and ultimate exhaustion variation to identify causal relationship. I think that really biased direction of academia, and there is a huge gap between policy demand and academic research direction.
One of the I think reasons why DIME and the World Bank advanced so quickly on this is because in the IDA replenishment, I think 2012, I think it was, the deputies put in as a condition that they want to see more impact evaluations at the World Bank. And that really, that's right. No, in the projects, they wanted to see that. And in fact, we're just doing an evaluation of the Asian Development Fund now. And one of our findings is one of the big gaps is in M&E in the projects. And one of the board members asked, are you saying that we should actually push for this in the next replenishment round? I said, that's be it for me to say that, but maybe something you want to think about. Look, we have a few minutes left. I'd like to open it up to the floor. We've had a very interesting discussion. We could continue on this for the next hour or so, but we're not going to do that. But I want to give the audience a chance to see if you have any questions or comments. I'll take groups of questions and comments. If you have any comments to individuals, please note them down. So, hands, if any. Harry, then Dean Sonobe. Okay, well, Harry first, and then we'll go this way. So please take notes. And
yeah, just on the evidence, I think we've actually come a long way when this became sort of fashionable in education or at the bank. I would say there were studies published with no IRBs, no costs, no pre-registration, non-replicable. Now, I don't think we could even publish a working paper without a replication package. I don't know if there are any notable journals that would accept a paper without a pre-registration. So I think we have come a long way. there's absolutely no excuse for cost to be absent. There are several toolkits freely available from JPAL, World Bank, others. But we do need to go further than that, because it's not enough to say that something is cost effective without knowing the context where it was implemented and what it's being proposed for. We have countries that are spending, $30 per student, and the literature tells them that you can teach at the right level for $26. Where does that come from? So it's not useful enough. And then also, what are the long-term benefits of those investments beyond just the groups that were part of the trial? That's never explained. So I think we've made a lot of progress, but there's a lot more that could be done.
Okay. I take it that's a comment, not a question. So, Dean Sonobe.
Thank you. The question, simple question. So maybe we will have many people here want to have a next conference on the resilient education. And then do we want to have a kind of panel discussion, 1 or 2 sessions, including the policymakers or administrators, that kind of persons? That's a question. And then question or comment. But yeah, so Beth mentioned the schooling continuity plan or learning continuity plan. That was my first response to hearing your comment in the first or second session that Albert convened online. And then she said, oh, this problem is repeating, then why don't we have a more preparedness? And then I said, I thought that, oh, business companies usually have a business continuity plan. So why do education sector or schools or communities cannot have a learning continuity plan? So I think the resilient education's kind of research eventual goal is to make that kind of plan and the implementation. But then how can we develop? So maybe Lee showed a very nice table this morning, like before, during, and after. So the each part, what should be done, and then so that's the beginning, and then the researchers should think about what they are working on, which part of the table they are working on, and then how their research is related to the research on other parts. So eventually we want to have that very nice table. Then how can we learn about the good design of the entire table? So then, do you think is it meaningful to try to learn from other essential service sectors like hospitals, police, armies, and transportation? That's my question.
Thank you. I'll take, yeah, please.
Hi. My question is to Professor Yasu. So, like, isn't it will be a super simplification if we assume natural disaster is an exogenous factor? Because, yeah, the disaster may be the exogenous, but the way it impact people, it may not be exogenous, like flood. So who lives very near to the river, like in Bangladesh, in many other countries, those are from the poorer background. Also, like in cyclone, who are the most affected by the cyclone? People who can't afford to live in the in the better protected and like in the middle. So if you could explain a little bit more, that would be. Thank you.
My kind of question is that how can we utilize the videos and the lectures, successful remote lecture or online education packages that was introduced during the COVID-19, how can we keep making use of those after those shocks? Because during the I was highly inspired by the Uzbekistan example, where the rural teachers seem to, or parents were almost surprised to see. That's what Harry was saying, that they were surprised about the how the teaching quality could be improved, like what's the standard that they can reach. So I'm wondering, like, what would you recommend to kind of make use of all the stock of knowledge and also the resources made during the COVID? And yeah, that's my question.
In the back first, please, and then the end.
So thank you. My name is Sakshi, and I'm a PhD student at University of Tokyo, and I work as a RA at ADBI. So my question is to Dr. Beth. So I really liked your comment about teachers. And I'm from India, and in countries like India, Bangladesh, and other developing regions, we face a huge crisis of teacher, and that too well-trained professionals. And especially in times of crisis, like we saw during pandemic, then teachers struggled more than students in adapting new technologies, setting up Zoom, and like making education digitally possible. So my question is to you that what would be your suggestion or maybe nudge to for the policymakers and researchers to address these issues and maybe look at this side of education? Yeah, thank you.
Nia.
My question is to the entire panel. You have focused on how to make education system resilient. I want to flip the question. So what about expanding the agenda to using education for climate resilience? Or is it something that you consider that economists should not go into and we should leave it to educationists? So this is where I'm not just talking about curriculum reform to kind of impart knowledges that would bring about behavioral change for coping in vulnerable climate affected regions, but also trying to understand where does education pay off in terms of social returns. For example, when it comes to living and coping with shocks. So that would be kind of like, yeah, so two aspects of it, but will you kind of include this in the agenda, because it would have implication for what kind of research will get conducted? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think given the interest of time, was there anyone online who was saying anything, or as far as you know? No, okay. So why don't I first turn to Yasu and Beth? There were specific questions to both of you, but also feel free to comment on some of the other issues that were raised.
Thank you very much for the question. The question is about the cleanness of exogenous variation created by disaster. It's not clean enough, but actually locally it can be clean enough. So one example, I have a forthcoming paper in European Economic Review, although we struggle a lot to place the paper in a journal. That's a flood in the Philippines, and in a village. Sitting in front of Lake Laguna, big lake south of Metro Manila, and indeed this village is studied by late Professor Hayami Yujiro, and so this village encountered out of season really extreme flood, and then roughly speaking, half of the paddy land was submerged with the lake water, and another half survived from the flood. But beforehand, no farmer at all, expected this flood happening. Number one. Number two, we never know, or they never know, the flood border. So this beforehand unknown disaster border hazard exposure provide a very sharp discontinuity on the damage. Those who exposed to the flood, they lost a half-year income basically. So we use this as exhaustion variation, and we also implemented state-of-the-art laboratory experiment to elicit hyperbolic discounting parameter, and we found those who exposed became a more present bias. So that's a paper we crafted based on this, very sharp discontinuity. But again, disaster, I commented on Lee's presentation this morning. So disaster is a product of a natural hazard and vulnerability and resilience, 3 items. Natural hazards are exogenous, so we can exploit. The case of a Philippines village, this border of water is exogenous given. So there is still room for, along the this threshold, you can utilize sharp variation.
Beth?
Yes, actually, what Yasu was commenting on was a question earlier about the exogeneity, and impact evaluation. So let me just make a point about, when you start talking about the kinds of phenomena that we've been discussing, I mean, these are actually most of them we can think about them as natural experiments. So impact evaluation is in fact a really an appropriate way of thinking about the research around these phenomena. So I think that is already a nice incentive for the researchers here to actually be able to do impact evaluation. But on the point about teachers, the coping, the adaptation that we're thinking about with respect to these kinds of phenomena all include, we've mentioned already, parents and the government. And since we're talking about education, we cannot not talk about teachers, in my view. They're the biggest group. They can be pretty organized and resistant to reforms. So those are some of the problems that governments have to deal with. I mean, I just think about in the United States, where it's so the head of the American Teachers Union has come up with a statement that says you cannot force the teachers to go back to school. I mean, that itself is that's an interesting political, legislative. It's an interesting problem. And economists can say something about this, but certainly more than economists are involved to say something about this. And I'd like to see really a little bit more beyond the US situation to some of the countries that we've been talking about. We've not been talking about, you mentioned governance. Well, this is an issue for governance as well, which is what to do about teachers.
Thanks. Lee and Albert, maybe you can put some of the questions that, especially on Tatsushi's question about should we have a panel here of policymakers next time around? But Lee first, and then Albert.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great idea. And I really like the idea of learning from other essential service sectors as well, emphasizing that education is an essential service. And having a plan in place for what to do about these predictable crises.
I think it's a great idea to think about how would a government design an education resiliency plan, and it's a very specific, a very concrete task. And maybe we should get a blue ribbon group together to provide some guidance on how to think about doing that, and even try to get some cooperative governments to try it, and I think that's a really great idea. So it would be, in that context, it would be great to have some government people in future events. There was also a question about, can we learn from the videos and other things that we've learned? I think countries themselves probably remember and learn to some extent, but I think this cross-sharing of experiences, I think it's kind of the case study idea that Lee was talking about, and I think it's really worth doing, and it's also just documenting what happened. But yeah, I think that's really the great opportunity from the pandemic, is that it it was such an extreme event. People kind of thought a little bit out of the box in terms of the response. So you saw quite a wide variation of responses. And so we should really try to collect those experiences.
You didn't pick up, I think it was Nias's question, if I can paraphrase your question, is we've been talking here about the effect of climate on education systems, but you're asking, shouldn't education be used to try to make a difference on climate? Is that even possible? Any views?
Actually, I was trying to answer a little bit by saying that we need to think about who adapts, who copes, because those are some of, well, not just cope, but you're right, also affecting changing behaviors, right? In order to reduce, to slow down, maybe to mitigate the climate change. So that's why I was saying earlier, not just teachers, but also the communities. What can the communities do in a plan to reduce climate, to mitigate, to slow down climate change?
Oh, thanks. And there's this paper that Harry pointed me to, which looks at the effect of education on voting behavior in Europe, is it? That's right. So you were going to answer your own question. Anyway, look, we can go on, but I think that in the interest of time, we should try to wrap up here. Any last words in 10 seconds each for each of you on what you might want to say to this group going forward, on especially, I guess, to ADBI on what if we're here again, I hope around the same time next year. Any words of advice for them?
No more words of advice, but I really have enjoyed the opportunity to hang out with everybody these last couple of days. I think it's been really beneficial to everyone, and so I would endorse, let's just keep in touch and keep doing this again.
And I really like the fact that it's a smaller, manageable group, all focused on basically one question, which is very, very useful, I think. There was a reaction at some point about how we can't, I mean, we economists also like to use our tools, our methods, but there was somebody who had said, let's try to understand the human behaviors and reaction to incentives behind some of the reactions of government, and also some of the policies of government, and also what behind the mechanisms for affecting schooling and learning. And I think putting more of that into understanding of economic behaviors and the mechanisms for changing education outcomes into our papers.
Yeah, I think ADB and ADBI can devote the resources in innovative and new issue, a new area. So I think one direction I'd like to see next meeting is how to use innovative data. Capturing the well-being of children is really, I mean, this is indispensable to talk about any impact assessment or treatment, policy effects. But how to capture mental health of or mental health issues of children. Of course, epidemiologists have a different kind of measures, but I think now we can use Twitter or X. Text mining and text decoding, big data can provide, real-time, high-frequency, measures. I think these kind of innovative data, how we can tap and how we can broaden our understanding of resilience in education sector. I think that's the next topic I'd like to see.
Thanks. Lee.
And just thank you very much for a great conference. Everyone, keep up the good work.
Great. No, so thank you very much. I think that I hope that you have a to-do list, Daniel, that you find that might affect the next planning for this conference. Certainly, this typology of and also the policy history and documenting that is something that came out from everyone. The data and make sure that really talking about what data we need is something that might be interesting to discuss. We talked about costs and making sure that that is something to advance. We talked about how we should be working together as opposed to what as well, and how we need to make sure that we keep ourselves on our toes by bringing in this other disciplines perspectives, perhaps not in research teams necessarily, but certainly to make sure that we listen to them and that they're being heard here. So with that, please join me in thanking our great panel for a wonderful conversation.
For the 2 days. So just to formally, I guess, close, thank you to everyone again, for those of you who come from very far away, especially. I hope the jet lag is not too terrible. For the paper writers, we'll contact you for the next steps. And at the same time, if you have any ideas for everybody, please feel free to email us, email me. And yeah, with that, thanks and see you all in the next opportunity.